This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by PNP Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
Yeah, hey, this week we're going to be on the Electronic Playground looking at Tekken 3, Hi-Ya! Also Netfighter, and we're going to be visiting Playmates.
Anticipated games of this year is Tekken 3 for the Sony PlayStation. I'll tell you what, it's even cooler than the arcade version. You can believe that. I'm here at Namco with Jin Kazama and Brian Shore, one of the producers from the most anticipated games in 1998, Tekken 3 on the PlayStation.
Round 1.
We projected an estimated 4 million units.
4 million units.
Worldwide for Tekken 3. And it will have the largest initial shipment of any game.
Really? Even bigger than Final Fantasy VII?
Bigger than Final Fantasy VII.
I understand that there's a couple of different endings for the American version of Tekken as opposed to the Japanese version.
No comment.
No comment. No comment.
Round 2.
Well, the biggest rumor out there was that Tekken 3 was going to have some kind of hardware acceleration.
Namco has been able to pull off some real technical feats with this product, and it's amazing.
Well, technically, how?
A lot of hard work.
A lot of hard work. That's very technical. How many new characters?
A lot.
A lot. That's very specific. Thank you for sharing that. How do you like your steak?
Cooked.
Cooked, great. Well, okay, Brian, if you can't answer any of the questions, I'm just going to ask somebody who will answer them for me, Mr. Jin Kazama. Now, Jin, give me another secret hidden character in the game.
To reveal Dr. Boskanovich, you must play Tekken Force Mode all the way to the end.
Okay. I'll talk. I'll tell you what you want to know.
All right. Now.
It has better graphics in a lot of ways in the arcade game. We were able to pull some new tricks. And we have extra modes in this version.
The game was originally done over in Japan.
That's right.
Okay. What was involved in taking the Japanese version and bringing it to America?
Well, a lot of what we do is we translate the Japanese into English, obviously, so everyone can read it. We also make sure that it matches the American market's tastes.
I'm noticing this great Tekken 3 shirt. Can we expect these in stores anytime soon?
No, those were exclusive for our launch party.
Well, is there any promotions you can hook me up with now?
Some Jones Soda.
Jones Soda?
Eddie Gordo Strawberry Lime Soda.
Blue Bubblegum Soda.
Jin Kazama Orange Soda. Hihachi Cream Soda. You can buy Jones Soda everywhere, up and down the street, when Tekken 3 hits the stores.
Really? And how many different characters are going to be on the...
I think we have 4 of the characters that are available.
I also understand that there's going to be a secret character possibly on some of the sodas.
No comment.
Tekken. Don't even know what Tekken is. What is Tekken?
It's a Texas burrito, but it's chopped up like sushi style.
I was looking forward to seeing Eric Wahlberg because he's a chump.
I'm here with Eric Wahlberg, the producer of Netfighter, and he's been doing martial arts stuff for a couple different years. Okay. Tell me about Netfighter.
We got tons of moves. We got lots of players online right now playing it. I'd advise you to play it right now.
Yeah, how am I doing? Am I doing pretty good here?
Actually,
What did you
I have to say you pretty much suck.
So I hear that you used a lot of real martial artists when you made the game?
Absolutely. We used top tournament competitors. That was a good one. We used fighting champions from the Ultimate Fighting Championship, and all this just to bring realistic martial art action to Heat.net.
Cool. So how am I doing?
Maybe we should practice some more.
So tell me about some of the top players.
Well, online right now we have some really good players who've been playing the game almost every day. We have a lot of really tough competitors and a lot of people having fun.
So Eric, how could I get Net Fighter?
Well, Tommy, here's what you get. The rest of you can order your free copy from Heat.net. Get in, get it, and get it on.
Yeah, you fight pretty good, but let me show you some of my stuff. Your Kung Fu is pretty good, but how high can you jump?
Go for Lee from P&P Games.
This is Past and Present Game.
Oh, hey, boss.
We are pleased with your Winnipeg 199X and insightful short video essays.
Oh, that's great to hear. You know, the Electric Playground is such a weird and unique show. I didn't want to do traditional ads.
That's great. Ha ha ha. Okay, so please make sure we're doing some traditional ads for Season 2. End transmission.
Recently, we got a letter from Johnny Shaw, age 14, of Springfield, Massachusetts. Johnny writes, Dear Tommy T and EP, why aren't there any Playmates on the Electric Playground? It's a good question. And Johnny, we aim to please. How you doing, Carlos?
I'm doing okay, Tommy.
All right. I'm gonna put your hands down, but tell me about the game.
Well, it's a mission-based game. First-person shooter.
Ah, come on. Well, don't worry about it. So tell me more about Adrenix. Multiplayer over the internet, or we got plans for that?
Yeah, we're actually,
Hey,
we're looking right now at 16-player multiplayer.
16 player?
That's what we're looking at.
How many different levels or missions are there?
Well, we have 24 missions planned, with most of those being multiplayer missions as well. We have a lot of different areas. We have cities, we have underground caves. My favorite weapon in the game has to be the nuke, because it has a really cool visual effect and it really destroys everything.
Carlos, what'd I say about laying into the chips, man? I don't know what I have to do here.
Hey, are those Twinkies over there?
Twinkies over there? Where? Oh, man. Over here. Hey, Sue, have you seen Carlos anywhere? Yeah. Okay. Are you serious? Get him! Get him! Carlos! Come back! Don't make me have to hurt you now. We are here on the set of MDK PlayStation.
MDK PlayStation, you got it.
Yeah. Vic, didn't we get... Isn't there... Because Playmates in the building, didn't we get...
And this is the set.
I'm here with my good friend, Dave Hoffman, producer of MDK PlayStation. So tell me, what does MDK PlayStation have different than MDK for the PC?
Oh, well, I mean, right off the bat, the player is going to notice the reflective mapping technology that we were able to put inside the PlayStation. Secret levels are scattered throughout the PlayStation version, 6 or maybe even some more secret arena. We got booted, man. Okay.
Oh, bummer. Making me run around like this. That's here. Playmates is one of the bigger toy companies in the world, on the whole planet. And now there's Playmates Interactive has been around for what, 2, 3 years?
3 years.
3 years.
3 years.
What's kind of the mission statement, if you will, of Playmates Interactive? What's your goal?
Create great games.
Hold on a second here. This is Tommy. Yeah. Oh, okay. I gotta go. They want to beam me back up to the studio. See you later. We recently got a chance to check out EA's new college basketball game for the PlayStation, March Madness. This happens to be, this is Shaq Shu. Yeah? Shaq Shu! What would you say was the most difficult part of doing this game?
We got so many features and so many things we want to see, and you got to fit it all down. Hey!
How many people worked on the project on both PC and PlayStation?
It'll be over 100 by the time we finish.
You use like motion capture technology?
We use the optical motion capture techniques.
When I learned that I had the chance to go come and do this for electronic arts, I was really excited. As a computer science major, it was a fun thing to tell some of my computer science friends I got to do. They were a little jealous.
The talent they brought in to do these are the best players in the country.
What does a producer do, especially on a it seems like a huge game like this?
Whatever goes wrong, it's my fault.
Film studios are doing a lot of work with it. They're not doing the amount of takes we do. They'll do 4 or 5 scenes in a film. We're doing 400, 500, 1,000 in some cases for a game.
How's the art in this game differ from all of their basketball games?
Well, of course it's better.
Because you're the art director.
It's been a challenge because we're trying to recreate all the Division I basketball teams, so there's lots and lots of source art to get together, all the logos and uniforms.
Very cool. All right, guys. Well, thanks all for having us here. Cheers.
Hey, cheers.
All righty. EA Sports. It's in the
It's in the game.
Don't forget to visit the Electric Playground website and check out our EA feature at www.elecplay.com.
You left it on again, didn't you?
There are games, and then there's Tekken 3.
PlayStation.
What is a Yoshi?
Yoshi's like kind of a little fat dinosaur thing.
Can you tell me who Yoshi is?
The singer? Yoshi sounds to me like food or some kind of.
Yoshi's a chicken? Is Yoshi a chicken? See, I didn't know that. A little creature or a little round man, I'm not exactly sure.
Yoshi's a dinosaur. Works for Nintendo, I believe.
He's got a desk job, I think.
Yeah.
Can all of you show me the Yoshi tongue?
It's out of the, when he jumps up, he rides on him and...
If you like eating fruit, you're gonna love Yoshi's story.
The son of Koopa, Koopa Jr., has stolen the Super Happy Tree, the Tree of Mirth, and all the Yoshis on Yoshi's Island have gotten really depressed.
Is it a complete departure from Yoshi's Island on the Super Nintendo, or?
Actually, it's real similar. You still have the 2D aspect of it, side-scrolling left to right, but you have 3D backgrounds to it, kind of a la the Donkey Kong series.
It's a Miyamoto game, so immediately that should tell you the caliber of game it is. When it's a Miyamoto game, it's a gold standard game.
It's going to be a 2D game. What was the decision behind that?
なんで 2D にしたわけですか？僕ら 2.5D って呼んでて、きっと新しい感じの 2D のゲームを出します。Actually, we are calling it not 2D but 2.5D.
There's more areas in each level, and there's 24 levels total. So you're going to have to go back and play the game 4 different times to get 4 different endings, plus some of the hidden secrets in there for the hidden letters that spell something out in the game.
You have to take the baby Yoshi all the way to Koopa Jr.'s castle to get the Tree of Mirth back.
How is it different in America? as compared to Japan? How are games
アメ
treated
リカと
different?
日本ではゲームはやっぱり違うわけでしょうかね。 僕は When I'm making video games, I'm not making in terms of the difference between American or Japanese people at all. There may be some difference, but when I'm making video games, I'm not thinking about any difference.
Any age group can play it. A kid can go through the game who's 5 years old and win every stage just by completing a certain goal, like eating 30 pieces of fruit.
You grab 30 fruit, boom, that level's done, you're on to the next one.
How long in terms of gameplay hours was Yoshi's Story?
If you went through every level, so beat the game 4 times in a row, you're gonna probably do that 10 to 15 hours, but to me, that's for a good game player. That'd be something like I would do. You get a lot of cutesy stuff with the little kids talking, little storylines you get with it. The first one had the little baby Mario crying all the time. But play control, I mean, you still got that tongue.
The game took a little bit of flack in the game press because it's a bit easy. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I don't think that it's a problem to put out games that professional game players think are a little bit easy, because that's right on target.
It's rated E for everyone to play.
We want games that the whole family can enjoy.
Sure, you could probably go through the 6 chapters and beat the game, but did you get everything out of the game you're supposed to?
The whole goal is to make your Yoshi as happy as possible.
Yoshi is the dinosaur in Mario 64. Nintendo, I think. Yeah, the dinosaur.
This is Tommy T, and we're here with Tyrone from Tips and Tricks, and he's going to teach us some tactics on the latest titles.
This week's tip is for Sega's own ultra-hot F1 simulator, Indy 500. Select the pace car, hold the start button and brake pad until the game starts. If done correctly, you'll have the pace car. Good luck!
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 Move of the Week. This week we've got Nina Williams' awesome 10-hit combo. Now pay attention, it's going to go fast. Left punch, right punch, left punch, right kick, left kick, right punch. Well, you better just tape it.
Coming up next, reviews from The Rock.
Lock it down!
Uh-oh.
Guys like me don't get much respect. I mean, I hit big, but there's no D-order commercial. I make huge plays. I'm not even in a cereal box. But man, I could care less.
Triple Play 99. You've never seen baseball like this. Whoa. EA Sports, it's in the game.
Lee here with a few reasons why you should be shopping at P&P Games. The selection, everything from retro favorites to contemporary hits. The shipping, free on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA, and we also ship overseas. The stickers, when you spend $65 or more, you get a limited edition sticker based on our silly nonsense. Locals can check out our retail stores in Winnipeg, but for everyone else, we're at pnpgamesonline.com. Support us as we support the Electric Playground Classic. Play forever. No, that's a good sticker.
Lock it down!
How do you get me into these things, man?
I probably shouldn't have stole the schematics for the 64DD drive, huh?
Yeah, and sell them to Sega.
Speaking of Sega,
Yeah.
Winter Heat.
Great game.
Oh, now here's a game that I think could have been a lot more. It kind of felt a little short.
You didn't like it?
I liked it, but I think it could have been a lot better. What'd you think of the graphics?
I thought they were really great. It was sharp and crisp, but better than that were these awesome camera angles. The camera's flipping and flying all over the place.
I love when you hit off the high jump and it swings around you. And the camera angles are they were well thought out.
Yes.
You know? What wasn't well thought out though was the way that the actual control and interface. They had it set up pretty much where it was one button. So to get maximum power, you could just go like this.
Yeah.
It's like, not very challenging a game.
The slalom race where you're knocking down the flags and stuff
What
like
was
that.
that all about?
All you're doing,
I couldn't even.
All you're doing is the speed, and then you press the B button, I think, and you knock the flag down, and that's it. You have no control over where your character is going. And I agree with you on that stuff. But there's 11 events. The snowboarding is really cool. The bobsled is totally fun. The aerial ski jumps are a blast.
Aerial
Even
ski
the
jump's another one I couldn't figure out.
Oh, it was easy, man. You just got to time. You got to time the extension. You got to time the angle, and you time the lands. Yeah, you fell on your face. I'd give Winter Heat about an 8 out of 10.
No,
what would you give it?
I thought it was fun to play, but it could have been easily improved. 6.5.
What would you give Battlezone for the PC?
Okay, now Battlezone, what I loved about this game is the variety. Of course, the graphics are great and the sound is great. It's all amazing. But what's really phenomenal about it is I like all the variety in the missions. You know, it's not just doing the same thing, doing and killing thing. I mean, the game is a lot like Uprising, but I thought it was a lot better than Uprising. I liked it a lot better.
Tommy and I checked out this game at the same time, and he can attest. When I sat down and plugged into this thing, I was screaming. I couldn't believe how cool this thing was. The environments are fantastic. The weapons and the tanks are amazing.
The weapons are great. All the variety of weapons.
There's like 25 different weapons. They're all cool. You've got massive explosions. You've got like the thumper, which shakes the whole ground, and people get all earthquake and stuff. It's totally cool.
I'll tell you what was great. My favorite part is when you like blow out of the tank and you're like floating down and you can like nail guys.
You go right into the target, and you're shooting around like this, and you can pinpoint the other pilot of the tank, blow him out of there, and then run over and grab his tank, get back into battle. Unbelievable. One of the most immersive games I've ever played.
What'd you give it?
I'd give it a 10 out of 10. Activision killed with this game.
Perfect game.
It's unreal, man. Loved it.
I didn't think it was the perfect game ever of all time, so I'm going to stick it in about 9.
What would you give Judge Dredd, also from Activision, for the PlayStation?
Well, Judge Dredd, I think they should have named this Judge Dreadful.
Yeah, really.
Well, no, I tell you what's great about it. What was great about Judge Dredd is that when you're in the game, the graphics and the 3D worlds and the way the video screens, you can see everything, is phenomenal. The problem, though, is I couldn't tell who were my enemies and who I was and wasn't supposed to shoot. I kept shooting innocent people because you can't tell the difference.
It's not fully realized, and you don't get that sense of you're actually getting shot. It's not as polished as Virtual Cop or Time Crisis.
Now, what about the acting?
And the acting is awful, man. It flat out sucked.
I'll tell you
Bad acting.
I'll tell you what else was bad was the sound.
The sound?
The gun. What was that? That was a gun?
The biggest crime with this thing is the gameplay. It's plain and simple. They have great graphics. They look like they really tried to get something cool out there, but they didn't get that tangible sort of you're in danger feel in this game, and it suffers. It's a light gun. Why couldn't I get it right?
You're going down, punk.
It was an okay attempt. I'd give it a 4 out of 10.
My biggest problem was the whole who am I supposed to be shooting? So I shot everyone, of course. And
which is fine for you.
Which is fun to me, so I gave it a 6.
6 out of 10.
Yeah.
All right, that's more than fair. Fighter's Destiny for the Nintendo 64.
Oh, the only redeeming quality about that game was that you get to play a clown.
No, man.
How about that cow? What is up with the cow?
The cow's hilarious. These are hilarious characters. The names are pretty crappy, but the characters are pretty hilarious, and the moves are cool.
The control is awful.
The
moves are
innovative.
Totally simplistic and ridiculous.
It's a 3D fighting game with some innovation. How often can you say that, man? There is some innovation in the game.
This game was not as good as Toshinden was 3 years ago.
The whole thing with this game is that
Fighter's Destiny sucks. Fighter's Destiny sucks. I'm not listening to Victor.
It's an in-close fighter. You've got to get in, and you've got to time everything properly. It's a tough game to beat. The single-player game is really difficult. I think you're way off base with this one, man.
It was crap.
It's a fun game, and it's definitely the best Nintendo 64 fighter. I know that's not hard to say because there isn't a whole field of great fighting games out there, but it's the best one. It's definitely an 8 out of 10. You guys have to check it out. If you're a Nintendo 64 owner, check this game out.
8 out of 10.
He's off base.
No
He's
way.
just a Tekken freak, and he can't look beyond it. And that's the bottom line, man. That's the only fighting game you like. You stack everything next to Tekken. This is different than that.
The only reason that you should rent this game is so you can see the cow do this. Whoo, 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 whoo. And that's the only reason. And if you like clowns, like Victor does, then you'll like this game. Awful game. 4.
It's not a 4. It's definitely better than that.
Okay, fine, 4.5, but it's only because I know you must have a thing for like cows and clowns or something.
We gotta go.
Okay, hey, check this out. Look what I got my hands on, huh?
Hey, pizza.
No, not pizza. I'm gonna get us out of here. Make sure you tune in next week. Come on, go.
Stuntman 10. Action.
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo of Canada, makers of 1080 Snowboarding. Heat.net, makers of Netfighter. Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3. Namco, makers of Tekken 3. This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support The Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of The Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
What you cooking there? That's tonight's dinner. Hey, we're going to be going to the Game Developers Conference today, looking at Robbitron 64 and the Madden Bowl. Catch! So, that look phony? Yeah.
Every year, EA gathers a bunch of celebrities and pro athletes together to compete in the Madden Bowl.
EA Sports.
Oh,
my God, baby! My God, baby! Put it together, baby! All right, we get something going, baby! You going deep? Oh, Carlo!
He's going on top, first play.
That's your boy! That's your boy!
Where you from?
You know where he's from.
And look what he's doing to you.
Give up the long ball. You know, he needs 10 yards right now. So 4th and 10. What's he gonna do? It's 4th and 10. Oh no! 4th and 10. What's he gonna do? We got the crib.
So do you have a PlayStation? You take it on the road with you?
It's in my car.
In your car?
Right now.
It's in your car. This man never leaves home without a PlayStation.
Big round the ball on a private line. That's how it's going down in 98.
What are some of your favorite games?
Madden, Live 98, loving NBA Live.
NBA Live.
Live?
Tomb Raider 2.
Tomb Raider. Have you beaten Tomb Raider 2 yet?
Not yet, I ain't finished. You know what happened? I saved while I was getting killed. So I had to start over. I had to start 45 and over.
That sucks. Now you
played Madden.
Now you
I played in the Madden Bowl. I didn't do too good, man. I think it was rigged, you know what I'm saying? It was something about my control. It was worn out or
controller.
something. Yeah, man.
That's what happened to me too.
That's what it was, man. It was the controller.
I lost though, but you know what? I lost to one of the best people in here though.
Who'd you lose to?
Morris Chestnut.
We are here with the champion of the Madden Bowl 98, Mr. Morris
Chestnut. That's right, Morris Chestnut.
And you just won Madden Bowl 98. Where are you going next?
Man, I'm going anywhere in the world because I just won 2 first-class tickets anywhere in the world.
And this great trophy.
And I get this great trophy. I get a jacket.
I gotta get me one of these trophies.
There's not. Hey, join next year. Maybe you get one. The key to Madden is diversity in your plays. You do very well.
Now, do you play any other games?
Yeah, I play live a little bit. Only the sports games. A lot of people like Game Day. I'm not putting down Game Day, but nothing compares to Madden. And nothing compares to NBA Live. They're the most realistic games out there, period.
Yeah, he must be up all night playing that damn game, man, or something.
I got a group of guys that I play with back home. We call ourselves the Federation. Federation, yeah!
So what was the score of your game?
I don't even want to talk about it.
Okay. It was close.
And most of the people we play, they can't get with us. We go around to different people, play different groups of guys that call themselves different names of their crews and everything. And pretty much for the most part, we win.
I'm challenging anyone, you know what I'm saying?
Anyone.
98 Live.
98 Live.
Madden 98.
Madden 98.
Even though I lost in the first round.
But it was the controller.
I'm coming back, you know what I'm saying? Like Muhammad Ali.
In a place to be.
That's right.
With Tommy T.
And Ron D. That's how we do it.
Don't forget to visit the Electric Playground website and check out our EA feature at www.elecplay.com. Seems like everybody's doing sequels these days. Well, if you thought Final Fantasy VII was cool, imagine what Robbitron 64 is like.
We're here at Player One in Santa Monica. I'm with George Weising, who's the designer, and Marcus Goody, who's the lead programmer for Robbitron 64. Marcus, you remember playing Robbitron for the first time in the arcade?
No, I don't actually.
Well, that's a good answer.
Yeah.
Okay, George, we'll get back to you later, man.
Yeah.
Remember playing Robbitron for the first time?
Absolutely,
yeah.
I used to cut school and go to this arcade down a couple blocks from the school and spend my paper route money on arcade games. And I used to play Robbitron and Defender constantly, like out of control all the time. The original game had 8 directions. We made it analog, so you press in the direction you press, it's the direction you fired.
Go anywhere.
What did we catch flack from Robbitron freaks?
Really? What kind of
Yeah,
emails?
it ruins the gameplay if you can't fire at exact angles.
But they still went out by you.
Yeah, and it's still fun.
Yeah. What kind of things did you add to this title to make it stand out against the other ones?
I think one of the neat things is just the pure number of robots on the screen. I love the Hulks actually, because they don't just kill humans now. Some mince them up, others suck them up, and there's a Hammer Hulk where he just crushes them under his hammers, which is...
The Masher.
Yeah, the Masher Hulk.
The Masher.
We try to make things look like energy, make them glow, and make it exciting when things blow up, just like the original.
Right.
We all love the original.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of the original, you guys had some communication with Eugene Jarvis, who created the first game.
He sat right over there next to me and we tweaked levels.
Really?
Yeah.
So he actually came in and helped you guys?
Yep. He came in for a day. He's a cool guy.
Yeah?
He's just a cool dude.
Yeah.
Bald, but cool. He's bald too, though, so that works.
It's okay if you're bald, kind of thing?
Yeah, it's okay to be bald.
How many levels altogether?
200.
What's your favorite level in the game?
I quite like the first few levels because they remind me of the original game, and you get the mummy wave and the daddy wave, just like the original.
So what's the response been? Have you guys been reading the reviews and getting some feedback and stuff like that?
Surprisingly enough, the reviews are actually a lot better than I thought they would be.
Yeah.
Just because it's not a huge game, you know, it's not like a Diddy Kong Racing or Donkey Kong Country or anything like that. It's not a huge scope game. It's just pure fun. It's kind of an adrenaline rush. I guess that's what people wanted.
Everything happens so fast, you just have no time to think about anything else besides staying alive and destroying things.
What sense is most strongly tied to nostalgia for you? For me, it's sound.
Sound. Sound. Sound.
Now, video game music and sound design is unique. It has a specific context and a specific purpose. Hearing the works of the brilliant video game composers and sound designers, the response is visceral. I know what the soundtrack to a duck bouncing a pogo stick on the moon is, and I'll bet some of you do too. We hear a timeless video game tune, and while the minutia may differ, we're visualizing the same game, level, boss. That's shared nostalgia. Baby, that's beautiful.
Snipers, terrorists, covert operations. We're talking Vigilance on Heat.net.
Hey, we're here at Segasoft. I'm with Larry Pacey, who is the executive producer of the Nexus Group. How are you doing, Larry?
I'm just fine.
Got a new bug on me.
Yeah, that's better.
What's the backstory on Vigilance?
The guts of the game is that you are one of 8 counter-terrorist experts, and the players can actually pick from one of these 8 characters.
So these are some of the characters that are in the game up here?
Yeah, this is actually, this is the production drawings before they went into 3D. This is some of their action poses. There's a lot of stealth and strategy elements that really have to play part to be successful. If you make the mistake and just charge into a room and start shooting the 4 guys in the room, willy-nilly without really looking at them or taking a second to evaluate the situation, what happens is if you shoot like the first 2 guys, you'll notice that the guy in the far back of the room is running across the room instead of coming at you. And he hits a button and all of a sudden alarms are sounding. The AI actually knows where you're going to be going in this environment, much like the bad guys would know in this situation.
Right.
So they'll start to cover the exits. They'll start to cover the goals of the game.
Does it take place on Earth?
Yes. That's also something that's kind of very unique to this game, is the fact that we're taking part in a here and now scenario. This is today. It's happening just like if you went to the movies to see a modern day action movie. It's real world weaponry, it's real world gear, armor, the things that you see on, cops at night. You'll some of that stuff here, but we've also got some special ops gear. The things that, counter-terrorist agents would use today.
Like what?
Oh, we've got infrared goggles and laser sights and silencers and tracers and high explosives. I mean, it should be pretty rewarding. As time goes on, we'll actually be releasing expansion packs to the game, so people will get more weapons, more characters, more bad guys, more levels. It'll be continued to be manufactured.
Sounds like you got a killer franchise.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Larry.
Can you tell me what CGDC stands for?
No, I can't. Can you?
Yeah, that's easy. That's Australian rock band in the 70s. Yeah. They came out with Razor's Edge and Fly on the Wall, albums like that. That's an easy one.
Once every year, all the designers and programmers and artists and producers and music guys, we all get together and discuss the video game industry and where it's going. It's called the Computer Game Developers Conference, and EP is going to take you there. Thanks, Tommy. Well, here we are outside this thing, and so let's go on in this thing. Over to you, Zoe.
Thanks, Tommy. We're almost inside this thing, but let's go right inside. Over to you, Vic.
Thanks, Zoe. We're in the CGDC now. Where are you guys?
We're on the expo floor. We made it.
Hi, I'm with Jennifer Polka here at the GDC, and we're talking about the show. Thanks for inviting me down.
Thanks for coming. We're really glad to have you guys.
This is a great view. We'll see you all later. Thanks.
What's this all about?
Well, most of the people are coming for the expo floor and the conference sessions and the networking. So the expo floor's got 180 companies that have something to say to game developers.
What are some of the highlights of the conference?
Rappa the Rappa talk, where there's Masaya Matsuro, who's the creator of Rappa the Rapper, is up there explaining how he made this crazy acid trip title. And this morning, Dave Perry got up and talked about Messiah, which I know everyone is just insane about. He started out the class saying that he wouldn't be showing it, and halfway through he booted it up and showed the game. There are probably more deals struck this week than there are the whole year round.
Really?
This guy I've seen break joysticks on television.
That's me.
Yeah. Tell us why you're here.
Well, we're here just...
In 2 words or less.
Girls.
The wrong place to be, guys.
Well, we're here to get some sun and to show our joysticks off.
Did you hear that? What are you guys showing?
Our new wheel. Fully round, it looks like a wheel, feels better than anything on the market.
I'm here with the legendary Tim Hall, game designer.
That's Tom Hall.
Tom Hall. Can I have a hug?
Good gosh, there's a lot of people here and no food.
So you come for the food?
I would if there was any, but
get that. Mr. Hale comes for the food.
Mr. Hall, thanks. I'm speaking. I have a conference called We Have No Lives, RPGs, Players in the Future.
What's that about?
It's about people who have no lives, RPGs, players in the future. It's a round table. We just sort of start the discussion, then everybody, fights and stuff and fisticuffs and all that. So.
I am here with Ken Lobb outside the Computer Game Developers Conference. Ken is, of course, the development manager for Sony. Sorry, no, he's the guy for Nintendo, right? There's a gun in GoldenEye.
Yeah.
The Klob.
Yes.
Anything to do with K-Lob?
Yeah, they kind of named that one after me.
You're a character in the game too. I mean, people can shoot you.
Yes.
For fun.
Yes. There's a little surprise from the GoldenEye team at the E3.
Is it the special secret spy rare game?
Can't tell you much more about it other than the fact that technically this thing is leaps and bounds beyond GoldenEye. I think a lot of people are going to take a look at it and go,
I'm with James Maxwell. He's the exec producer for NBA Courtside. How you doing, man?
Pretty good, thanks.
Great to meet you.
Glad to be here.
Congratulations on the release of your game.
Thank you.
How has it been received so far?
We're getting a lot of feedback from the users on the internet, and they all love it.
How was it working on an NBA game with Nintendo?
It was nice working with a publisher that had a clue.
Tell me about Sony Interactive Studios.
We're doing Cyber Strike, and we're also doing a game called EverQuest, which is a massively multiplayer online RPG.
The GDC is hopefully going to continue to be what it is now, which is really a statement of developers each year. This is where we're going, this is what we want to be doing. It's about the people who create the games, sharing information and ideas, and that's really been the heart and soul of the conference, and I hope it continues to be.
You left it on again, didn't you?
There are games, and then there's Tekken 3.
PlayStation.
If you've waited your whole life for Half-Life, then get a life. Well, get Half-Life.
Life, don't talk to me about life.
I'm here at the Sierra Party in San Francisco, and I'm with Gabe Newell, who's the managing director for Valve. He's going to talk to me about Half-Life.
It starts off, you're a research scientist working in a lab. You don't have any weapons, there's nobody attacking you. You're just going in for a day at work.
Okay.
At the beginning of the game, you think that everything's your fault, that these aliens who are invading the base are coming in because you've screwed up in your experiment.
Yeah.
But as you go through the game, you start to find out that everything you thought at the beginning of the game is wrong. All the people who are helping you get through the game, all the people who are opening doors for you, giving you access, building you weapons, all those people are being killed by these human people that you thought were on your side.
Right.
But you get over to the alien world and you discover that there are all these aliens who are actually on your side, and now you're really confused. There are a lot of twists and a lot of turns in a story that we think people will find pretty engaging.
You got to figure everything out by yourself. You're on your own, pretty much.
Sometimes there'll be people who tell you very specifically what you're supposed to do.
Okay.
And at other points in the game, you just have to explore and find out what makes sense.
What does the title refer to? What does Half-Life mean?
There are a lot of connotations for it.
Yeah.
Half live, half dead. The lambda symbol that we use, which is used in the physicist calculations about what half-life is, also were used by hobos in the 1920s to indicate places that were too dangerous for hobos to go.
Oh, wow.
It's also the Japanese symbol for enter. And all of those meanings sort of made us really interested in using half-life.
We brought together a kind of diverse collection of talent. Chuck Jones from Duke Nukem, you can really see the lineage from Duke Nukem in this game. A lot of the character designs are the same. He uses a lot of really great colors, yet detail is just amazing. He taught me a lot about making characters for games.
What's your favorite creature in the game, Ted?
I think my favorite creature in Half-Life is Big Mama.
Describe Big Mama for us.
Okay. Big Mama is kind of this big symmetrical crab-like thing with a huge egg sac underneath it that kind of swings back and forth. It's really kind of disgusting, but it's great to see people come in and look at Big Mama, and suddenly they're just entranced by this big swinging sack underneath. I don't know what it is. It's kind of obscene.
Is there going to be a Quake killer out there? And who's going to be the first to do it?
Quake killer. I've heard that phrase a lot in the last year and a half or two, and I don't think Quake needs to be killed. I think Quake is a great game for what it is, and I think Quake revolutionized gaming. I don't think we need to kill Quake. I think we need to learn from it. We need to see it, take it as a stepping stone, really.
Very cool. I think you just made a lifelong friend with John Carmack here.
We're back here with Tyrone again, and he's going to tune us in on some tips and tricks. Let's go.
Come on. You may remember Capcom for such great hits as Street Fighter and Mega Man. Well, now they're back with Marvel vs. Capcom. This week we've got a great tip for you. You know Mega Man, but you may not know his sister, Roll. To control Roll, highlight Zangief at the character selection screen. Push left, left, down, down, right, right, down, down, left, left, up, right, Up, up, right, right. The little blonde will be controllable, and you'll be good to go. Have fun.
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 move of the week. Get ready for some pain. This is Lay's awesome juggle combo. Ready? Press down plus left kick plus right kick, then back plus left punch plus right punch, then quickly right kick, left kick, left kick.
Today on the Simpatico question of the week, Paul Tremblay from Vancouver, BC asks, how do they create those cool, tiny models in real-time strategy games?
And what I'm going to show you is just the detail of the artwork that we use in the models here. Right here in this model, we've probably got over 10,000 faces. We actually render them all out, and they go into facets that go into the game. It's very, very difficult to get in there and to maneuver stuff, so there's a whole lot of wireframe in there.
So this world is made up of all of these complex 3D models that you guys can manipulate any way you want, and then in the end game, you have to shrink them all down to itsy-bitsy little size.
Exactly. That's exactly how it works. And then when it's shrunk down, we do 2D touch-up work, just to clean up little stuff. But for the most part, this is what it would look like.
To send us your questions, drop by our website at www.electplay.com.
Lee here with a few reasons why you should be shopping at P&P Games. The selection, everything from retro favorites to contemporary hits. The shipping, free on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA, and we also ship overseas. The stickers, when you spend $65 or more, you get a limited edition sticker based on our silly nonsense. Locals can check out our retail stores in Winnipeg, but for everyone else, we're at pnpgamesonline.com. Support us as we support the Electric Playground Classic. Play forever. No, that's a good sticker.
More now on the escalating police chase that began as a joyrider's need for speed. Every available officer has been called in to stop the Lamborghini Diablo, and it looks like the sheer number of officers out here is about to end this chase. Wait, the joyrider is going over the roadblock. Whoa. This is unbelievable.
Stick 'em up.
Yes, it's going to be a long night for law enforcement. Need for Speed 3. Hot pursuit.
Lock it down!
Guard, we need some new games. Fresh games. Fresh.
Hey,
What?
do you mind? What do we got here to review?
Need for Speed 3.
Need for Speed 3, a driving game for the PlayStation.
Awesome game.
Let me tell you something, I'm glad that the Need for Speed series finally got back on par.
Yeah, I know. After Need for Speed 2, I was totally worried that they wouldn't be able to pick up the pace again. This game rocks.
This is a totally new game. I mean, Need for Speed 3, the best part about Need for Speed 3 is the hot pursuit mode, where the cops are chasing you all over the place.
Yeah.
And I mean, that is just awesome.
It's killer, man. I love going through the desert track where it's got all these rock formations and you're weaving in and out of the rock formations, and there's Range Rover cop cars chasing after you and they're trying to knock you off the road. It's a terrific game. Definitely pick it up for the place.
I tell you what, the best part about Need for Speed though is the control. It's got that really tight arcade Ridge Racer type control.
Pure fun.
Pick it up. The intro is awesome too.
The whole thing.
I love the intro.
Thing. Part and parcel. Electronic Arts kicks with this one.
Totally.
9.5 out of 10.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, what would you give it?
I'm at 9.3.
9.3?
Yeah.
All right. Quake 64 for the Nintendo 64.
Well, I tell you what, they're probably going to want to lock me up for this one, but
yeah, me too, I guess.
I'm not a Quake player, so when I got the N64, it's exactly like the PC. It's very, very fluid motion.
Don't get me wrong, but didn't you like GoldenEye? Wasn't GoldenEye one of your favorite games?
Absolutely, but look at the graphics in GoldenEye.
Yeah, the graphics
are Quake 64.
The graphics are better in GoldenEye.
A lot
cool.
better.
It's James Bond, okay? I'll give you
that. The
that.
sound is a lot better.
But Quake 64 is just as much action. It's faster than GoldenEye.
The thing is that in Quake 64, you don't have the network play multiplayer option.
It's evil. There's tons of gore. The effects are beautiful. The lighting is great. It's a great adaptation. It looks like a 3D effects accelerated version of Quake on the PC. There's a few special levels and some extra additions. People that have never played Quake but liked Doom and like those first-person games are going to like the heavy action in this game. I'd give it a 9 out of 10. I think it's a great addition to the
I'm at the other end of the scale, and again, it's probably because I don't like the genre of games, so keep that in mind when I give this score of about a 5.
About a 5.
Yeah.
Too brutal.
I'm not being brutal, I'm just being honest.
All right, what about another 3D first-person action-adventure game? Duke Nukem 3D for the Saturn.
I'm looking good. Let me tell you about this game. The guys at Lobotomy, the guys who developed
They did a great job.
They worked on Power Slave.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys
and they did Quake too as well for the Saturn.
These guys got the engine down. The engine runs smooth. Don't have to worry about, oh, geez, is it going to be choppy or anything.
No.
It ran better on my Saturn than it did on my PC.
Yeah.
On the PC, it was different from all the other first-person shooters because it had humor in it.
Good character. Duke was a great character.
Gonna rip him a new one.
You went into the bathroom, you can actually, you know, go to the bathroom and take a pee, right?
Funny what some people like, isn't
all the funny gags have been taken out of the Saturn version.
They had to tailor it a little bit. It's every console version of the game has been sort of censored a little bit, I think.
Well, that's why you got to have a PC and game consoles.
Yeah, you got to get a PC.
Got to get them all.
PC gaming rocks. It's awesome. So I think it's only worth about a 7.5 out of 10.
I give it a 6.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What about Die by the Sword? Yeah.
Interplay. Now here's a game, I tell you what, this game had a great tutorial in it. I mean, it was hilarious. I love going around and like chopping the arms and limbs off the dummies and the heads and everything. But I tell you what, the control is very unique.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that they give you 3 different constructions.
Yeah.
But I still felt it very difficult.
Oh, it's really tough. I mean, you go into rooms and you've got enemies that are just slicing and dicing. They're making you into sushi right there in front of your face.
That's right.
And there's nothing you can do because you're sort of hitting the walls and stuff, and you can't move around. But kind of the way that you dance, sort of like that. But,
yeah, well, you know.
But it's
the coolest thing about Die by the Sword, though, is when you're going around and you're getting cut, it shows your own blood all over. How satisfying is that?
I give Die by the Sword an 8 out of 10, mostly because it's trying to be innovative. It's showing us a new way to control games, and I love that.
7.5 for me. Hey, Vic. We gotta get out of here.
Breakdown.
Come on, man. Stay.
Hey man, are we gonna need the pizza thing or
what? The pizza thing? What are you talking about, Vic? We gotta get out of here.
You think I can fit down there, man? I don't know.
Don't worry about it.
I don't know.
Hey.
All right, make way.
I think I found Al Capone.
My hair won't fit through.
Okay, well, that's the end of the show, and thanks for coming by. We hope you tune in next week on the Electric Playground.
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo of Canada, makers of 1080 Snowboarding. Keep.net, makers of Netfighter. Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3. Namco, makers of Tekken 3.
That's the way most programmers tend to feed themselves. You just sit and eat chocolate buttons all day and program.
This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support The Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of The Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
What do we got this week, Dad?
Hey, this week we've got Wild Nines.
DP, what's going on?
Halarico. And the Star Wars Rebellion. Here on the Electric Playground, right, Chippy?
Everyone has questions for this guy. He's one of the top executives at Sony and one of the coolest guys in the industry. Wow. Wow. We are here with a great friend of mine, Phil Harrison. How do you perceive the console competition out there, Nintendo and Sega?
We've shipped over 30 million machines worldwide, so our competition is movies, music, watching TV.
What about the PC market?
The $2,500 PC with a 3DFX card is very cool, but it's only for a very small number of people.
How many PlayStation games are there total?
Right now in North America, we have just over 400 titles. Worldwide, there's about 1,200 games out for PlayStation. Hey, it's me. Can you drop a DualShock down here right away? Have a play.
Wow, cool.
Do you get a buzz out of that one? Do you like the vibe that you get from that?
And what about different colors for these things?
Well, we have a whole rainbow of colors coming out for controllers and memory cards and other peripherals that are available for the PlayStation.
And what about different color PlayStations? I mean, there's so many different ones. What's up with that?
We have the gray PlayStation, which is the consumer machine. We have a black PlayStation, which is the Net Your Rose machine.
When I first came in, I noticed a gold one you had in the office.
Well, the gold PlayStation is something that happens with alarming regularity. We keep passing these huge milestones for 10 million, 20 million, 30 million.
Must be awful.
So the office is cluttered with all these gold PlayStations. We don't know what to do with them all. The biggest selling PlayStation game worldwide is probably Final Fantasy VII.
Is it?
Tekken? Crash Bandicoot 1 is up there. Tekken is up there. Tekken 3, which is out now,
be up there.
has shipped millions and millions of units in the first few weeks. So that's going to be one of the biggest games ever. The Tomb Raider franchise, Tomb Raider 1 and 2, those have all done over 1 million. Game Day, that's done over 1 million.
Really? Wow.
We have a cornucopia of hits.
Cornucopia. A goat's horn depicted as overflowing with fruits, flowers, and corn, signifying prosperity.
The rebellion is upon us. Help us, Victor Lucas. You're our only hope.
I'm a Tom Byron in a galaxy far, far away, and we're here to talk about Star Wars Rebellion. I'm sure that people are going to be rushing out to pick this thing up because it's got the Star Wars license on it. Is there anything that you could say to sort of let them know, give them a heads up on what they should expect?
Well, they should expect a game of a very deep immersive strategy.
Can I assist you?
Do you think that there was some misconception about what kind of a game this was ultimately going to turn out to be?
We were worried about that at first. There was some talk about it. Is it like a Command and Conquer, or is it like more like Master of Orion? That confusion, that early confusion has kind of gone away.
What are some of the things that people can look forward to as they get into this game and give it some time?
You have 200 planets. You have to explore and take over those planets. You have to find characters and use them. And this can go on for a long time.
Right.
Particularly when you're trying to manage the resources of each one of those planets as well.
A quick tip for the new gamer is when you start the game, start it on easy, and then pick the one planet victory. If you're on the Empire side, you have to find and capture Luke Skywalker. You have to capture Mon Mothma, who's the leader of the Rebel Alliance. And you have to capture the Rebel base. And if you're on the Rebel side, you have the same sort of conditions to meet. If you actually win the game, you'll see these very great cutscenes. You know, I always say this is not a game about cutscenes because it's all about the game, but you know, one thing about the cutscenes is that they're certainly LucasArts quality.
So when you first start the game, you've already made your choice as to whether or not you're going to be playing the Rebel Alliance or the Galactic Empire.
Right.
And when you get there, let's take a look. You've got a lot of windows, a lot of things that you're going to have to deal with. But first thing you see is the command center. You see your planets. So you see a lot of familiar planets like Corellia, where Han Solo's from, Kessel. You've heard about the Kessel Run.
Yeah.
Tatooine, the native planet of Luke Skywalker. So a lot of familiarity, a lot of other planets that you haven't seen, like Gorman.
It's almost encyclopedic how much information is stored within this game. Where did you guys get all of that stuff?
There's a lot of source books. The Art of Star Wars, there's actually books devoted to the characters of Star Wars, to the planets of Star Wars, to the ships and crafts of Star Wars.
Who makes sure that's all correct? Who makes sure that you guys don't screw up and put a planet in the wrong system or the wrong character in the wrong place?
That's absolutely done all through
Lucasfilm licensing.
Okay.
Lucasfilm, they have people on staff that are absolute experts. They're keepers of the Bible, as it were.
Thanks very much for your time, Ty.
Thanks for having me.
It's great. Are we there yet?
Any minute now. Prepare for hyperspace.
Hello!
And when you obtain all 7 Chaos Emeralds as Tails, he becomes Super Tails. He is invincible and gets 4 Super Flickies.
4 Super Flickies following him that absolutely dominate bosses.
Yes, Dr. Robotnik will not know what it is.
This is gonna be a minute, but hey, really quick, thank you for supporting the Electric Playground Classic. Please tell a friend. Past and Present Games is proud to support Victor and EP Classic as we celebrate video game history every Saturday morning. Where were we? See you next week. Play forever.
Favorite Sonic level? It's probably impossible to choose, so many classics. I like the sound of tails flying. Shua, 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 shua.
Where is the best place to bring portable video games?
I don't know, the beach maybe? School, definitely school. English class.
The best place to bring them, in the swimming pool.
There's lots of time for slacking at work, so.
Anywhere, really, anywhere. Libraries, political meetings, everywhere.
The biggest selling video game system ever of all time is the Game Boy.
Hi, we're here at Nintendo of America. We're going to talk about the Game Boy, which has lasted forever. This thing has been around for almost 10 years. Why has it been so successful?
The Game Boy is so portable.
What are some of the early games in its history that were real trendsetters that really sort of put the Game Boy on the map?
Tetris.
Yeah.
Tetris is the huge one. I still play Tetris. And I think the other really huge one for Game Boy was Zelda. And whenever you talk to somebody about Game Boy, those are the two they mention right off the top.
How do game developers make games for the Game Boy? Because obviously you don't have a lot of memory to play with. You don't have a lot of storage to play with.
One of the keys behind making a successful large Game Boy game is compression. You can use data, for example, let's say you have 2 levels of a game. You can use some of the graphics data on the first level. You can also use that same data to be modified subtly.
There's going to be a color Game Boy in the near future.
Right.
But before that, there's going to be something called the Game Boy Pocket Camera.
Yeah, I could actually show you if you want.
Yeah, let's see.
I have one in my pocket.
Pocket size.
And it looks just like a cartridge, except it's got a camera on the top. You just put it in the back here like a regular Game Boy cartridge. It's got a big eye lens on it, which rotates 180 degrees. You can make animations and create your own sound effects. There's also another device that you can get in association with the Pocket Camera called the Pocket Printer.
Oh.
So you can take pictures of your friends, or you can take pictures on your vacation.
All right.
And then hook this up with the Game Link cable and print out the pictures that you took.
Okay, well, why don't I hold onto this one, and you can show us how this thing works on the Super Game Boy.
All right.
Okay.
Great. You're gonna have to duck down
get
here
into the camera.
into the camera range, and then see a picture of yourself. You can add some comments and text, little eyebrows on you. Put a frame on here.
Scary.
You want to select print. It communicates with the printer just like it would if you had another Game Boy hooked up.
That's me. It's mini-me. Can you tell us a little bit more about the color Game Boy at all? Or?
It's all pretty hush-hush right now. The color Game Boy is it's in development. We'll know more about it when E3 rolls around.
Please make it color. Please bring me a little bit of color in this tiny little screen.
Why has it taken so long to create a color Game Boy? And why is it happening now?
10 years ago, already there were color LCD screens, but they are very expensive and also they were consuming a lot of batteries, so they were not suitable for the portable video games.
This revolutionary new screen that'll display 56 colors will be launched on November the 23rd in time for the holiday season. And the really good news is, of course, that it's backwards compatible with all 1,000 titles that have already been published for that system.
Now, at last, the so-called reflective type TFT LCD has come to the market. By utilizing these, you don't have to consume a lot of batteries, and the price has significantly gone down. And so, after all, it took 10 years to come up to this stage.
You're going to see us all on the show floor with a T-shirt that says Game Boy Forever, and doesn't it seem like it?
Game Boy's going to continue on to have an awesome year, and it's just going to keep going forever, it looks like. Thanks a lot, Mark.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Recently, Heat.net had me over for lunch. Flesh Feast, the new game you're producing. Tell me all about it.
Flesh Feast takes all the gore, all the horror, and all the intensity of a zombie movie and throws you right in the middle of it. You play the role of 3 heroes that are trapped on this island. They're suddenly beset by zombies. They have to figure out what's going on. They have to figure out how to survive. And if they don't, then they're going to end up being basically food for the dead. So yeah, you play the role of the 3 heroes plus other humans that you can bring in. There's actually about 40 or so different characters that you can bring into your group. You can play 4 at a time.
What's the deal with the zombies?
Well, you can play as the zombies in a multiplayer mode. We call it the Eat Your Friends Deathmatch. The zombies are the threat to the humans. The zombies are hard to stop. They want to get the humans, they want to kill them, they want to eat them, and they will unless the humans find a way to stop them. You have to use strategy as well, because there's many different types of scenarios. You have a mall level, which is similar to the Dawn of the Dead movie.
I mean, there is a lot of violence in this game.
Well, it is a mature rated game, and you know, when we decided we're going to do this game, we said, let's do it right. Let's go all out. So we target the mature rated game, so we have the goriest FMVs you're going to see. We have some really cool, disgusting fighting sequences within the game. It's about gore, it's about horror, and it's got plenty of good gameplay in there too. And so really, I have no problem with it. And I think people who are looking for that type of game will be happy.
I mean, the actual ad for Flesh Feast is a pretty gory ad.
Yeah, some people say so. I think that, once again, since it's a mature rated game, we have a target audience that are looking for a horror game, and that's what they're going to get. It's totally 3D. We have multiple camera angles. You can switch around on the fly from one human to another. You can control multiple at a time, give them different directions, because a lot of times, because there's so much chaos going on, you have to send one guy over to get a key, one other character goes over and rescues a human. So you can play in whatever way works for you.
Man, I tell you what, it sounds like a great game. And this is some great grub, man. Where'd you get it?
Funny you should ask.
Huh?
You left it on again, didn't you?
There are games, and then there's Tekken 3.
PlayStation.
This is Air Guys, created by Dream Factory, designers of Toe Ball number 1 and Toe Ball number 2. You'll find it at arcades right now. Next year it'll be on PlayStation. To control Cloud or Tifa, just wait 1 month for Cloud, 2 months for Tifa. The final boss, Django, is released after 90 days of launch. He resembles Red 13 from Final Fantasy. Let's go!
Here comes the next long-awaited game from Shiny Entertainment, Wild Nines.
Who is it?
Yo, it's DP. What's going on, brother?
What the hell are you doing here?
Oh, come on. You're not still mad because of the stunt copter thing.
You bet I am.
Give me that. Look at this. I know I broke your last one, but
cool.
Huh? Brand new. Look at that.
Cool.
There. See?
So what about the other helicopter you broke?
Oh. Okay, so tell me about Wild Nines.
Wild Nines, basically, it's a game that we're doing starring this guy. This is Wex. He gets shot down while he's traveling through space with his family onto this planet, which is actually a cluster of planets. There's a guy who actually runs that whole cluster. His name is Karn, because he's just this giant face actually hanging on a ceiling looking at a galactic map as he plans to take over the world. So what he does is he just has this big gun that just shoots down anything that passes his planet. The result is lots of really cool stuff always falls on the planet, lots of new technology, lots of different creatures and animals, and that's where really the game comes from. That's where Wex comes from, and that's where they find this amazing weapon.
This is cool. This is the game design document from, what is this, Wild 6?
Yeah, that's when we were working on Wild 6. And we were really lucky because we realized when we wanted to pitch the movie for Wild 9, we just turned it up the other way and it became Wild 9, so we didn't have to make a new one.
Cool. Look at these.
Really? Oh, Jesus.
I'm sorry, man.
Every time you come here, you break something. Will you give me that back?
I didn't mean to. Anyway, the rig. Tell me about this rig. This torture weapon is just awesome.
Yeah, well, basically the idea of it is that if somebody comes in your office and breaks your helicopter, maybe that's where the inspiration for these torture weapons comes from.
Right.
The idea is with this electrical beam, I could grab all the enemies in the game, and the way you do it is you would grab them and then maybe push them into a machine that's running and it tears them up, or you can hold them underwater and drown them, or you can put them in a fire and then beat the fire out with them.
You were telling me a couple weeks ago, too, that you guys were working on some kind of like prototype.
This is actually a real prototype for the rig. We're actually going to take it to E3. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have some surprises for people. Yeah. Can you just move the helicopter for me and I'll show you?
Yeah, sure. Whoa.
Cool, hi. There we go. This basically, you can see Bang gets up there on his shoulder. You see the rig. So I've got it all wired up. C-O-M-M-Y.
What?
Promise never to come back to Shiny. Promise. Don't come and see me at E3. That'll show you. Bye, Tommy. Bye.
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 Move of the Week. This week we've got King's Incredible Chain Throw. Get ready for the arm breaker. And then it's the Chicken Face Wing Lock. And now it's the Rolling Death Cradle. Yo! All right, ready? It's real tough now. You got to pay attention. All right, it's forward, down, down, forward, plus left punch, plus right kick. Then it's right punch, then left punch plus right punch plus left kick. And then it's left punch plus left kick plus left kick plus right kick, right punch plus right kick, left punch plus right punch, and then left punch plus right punch plus left kick. That's not too difficult, is it, kids? You can all do that, can't you? Give us a smile.
Today on the Simpatico Question of the Week, John Davis from Burnaby, British Columbia asks, how do Sony's new DualShock analog controllers work?
Yeah, what we did to this was we made the thumbsticks more ergonomic so that you've got a more sensitive control over the analog functionality of the controller. We made the shoulder buttons bigger and smoother so that they're more comfortable. But the coolest thing that we added, which unfortunately you can't really experience on TV, is two vibration mechanisms, one on each side here, at two different frequencies, one at low frequency, one at high frequency. And the software engineers, when they write their game, can add some very cool software in there which makes them vibrate at different frequencies. You can modulate between them and get a really cool feedback experience from the controller. Adds so much to the game.
To send us your questions, stop by our website at www.electplay.com.
More now on the escalating police chase that began as a joyrider's need for speed. Every available officer has been called in to stop the Lamborghini Diablo, and it looks like the sheer number of officers out here is about to end this chase. Wait, the joyrider is going over the roadblock. Whoa. This is unbelievable.
Stick 'em up.
Yes, it's going to be a long night for law enforcement. Need for Speed 3. Hot pursuit.
Lee here with a few reasons why you should be shopping at P&P Games. The selection, everything from retro favorites to contemporary hits. The shipping, free on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA, and we also ship overseas. The stickers, when you spend $65 or more, you get a limited edition sticker based on our silly nonsense. Locals can check out our retail stores in Winnipeg, but for everyone else, we're at pnpgamesonline.com. Support us as we support the Electric Playground Classic. Now that's a good sticker.
Lock it down!
Robbitron 64.
Oh, Robbitron 64, man, it rocks! I'm a huge Robbitron fan. That was like my #1 game until Mario 64 came out. This game is killer. It's 3D, you're going all around, it's just action, action, action. Everything, you're just blowing things up for hours on end, man. It's totally killer.
Hey, if you liked Robbitron, the original game, it's great, it's new and everything, but you know, I wouldn't say it's the greatest game for the N64. Come on. What was weird was the backgrounds were just this furry light cloud thing happening on every level, you know? I mean, there wasn't a lot of variety. Come on.
It's not a graphics showcase, man. It's all about speed and gameplay and blastathon action, man. It's a throwback to the old days. I love those old days.
Okay, old days.
Robbitron was one of my favorite games.
What do you give it?
I give it 8.5 out of 10.
8.5?
Yeah.
I'm in at about 7.
What about Gex 2?
Gex 2, here's a game I liked for the PlayStation. I mean, I thought the graphics were great, the control was good. I like the way you can control the camera angles. I like the whole skinning and texturing on Gex there. The voices are hilarious. Dana Gould's funny. Yeah, Dana Gould, him too.
Hey, I feel like I'm trapped in Boy George.
I liked it better than Mario on the 64.
Oh my God, this guy has no taste, and he's like anti-Mario. It's ridiculous.
I'm not anti-Mario, I just thought it was a better game than Mario, that's all.
Man, okay, this game is good, but it's just a Mario ripoff. There's no way to deny it, okay?
Every driving game you've ever played is a ripoff of Night Driver, so what?
Gex 2 uses almost the exact same schematic. It's the same hub system. You walk into rooms, and you've got all these different channels to go through. You go back into areas just to pick up similar kinds of things, just like you did with Mario. It's a cool game for the PlayStation. It competes with Mario, which is great.
Graphics are better, sound is better,
graphics are not better. Textures are much cooler on the Mario game. There's too much shaking around with the textures in Gex 2, and you can see that there's this seaming. I'm looking forward to Gex 2 on the N64. I think it's going to kill the PlayStation version.
Nah, I doubt it.
I think it's going to be much better. But the Dana Gould stuff is excellent. The skinning on the model is terrific. You're absolutely correct about that. It is a solid game. It just is not Mario. It does not beat Mario 64. I'd give it an 8 out of 10 for the PlayStation.
I give it about a 9, man.
9 out of 10.
Yeah, 9 out of 10.
All right. Reboot for the PlayStation.
Yeah.
This is another one of those 3D games that's just starting to filter out of everywhere now these days, man.
What do you think of the graphics? I mean,
graphics
really
are good. The
bright.
graphics are good. It's definitely aliased, so you can see the jagged edges around all the characters and stuff. But
it's a little hard to control. I like the whole hovercraft thing.
The hovercraft thing is very cool. Very cool.
Flying around and
With
stuff.
the analog controller, it totally controls awesome. It's great.
But the problem is that the whole reboot license, if you want my honest opinion, it's goofy. It's corny. You
it's
got
dated,
green
man.
kids.
It's
you got
dated.
Bit and dot matrix.
The levels are diverse. They're 3D. You can fly anywhere. But it's still unsatisfying.
What do you give
I give it a 6.5 out of 10.
6.5?
Yeah.
You know what? I give it a 6.5 too.
StarCraft for the PC.
Okay,
man.
StarCraft. Let me tell you something about StarCraft. Okay, the sound is so awesome. I mean, you know, I'm an audio guy. I know these things. Voices and everything are freaking cool.
Yeah.
The graphics, I was expecting the next Warcraft to be like, you know, a big
after Total
improvement.
Annihilation, right? After Total Annihilation.
I thought it was going to be more
everything was
3D
gonna be
and everything, but it
3D
wasn't. It was a
polygonal
lot. It was just more of the same, but the graphics are a lot better than Warcraft.
Much better. You have these cool little characters. I love the alien races and the diversity within the languages
cool.
and stuff.
You get 3 different races.
And there's a really cool storyline behind the mission mode.
Was it a little disappointing? Did
No.
you think it was going to be a lot more though?
See, I wasn't a huge Warcraft player, so for me, this was my first experience with this thing and really immersing myself in the Blizzard real-time strategy world. I loved it, man. I thought it was awesome. It's one of the coolest PC games I've played.
Yeah, me too. I thought there was going to be a lot more 3D stuff, but you know, oh well, maybe next time.
Yeah.
You know, I love StarCraft. I give it a 9.3.
I give it a 9 out of 10. It's a killer game. Check it out. I'm sure a lot of people.
Multiplayer.
Yeah, multiplayer. Get on Battle.net. Get on E.
Okay.
It's out there, man. It's a great game. 9 out of 10.
We got to go. We're over here,
let's
man.
go,
I
let's
got
go.
the boat's over here.
Where's the boat, man? You said there was a boat.
Okay,
Where's
there's no boat.
No boat.
No boat. Don't worry about it. Hold your breath.
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo of Canada, makers of 1080 Snowboarding. Heat.net, makers of NetFighter. Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3. Namco, makers of Tekken 3.
This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support The Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of The Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
Tell us about the show this week. Hey, we got a great show this week. For you snowboarding freaks, we got Snowboarding Nintendo. We're going to be visiting with Nolan Bushnell, you know that dude that did Pong? And also, Namco's going to show us how the light gun works.
Here comes yet another new game from 3DO. It's called Requiem, and I highly recommend it. Okay, talk to me about the story behind Requiem.
I don't know if you're familiar with Milton's Paradise Lost, but there was this war in heaven that they said where a third of the angels fell, led by Satan. So in this game, Requiem, you play the role of a loyal angel who does battles with Satan and his legions of demons and minions.
Cool, very cool. So what are some of the things that the lead character can do in this?
You play an angel, a loyal angel whose name is Malachi, and it's really one of those kind of badass Old Testament angels who has the real wrath of God type of stuff. Send locust swarms at people, lightning bolts, make their blood boil. Blood boil is especially cool. All their body parts fly around, and then you can actually reanimate them, and they all swirl together, and they'll fight on your side. A big part in Requiem is meeting other characters within the world and talking to them and learning about this story as it unfolds.
And I'm looking at the graphics here. I mean, it's amazing. It's so much more than what you're normally used to seeing, you know?
We call it emotive animation technology. It's a hybrid model of animation using rigid body and soft body. So basically we have 35 unique characters, and they'll react to you different depending on which character you're possessing at the time, if you're within another creature's body, if your weapon is drawn or not. You can sometimes choose brains over brawn. So what you have to do is interact with the other characters in the world, use your angelic powers at appropriate moments, and kind of this great story unfolds of this battle between angels and demons, heaven versus hell.
So do you go in different like areas, or is it all pretty much concrete? And what do we got? Do you go to the beach? What do you have?
This is a war-torn city right now. You actually see we're entering into a bar. In Requiem, you have like a bar, a subway, hotels, churches, this futuristic war-torn city that we've seen, torture chambers, sewers.
Now, can you interact with these characters here?
Yeah, check this out. He's going to have a little conversation with them right now.
Wow.
He's saying, Bar Requiem, it's an awesome game.
So if you were to summarize this game, what would you say?
It's really heaven and hell collide. There's a great quote from Milton's Paradise Lost that said, it's better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. It's a great book. You should read it.
If it rained in hell, though, wouldn't the fires go out?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being performing here all week.
Who invented Pong?
Some little short dude.
Yeah, I knew that.
Go, see?
Which one's that? You remember the one with the 2 sticks? And it was like tennis, and then you'd flick the switch and another stick would come up and it'd be hockey?
Nolan Bushnell is considered by many to be the grandfather of video games. As a matter of fact, he's responsible for the very first video game, Computer Space. Another game he did after this, Pong. He also started a company called Atari and a pizza place called Chuck E. Cheese. We had a chance to talk to him to see what it's all about.
Well, we have, as you can see, a lot of dogs.
Yeah, now what are the names?
Oh, that's Bandit, and that's Maggie and Pug.
You mean that's not Ping and Pong?
We used to work late nights at the computer center. We'd play games on the big computers.
Things haven't changed much then, I guess, huh?
Exactly, but in those days, the computers we were playing on cost, $9 million.
Right,
so
right.
you'd say, gee, $9 million, 25 cents a play. Math doesn't work. I knew that the games we were playing on the big computers, if I could make them commercial, would be a big success. Rather than to say I invented the video game, I really commercialized the video game.
Okay.
I made it possible. Yeah.
And then the first game that you would put out commercially?
It was Computer Space, which was very much more complex than Pong. All my friends liked it, but all my friends were engineers. That product
that was
almost
the first
had
one.
Too much innovation in it.
Right, it was ahead of its time.
No, really, I mean, the fiberglass case, all that sort of stuff. And so, in some ways, the second one, I dumbed it way down. Anybody with one hand could play it and hold a beer in the other.
And then, of course, Atari.
Atari was really the first, what I'd call cyber sports game mecca. I mean, we just annihilated everybody who was our competition.
Who came up with the name Atari and why?
I came up with the name of Atari because it was a word that was used in the game that I like to play, which was Go, which is actually an Oriental game. And when you attack another group of stones, it's a black and white stones on a matrix, you say Atari. And it's sort of like, and it's a polite warning to your opponent that he's about to get whacked.
And do you know anything about the rumors that there are ET cartridges buried somewhere in the desert?
Absolutely true.
Are you serious?
See, I can poke fun at it because this was after I left. And
right.
Okay, now think of this decision.
Okay.
As a corporate maven, you build more cartridges than you have installed base.
Installed base,
Yeah.
right? How many 2600s were there back then when this fiasco happened?
I think that there was like 8 million.
8 million, and then how many ET cartridges did they make?
I think they did 10.
Why did they bury them in the desert?
I think that you always want to hide your sins.
Yes. Thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule. You're a true master in the industry, and if it wasn't for you, none of us would be here, and there would be no Lara Croft and things of the sort. So it's all up to you.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Excellent.
The best stuff is yet to come.
Very cool.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Alan Bellardinelli from Nintendo of America. We'll be right back to talk about 1080 snowboarding.
I'm ordering a pizza. Not now, not now! Are you using the phone? I'm using the internet! Oh, sorry, I was just gonna order a bite in. Wanna play some Two Crude Dudes I just picked up from PNP Games? It's gonna be one crude dude saving the city. Now put the phone down! Listen, I've got Rhonda on Instant Messenger. I can't blow it this time. I can't! You should have said so, man. The grub can wait. Go get her, crude dude. Thanks, crude dude.
Yeah! Shifty! Wow! Tweet! Whoa! Shifty!
Hey, Victor Lucas for Electric Playground. We're here at Big Bear Mountain in California to talk about 1080 snowboarding from Nintendo.
1080 snowboarding is the most realistic console snowboarding game ever made. Like in
can win the GS, but 1080 kills me.
It's got real-time physics on all the board surfaces, so it depends on the board you ride, the weight of your rider, the skill level of your rider.
Extension. 180.
If you're landing and you're in powder snow and you go down in it,
Right.
if you're hitting the edges and putting your hand out, you see the marks you leave behind with your hand. Even on the ice, I mean, you can just hear it. It just sounds like you're right on the ice and the board's just scratching right on it, going right across. It's just amazing.
I'm Zoe Flower. I'm here with the Electric Playground. We're at Whistler for the Snowboard Canada Jam Tour.
So have you seen Nintendo's new 1080 snowboarding?
Oh, it's crazy. You do all these crazy tricks.
Yeah? Anything that you can do in real life?
Yeah, because if you're getting really good at the game, maybe you can take it to the hill, right?
Hi, I'm here with Rich McMahon from Niagara Falls, winner of today's Nintendo 1080 Challenge.
He does it. All right.
How does it feel to be a champion?
Great. Awesome.
Not bad for a day's work here.
Having taught snowboarding for a couple years, I really love the way the people look, the way they've got a nice balanced riding position, just like we were teaching you today.
The light shading that was done in the game with either at nighttime with the moon, during the early morning, I mean, it's really trick.
Yeah.
They did a great job. I mean, you get the spray of the snow right in your face.
What do you think about the new 1080 snowboarding from Nintendo?
Oh, that's super fun.
Yeah.
Really good, really responsive.
How do you think it compares to real life snowboarding?
It's pretty accurate.
Do you like the powder feeling?
Yeah, the powder feeling is fun.
Yeah. All the jumps?
Yeah, jumps are fun too.
Yeah, this is my simulator for the U.S. Open. That's the plan.
Did you get actual pro snowboarders in on the development of the game?
Our chief programmer, Giles Goddard, is a snowboarder himself.
Okay.
So this guy, when he came to make a snowboarding game, came to make a snowboarding game.
What are some of the different modes of gameplay in this thing?
You can do a head-to-head competition where you can damage yourself out of the race, but the fastest time wins. You can do a trick attack, which is on the regular courses, as many tricks as you can get in the allotted time. And then you can do a stunt mode in the half pipe, of course. You can do a slalom race for time through gates, just like the GSers did in the Olympics.
Yep.
And then you can just free ride.
Tell me a little bit of what snowboarding means to you, because you've been involved with it for a few years.
Did I mention there are some very beautiful girls who snowboard?
No, mention that again.
Very beautiful girls out snowboarding.
1080.
If you liked Battlezone before, wait till you see how easy it is on the eyes now.
How important was having the Battlezone license attached to the game for you guys?
Essential. It gave the project a ton of direction.
Yeah.
It's, you're going to be in a tank. You're going to be, driving around, shooting things, that type of stuff. It also gave us a sense that this has to push gaming to a new level. The original Battlezone paved the way for 3D games today.
There's been a lot of hype about the radar system in the new Battlezone.
Right.
What do you think is the coolest part about this new game?
That's a tough question. There's so many things that, like, through the course of development, where we'd have a problem, and when we solved it, it was like the coolest thing that we'd come up with. And we had this one programmer who was on a totally different schedule than us. He'd gone completely nocturnal. And we'd come in the morning, and there would be a message from the code elf, and there would be all these new cool features. What we wanted to do was have the cool, over-the-top weapons, vehicles that were just outrageous. I mean, we didn't want this to be realistic simulation-type stuff. We wanted it to be outrageous and fun. We actually started by building the gameplay. That was really important to us, was that we get the gameplay mechanics exactly right. It's just terrifying. You never know when your enemy's going to pop out and start to attack your base. We haven't heard from any of the original designers of Battlezone, but we had, we demoed the game for a Battlezone world champion, and he gave us his seal of approval.
One thing that I really like about this game is the ability to jump out of the vehicles and cruise around the world in first-person perspective.
That was one of the fundamental design assumptions, that you were a person on the battlefield. And out of that followed that you had a body, that you could get into any vehicle that you wanted to, and that they would all be different, and you could kind of do different things in the vehicle.
Tell me what makes the online gaming for Battlezone special, and what's your relationship with Heat.net?
They helped us develop part of the multiplayer server. They do an excellent job of kind of establishing a community and getting people into the game. I don't think there's any other game out there that's at all like Battlezone. It's a completely unique multiplayer experience.
It's great to meet you, Andrew.
Great meeting you.
Hi, I'm Nolan Bushnell, created Atari and Pong, and I'm watching Electric Playground, and I hope you are too.
More now on the escalating police chase that began as a joyrider's need for speed. Every available officer has been called in to stop the Lamborghini Diablo, and it looks like the sheer number of officers out here is about to end this chase. Wait, the joyrider is going over the roadblock. This is unbelievable.
Stick 'em up.
Yes, it's going to be a long night for law enforcement. Need for Speed 3. Hot Pursuit.
Tell me, how does a light gun work?
It sends infrared signal.
It sends like a light beam out, reflects off the TV, comes back and feeds back through the gun thingy.
I think when you pull the trigger.
Can you tell me how a light gun is made?
Is that right?
So I'm here at Namco and I found this light gun, and I'm thinking to myself, how do these things actually work? I'm sure there's somebody here who can tell me how. I have no idea how one of these things works. I mean, I plug it in, shoot. Help me out here.
A lot of people don't understand how they really work, but they don't actually put out any light. They just detect light. So they actually see the light on the television.
So there's no beam of light that comes out or anything?
That's right. They don't have a laser in them. They don't shoot anything. They're actually what we call a passive device.
How does it know?
At the back of the picture tube is a gizmo called an electron gun. And it shoots out a beam of electrons that hit the front of the TV screen. And that colored light ultimately forms the picture that you see on a TV. And it does it very, very fast. So fast that we can't see it happening.
So there's actually a little thin line, a little dot that is moving.
The whole screen gets filled with light and goes completely dark 60 times a second.
How does this tie into the gun?
Let's look at the gun.
Let's. Don't try this at home, by the way.
Yes, this will void the warranty. Light comes in from the TV and enters the front of the GunCon here. Inside the GunCon, there's a little plastic lens. The light gets focused through that lens onto this thing. This is a light detector. The light detector converts the light into an electrical signal that this electronic circuit board sends down the cable back into the PlayStation. When somebody pulls the trigger on the GunCon, they're really just flipping a switch inside the GunCon that tells the PlayStation they're pulling the trigger. And as you can see, the PlayStation can tell exactly where the gun is tracking.
Now why does the Namco version of the light gun, the GunCon, why does it have a special thing that connects to the back of the PlayStation? What's that all about?
This cable lets the video signal from the PlayStation go into the GunCon, and it uses that extra information to get super accurate positioning of where the gun is aimed at the TV.
Cool, well, thanks for telling me how a light gun works.
You're welcome, Tommy.
Hey, there's Craig. Craig, can you tell me how a whack-a-mole works?
Sure.
Cool.
While we wait to play Metal Gear Solid by Konami, we can give a run to Racing Jam. It's their answer to Model 3 and Super GT. It's got some of the best tracks and visuals you'll ever find, including this concave screen. It has real cars, the 240SX, the Impreza, all you'll ever need. Just get going and race.
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 move of the week. This week it's Eddie's incredible rodeo spin. Are you ready for this? It's a half turn from the back position and then left punch plus right punch. Get along, little doggy.
Today on the Simpatico Question of the Week, Tim Thompson from Ottawa, Ontario asks, what is Jane's and what does it have to do with video games?
When we were developing a product called Longbow and also another product called ATF, we were looking for a way of bringing those together and marketing those things and connecting with Jane's Information Group, which provides, it's the world's largest provider of reference material for the military. Their stuff is available to and sold to governments and all as the absolute reference. It seemed like a natural way to bring all three together, to use the Jane's name and what we saw ourselves as, which was the absolute best military simulations. You know, it's been the sky's the limit since.
To send us your questions, stop by our website at www.electplay.com.
And when you obtain all 7 Chaos Emeralds as Tails, he becomes Super Tails. He is invincible and gets 4 Super Flickies.
4 Super Flickies following him that absolutely dominate bosses. Yeah,
Yes, Dr. Robotnik will not know what it is.
This is gonna be a minute, but hey, really quick, thank you for supporting the Electric Playground Classic. Please tell a friend. Past and Present Games is proud to support Victor and EP Classic as we celebrate video game history every Saturday morning. Where were we? See you next week. Play forever.
Favorite Sonic level? It's probably impossible to choose, so many classics. I like the sound of tails flying. Shua, 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 shua.
Lock it down!
Oh, man.
What are we going to do now?
How about Cool Borders 2 for the Sony PlayStation?
I like the graphics in this game, but the problem is that the terrain was like tearing. All the holes and the seams, it looked like a big quilt.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see where each texture map has been applied through the game.
No.
Why didn't they use the analog controller? The PlayStation analog controller is terrific. Why don't people use that?
Snowboarding game,
yeah, it would be awesome.
The voice in this game, though, is absolutely awful.
Ready? Go!
Totally annoying. Turn that guy off right away.
How come every snowboarding game there has to be like some surfer guy? Hey, way to go, dude!
Gnarly guy.
I liked how you could like pick the character's clothes. That was kind of neat.
Yeah. RuPaul likes that feature too, man. What'd you think about the game?
It was better than Cool Borders 1.
Better stunts. There's more tracks.
Yeah. I give it a 5.5.
If you like the first Cool Borders, you'll really like this one. I'd give it a 6.5. I think it's a pretty good snowboarding game. What about steep slope sliders for the Sega Saturn there, Simple Simon?
This game is just, the graphics are completely awful.
Yeah.
But out of all the snowboarding games, it's the easiest one to get into.
Yeah, I like the funky characters in the game. It's only a one-player game, that's a problem with it, but there's some cool secrets, like you can play an alien and you can go into these like stunt modes and you're going over traffic and all kinds of snowed-in objects and stuff.
Once you finish a race, you have to go back to the front loading screen again. It doesn't even take you to a menu or anything.
Yeah,
you
have to get better times and new tracks are revealed and new racers are revealed. I actually enjoyed playing this game more than I enjoyed playing Cool Borders 2, even though there's more stunts and stuff in the other game.
The presentation was so poor. I mean, to me, that really affects a game like this.
Even still, it's an enjoyable game, and it's there aren't many to choose from on the Saturn.
5.
5 out of 10. I'd give it the same as Cool Borders 2. I give it a 6.5 out of 10.
1080.
Now there's a snowboarding game.
Now this is the best snowboarding game.
They got this one right.
Done.
Yeah. And this is a beautiful looking game. The all of the lens flare and the sun in the distance, the fogging, the flurries of snow coming right at your face, the different borders, the animations, the motion captured moves, the stunts, the
Tommy Hilfiger.
The Tommy Hilfiger clothes. Watch this. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? No, man, don't.
Isn't that cool?
You're crazy. We're gonna fall from here, man.
Don't worry about it. The courses
I love the half
amazing.
pipe, man. The half
you like
pipe.
the half
oh,
pipe?
It's so cool. Just you could play that half pipe for hours.
The most amazing thing about 1080 is that it actually feels like you're on different surfaces.
And
you're
the
on
rumble
different
pack?
surfaces.
Yeah.
I mean, you're on soft snow or hard snow or ice
They
or
got that
ground.
perfectly.
I mean, it's just amazing.
It's the same team that did Wave Race 64, so you know you're talking
was
about.
it?
Yeah, it's exactly the
I
same
didn't know
team.
that.
It's EAD out at Nintendo. But you know what? It didn't involve me like Wave Race because I knew that once I got past the 6 main courses, that was it. You get some extra players and stuff, but it's just not long enough.
Yeah, I like the track. I liked all the tracks. I thought.
Yeah, they're all cool. They're all cool, but I wish there was more. I'd give it. I give it about an 8.5 out of 10.
I give it a 9.
Wow.
A 9 out of 10.
You're giving a Nintendo 64 game more than me?
Yeah.
Holy moly, let the bells ring out.
I mean, it is what it is. For what it is, a snowboarding game. Snowboarding Kids.
Hey, that's a fun little game.
Atlas.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool game.
This is Mario Kart on snow.
Yeah, exactly.
This is exactly what it is.
So you take realism, you throw it out the window.
They shouldn't have called this Snowboarding Kids. They should have called it Big Nose Kids.
Big Nose Kids?
What's up with that?
Yeah.
Everybody's got like a honking schnoz. I don't get it.
The tracks and stuff in this game are pretty fun, aren't they? It's got a lot of cool little secret weapons. It's not snowboarding, okay? It's chasing after your buddies and throwing bombs and
It's Mario Kart.
It's Mario Kart. You know what I like is the little parachute special weapon
yeah,
that they have.
yeah.
You shoot the guy with the parachute and poof, he's up in the air for 10 minutes.
What's
it's really
he do?
cool.
Right, just like that.
There's lots of cool little weapons, and the tracks are fun. I like the fact that you got to get on one of these things in the game.
That's the best
Isn't
part,
that cool?
to get to the next, or when you do laps, you go on the ski lift and it takes you around.
All the other snowboarding games that I was playing, I was going, man, the only thing that these things are missing is getting on the chairlift. And then I play Snowboard Kids, and it's the only one that has the chairlift in it. 7.5 out of 10.
I give it a 7.
7 out of 10?
Pretty even with the snowboarding games out
Check
there.
it out. Don't be scared. It's not just for kids. It's fun. And actually, up to 4 people can play at the same time.
Well, man, how are we going to get out of here?
I don't know, man.
I tell you what, I'm going to get us out of here.
What are you doing? No, man, this is the wrong place. Wrong place.
Don't worry about it.
We're gonna fall, man.
I'm all
Oh my
over it.
God.
I'm all over it.
Whoa. Oh, you're getting stuff on my hair, man. That's bad. Hey, you're psychotic. And you're getting stuff in my hair. Hey, what are you doing, man?
I'm going to get us out of here.
No.
Don't worry.
Hey. Great to meet you, Andrew.
Nice meeting you.
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo of Canada, makers of 1080 Snowboarding. Heat.net, makers of Netfighter.
Okay.
Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3.
Buy our game. We're doing it right now.
Namco, makers of Tekken 3.
Sophistication. Buy Requiem. Come on, let's get a goal around here. Let's pump it up. Let's raise the roof a little bit.
Make sure you come back next week. We'll still be here. You gonna get us off of this thing, Tommy?
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm all over it.
Yeah, you're an electrician. Yeah.
This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
Boy, got a special for this show. We got Road Rash 3D and also StarCraft. Stay tuned, don't go away.
First trip Hawkins founded Electronic Arts. Then he started 3DO, until he lost it in a card game, to me.
Gorgeous, you ready? Thank you. Shush!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've called this meeting as new acting CEO of 3DO. Let y'all know of two things, actually. The first thing, we're getting back into hardware. And the second thing, hey you. You're fired! Please put hands together, give a warm welcome to one of the 50 most beautiful people by People magazine a couple of years ago, Trip Hawkins, ladies and gentlemen! We are here in Redwood City at 3DO with one of the true pioneers of the video game industry, Mr. Trip Hawkins. I want to get into, first of all, Trip?
Oh, sorry.
So what was the first job that you had in the industry?
I actually started working with Apple.
Okay.
We had 50 people, and we had done about $2 million in business the year before, and then 4 years later we had 4,000 employees, and we were doing $1 billion in revenue, and it was just like being on a moon rocket. Then I started Electronic Arts in 1982.
So the founder of Electronic Arts, yes?
One of the things that we pioneered was the notion, the correct notion, that the people that make video games are creative artists. It's a very emotional topic. I mean, people really get into video games and they really care about it. And how much the players care, that's the same that those of us that are making the games, we care the same way, and so we're all kind of doing this together.
All right, welcome to the meeting. Jesse, you have your job back. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah!
So how did the whole 3DO thing come about?
Started 3DO mainly because I have such a strong commitment to gaming. I care so much about gaming that I saw an opportunity and a need to move the technology forward and to bring about some changes in the industry. And of course, it turned out that Sony came along and did it all a lot better than I was doing it. So that gave me the opportunity to go back to doing what I do best, which is to make the games.
Over at Cyclone Studios, we have gotten approval from Sony for Uprising X. Woo! So that product is now officially getting ready to be released.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the exciting products you guys got coming up.
We're just now coming out with Might and Magic 6.
Right.
This will be the 8th major game to be called a Might and Magic game, and all of its predecessors have been named Game of the Year. They've all been bestsellers.
This baseball game just looks amazing.
High Heat Baseball, even though it's our first version, it's incredibly playable. You sit down and you don't feel like a monkey pressing buttons. You really learn how to like a pitcher, and you learn to hit like a hitter, and there's an incredible feeling of satisfaction when you do it the way it really works, and you know that that's just like it is in real baseball when you're watching a real game.
You're an actual game player, correct?
Well, you know, my goal as a CEO, frankly, is to number one, I'm a gamer, and so from my perspective, it's a lot simpler if we only make games that I would want to play, because then I've just got a lot of confidence that I know there's a lot of other people out there like me that like to play the kind of games that I like to play, and if I can tell that it's a lot of fun, then it's ready to go.
We're going to be on Electric Playground every week. Never heard of them!
When you're racing along on a motorcycle, how do you get somebody off another motorcycle?
Kick or punch them, I believe.
What would be the best thing to knock them off with?
My foot?
Best weapon to knock somebody off a motorcycle.
Spear, that'd be the best.
What's the best thing to knock a person off a motorcycle with?
Racing on another motorbike? Probably to kick him.
Could you demonstrate that?
You would go like that. There we go.
This is not an automatic one. An automatic one would be better. You could push the button here and it'd go straight out.
EP is here at EA, and I gotta tell you, I'm really excited because we're talking with Hunter Smith, the producer for Road Rash 3D. Hunter, how's it going?
Going pretty well, yourself?
Very good. I'm excited about this game. I tell you what, I'm a huge Road Rash fan from way back when. You gotta tell me what's new in Road Rash 3D.
It's all in 3D. 360 degrees of freedom. You can drive any direction you want, turn around, drive the opposite way anytime you want, knock somebody down, get into a little fight, turn around, run them over again, just in case you didn't get them good the first time.
Crazy. So let's cut right to the chase. Crashes.
Crashes. You can high side, low side, you can endo, you can splat against the wall, you can swim through the air, you can tumble on the ground.
That was always my favorite part of the old Genesis
good
game.
air
You
when
get
you
some
hit
air
jumps.
and you just nail the guy into the
Jump
side of the
over a
wall.
car, jump over the mount, jump over a big hill.
And I understand you guys are like licensing, not only licensing music from bands, but getting big bands to write tunes for the game.
Got Sugar Ray, the Mermen, Civ, Full in the Mountain, and Tea Party. All from Atlantic.
Okay.
They're also releasing a soundtrack based on the game.
Now, how many tracks have we got in this one?
We've got over 40 tracks in the game.
40 tracks?
So there's actually over 100 miles of interconnected roads in the game.
Really?
Yeah, any intersection you want, you can decide you just want to go cruising instead of racing and take off in another direction. Of course, you might want to watch out for the cops.
Oh, there's cops in this one too?
There's cops in this one.
You have to start on track 1, open new tracks?
Well, there's 3 different modes in the game. There's a thrash mode, which is kind of like the arcade mode. You jump in and play.
Uh-huh.
There's a big game mode where you basically earn money. in each of your races, and you buy better bikes.
Okay, cool.
And then there's time trials.
It's 4 different gangs, is that correct?
What's interesting about the game, we actually try to create a whole complete world. And in the world, there's 4 different gangs, and each have a different territory in the world. And these have their own bike type. And their bike type is kind of how they build their whole culture.
Pretty nice bike you got here, Hunter. Nice talking to you and all that stuff. But dude, I'm out of here. Don't forget to visit the Electric Playground website and check out our EA feature at www.elecplay.com.
You ready, buddy? Best of 50 death matches, slappers only. Slappers only!
Oh, I'm ready, all right.
Dude, is that the unauthorized N64 pack accessory Furious Felines Air Daddy 98? No more sweaty hands, dude! No more sweaty hands! No more sweaty hands! No more sweaty hands! No more sweaty hands! No more sweaty hands!
Oh, dude, pass this guy the wide mouth bottle.
We are here at Blizzard Entertainment, the creators and developers of some of the coolest games ever, including Warcraft 2. I'm sitting here with Bill at Blizzard, and Bill, you're really kind of a jack of all trades here, aren't you?
Yeah, they make me do everything they don't want to do, like wash cars and get pizza and stuff like this. So I've done some voiceover here. Welcome to the world of Warcraft. Alright, I'm sorry. Why do you keep touching me? Yeah, the orcs are really fun. You will do as we say, and I will command you. And they have like this very, very dark, disturbing kind of side. But then also when they're on the ship, they're like, who wants to sing? They can be real fun and goofy. So they were a lot of fun. And then it's the same thing with StarCraft. What you got for me out there, Joey Ray?
So you're working on StarCraft now?
That's right. We're all hot and heavy into that. I think it's going to be really cool because we set the standard for multiplayer play in real-time strategy games, and I think we're really going to make a big step again. Or lots of different teams switching alliances, or even cases like no allies, for example. So you can have a free-for-all without ever having to worry that somebody allied against you and you got stabbed in the back.
Oh, wow.
And then in single-player play, we have a lot more AI, too. We think that's really important. A lot of people play single-player play. We've got the real-time dynamic lighting. We've got all kinds of effects.
I understand that Dave's office is like the coolest office.
Well, he's single-handedly keeping a lot of companies alive.
Look at this. I mean, this is the full-size R2-D2.
Yeah, you should come to our Halloween party. There's going to be at least 3 Princess Leias.
I'm sure. I'm sitting here with Mike, who's one of the founding members of Blizzard. What do we have upcoming from Blizzard over the next year?
Well, we've announced Diablo 2. We've got some great plans, but I can't talk about it.
Okay. Warcraft 3, can we assume?
We all want to do it. We just want to make sure the technology is there to do it right, to make sure that it's as epic as the first two.
Are you doing any work on StarCraft?
Right now, we're working on the scenario, the kind of whole big plot line that comes across during it. And we're working on kind of polishing that up and editing it, and then I'll be doing some directing on the voiceover work on that. And then, of course, I always try to get my grubby little fingers into the storyline and the manual and all that kind of thing, to help that along. But it's been a lot of fun. I haven't been as directly involved in StarCraft as I have on some of the other projects, and it's been really neat. It's a very different experience. Because I'll load up, here's today's build of the game, and I load it up and I'm surprised, oh, this is in, oh, God, that looks amazing. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun.
IEP is in San Jose, and we're here at the 3D Effects headquarters, and I'm with Greg Ballard, who's the president and chief executive officer, and any other titles in there?
Chief bottle washer.
You guys were really one of the first innovators with this 3D acceleration technology.
Yeah, to some extent, we almost invented the notion of 3D on the PC. Up until then, if people wanted to have a 3D experience in gaming, they had to use the Sony PlayStation or Nintendo 64 or God forbid, the Saturn.
How does this make games better?
I have no clue. If I did that, I'd be an engineer making a lot more money than I do as a CEO. First day that I saw 3D on a console, and I thought I had seen, some sort of religious experience.
So what was the philosophy, Greg, with the 3D effects card?
We think of ourselves as the Nintendo or the Sony of the PC world, so that you can go out and buy a Voodoo 2 card and know with certainty that there are game titles out there that are going to run better on that than any other system in the world. The Nintendo 64 right now is about a 250,000 triangle per second machine. This is a 3 million triangle per second, more than 10 times more powerful. From the very beginning, we went to the game developers and said, work with us. As a matter of fact, I think emblematic of that is the fact that I come from that world. I mean, I used to run a company called Capcom, the home of Street Fighter and Mega Man, and more recently Resident Evil.
Is 3D Effects thinking about implementing their technology into other hardware, into arcade machines, for instance?
One of the best arcade games that I've ever seen in my life, NFL Blitz, uses the 3D Effects technology.
Awesome game.
And you're going to see a lot of other companies, including some very major companies in Japan, that are going to start using our technology in the arcades. In the year 2000, will be over 100 million PCs shipped with 3D in it. The consoles, on the other hand, at the peak of any one generation, maybe ship as many as 15 million units. So from a business perspective, the PC market's a better place to be. And one of the wonderful things about the games business right now is that the general quality of titles has gotten really exciting.
Yeah.
And if you are into games, and if you really want to enjoy the full experience, you got to have a Voodoo 2 board. The technology that's now available for the PC is so much more powerful than what they're used to on the console that they're not really going to even believe the differences. It's even bringing in people who had forgotten about how exciting games could be. I mean, I for a period of time, even though I was in the business, wasn't playing as many games because the 16-bit Genesis or the 16-bit SNES was a little hard for me to get involved with.
Sure.
But you sit down and you play NHL Hockey 98, I got to tell you, it's an exciting experience.
Right.
When you have friends over and all of a sudden you've lost control of your day.
Lines up, moved ahead by Lidstrom.
Pleasure talking with you. Thank you very much.
Enjoyed it. Thanks.
After the break, I'm with Kobe Bryant and the rest of the Lakers to talk about NBA Courtside.
Guys like me don't get much respect. I mean, I hit big, but there's no D-order commercial. I make huge plays. I'm not even in a cereal box. But man, I could care less.
Triple Play 99. You've never seen baseball like this.
Whoa.
EA Sports, it's in the game.
Last year, Kobe Bryant was a rookie in the NBA. This year, he's a rookie video game superstar in Nintendo's NBA Courtside.
Electric Playground's here at the Great Western Forum. How's it feel to be a part of the video game world?
Oh, it's great. It's great. It's a dream.
We're Nintendo America. I'm here with Henry Sturchy, who's a senior development specialist for NBA Courtside. Now, I noticed there's a bunch of rules here, man. What's the one rule that we have to remember while we're playing?
Okay.
What are your favorite games growing up? What are some of the games that you
NBA Live.
NBA Live?
That was my favorite.
So you got a game out there that's challenging NBA Live now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, you can't top this one.
Yeah.
It's so real. It has everything.
Oh, look at that little spin roll.
Oh!
How is this thing going to compare to the other hoop games that are out there?
First of all, Nintendo always has a history of not doing a game unless they can innovate. One of the key things we got in to make the game so much a better two-player game is solid defensive rotation. So if you go and you're, a human, you never know the computer doesn't know what you're going to do. So if you go and say pick up somebody else, you go and pick somebody else up.
Wasn't solid defensive rotation. Did you play any of Shaq's games or Michael Jordan's games along the way?
Growing up?
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Right on.
Big video game man.
Kobe's got his new cartridge out there. What do you think about him being the cover boy for a new Nintendo game?
I really don't play Nintendo games. That's stuff for kids. But I'll bust your ass in the video game.
Anytime. Let's go. Thanks, Shaq.
All right,
He's not so big. What makes your game more successful than the other NBA games?
Well, I think one thing is frame rate. You've got to have a good, decent frame rate. If you have any sort of lagging control, it's going to suck. Frame rate is everything.
The first thing we thought of was the analog controller. in real basketball, you never run at full speed.
I don't see other companies taking advantage of the analog control as much as they should do.
Using analog control to walk and jog and have better control of your dribble is really key.
The other thing is our animations. If you look at the other basketball games, they'll go from a standing frame to a passing frame. They have no in between. So it still looks like it's sprite based.
So you're a huge Hoops fan.
Absolutely.
Is this as I stuff him like you wouldn't believe?
How's it working with Nintendo?
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
It's great. It's beautiful, man. I play the game all the time.
So how was it hooking up with Kobe Bryant for this game?
Oh, Kobe's a great guy.
They're right near LA, so they're huge Laker fans. When I told them over the phone to confirm it, the producer there went, "We got Kobe!" And all I heard was, "Yeah!" It was crazy in the background.
So how did it work out? Did they just give you a call out of the blue, kind of, we want you to be the star of our game?
Yeah, actually, they came to me with a proposal.
Yeah.
And, I was shocked.
Kobe Bryant he's new to the league, you know, and he's not afraid to do things different. He still's got his own moves and his own style, and that's what we want for Courtside. Yeah. Courtside's kind of new to the game, but it's got its own moves and it's got its own style.
Did they give you a free copy, at least one copy?
They gave me one free copy.
Yeah.
The rest of them I had to pay for, man. No.
That's very cool.
No, they gave me a sweet deal.
Sega's House of the Dead was released earlier last year in arcades. You may have already played it. It combines the Resident Evil universe and takes it into Virtual Cop. Here's a tip for you. Give me this. Whenever you run out of bullets, instead of shooting down, quickly cover, shoot, and release. You're all set and you're reloaded. Works on other gun games as well.
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 move of the week. It's time for another incredible King Chain Throw. First we start with the slam, then the cannonball buster, and then it's the Manhattan drop. That's a victory bomb. And get ready for the giant swing. Whoa, that's gotta hurt. Whoa, all right. All right, pay attention now. It's gonna get tough. Forward, down, forward, plus left punch, plus right punch. Right punch, right punch, left punch, plus right punch. Left kick, plus right kick. Left punch, plus right punch. Left punch, plus right punch, plus right kick. Left punch, right punch, left kick plus right kick, left punch plus right punch, right punch, left kick, right kick. Whoa, you better get back to your PlayStation to start practicing.
Today on the Simpatico Question of the Week, Tommy Tallarico from Orange County, California asks,
what kind of new technologies can we expect in Road Rash 3D?
Almost every one of our competing racing games are track-based.
Right.
And almost all of them they load the game in memory. So you basically go around that loop track.
Right.
So we've got 100 miles of interconnected road. Anytime you can turn down an intersection, go a different way. What that means is that we're streaming the whole time.
Right, so you're loading in the level on the fly.
We're loading in the landscape as you go by it, but we're also streaming music at the same time.
Right.
So most of those games, if they got music, they load it all into memory,
Yes.
they play music. Well, we're streaming music, streaming the world at the same time. So nobody else that I know who have done that on the PlayStation.
Cool.
To send us your questions, stop by our website at www.electplay.com.
Lee here with a few reasons why you should be shopping at P&P Games. The selection, everything from retro favorites to contemporary hits. The shipping, free on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA, and we also ship overseas. The stickers, when you spend $65 or more, you get a limited edition sticker based on our silly nonsense. Locals can check out our retail stores in Winnipeg, but for everyone else, we're at pnpgamesonline.com. Support us as we support the Electric Playground Classic. Play forever. No, that's a good sticker.
What about NBA Action 98 for the Saturn? It'll come back.
It's pretty good.
I like the pace of this game a lot because it really resembles the actual pace of an NBA game.
The pacing is okay.
I got a big problem with the graphics, though, compared to all the other basketball games.
There's just no gloss on the courts, there's no shine.
Exactly,
What
no
I did
reflections on the court.
Yeah, but what I did like, though, was the solidity of the players. You got to deal with these big square players. They take space on the floor.
I like Chick Hearn was the announcer, and Chick is, you know...
Out of these 4 games, Chick Hearn is definitely the coolest announcer.
He had the coolest stuff to say, but again, because it's kind of on the Saturn, the quality of the voice
the sound
was a
quality
little
is abysmal.
scratchy and...
There's no way that this competes presentation-wise with any of the other games that we're talking about today, but it is a solid playing game. I'd give NBA Action 98 7.5 out of 10. What would you give it?
A 7.
NBA Live 98 for the PlayStation.
This is my favorite basketball game out of all 4 of them. The graphics, the motion capture, of course, EA with this presentation, the camera angles, everything's amazing. The best part was in the intro, they had those cute cheerleaders. I mean, that was amazing.
I have to say I was a bit disappointed.
Why?
Well, mostly because I'm a huge basketball fan.
Yeah.
And I don't think that the basketball games that we're playing these days, and this goes for all the games, are as good as the hockey games or the soccer games that are available.
Well, what? I mean, this one had it all.
I think some of the animation they really dropped the ball on. The spin moves, for example, it seems like it's almost been strobed, how it sort of stop and start stutters all the way around as you're spinning around. It doesn't look smooth at all. It's a fun game to play. You've got direct dunks, icon passing and stuff like that. It's definitely up there, but I think they've got a ways to go. I'd only give this an 8 out of 10.
Oh man, to me this is the best basketball game on any system. I give it a 9.5. What about Kobe Bryant Courtside?
Kobe Bryant Courtside. Now this one I was a little bit surprised. I was expecting to be disappointed because it's...
oh really? I was.
Were you disappointed? This game is very playable. There's no way that it competes with the presentation of Live 98. The graphics are just okay. For the N64, you could expect a lot higher caliber.
I don't know. I need to be stimulated graphically.
Right.
They were doing like the chicken dance when they're dribbling the ball. What was that all about?
You have some incredibly innovative control techniques, and that's pretty cool. That's pretty innovative. The coolest thing about it, though, is actually pressing the R button,
back up.
and you can back into the hoop. You can win the battle based on how strong your player is and how big your player is. Taking into account this is the first iteration, and they're only going to get better from here. I was very impressed. I'd give this game an 8 out of 10.
I think it's a decent game. It's got a lot of improvements. Another 7.
NBA Shootout 98 for PlayStation from Sony.
The colors and the graphics seem very bright and colorful to me. It doesn't look as good as Live 98.
No, I disagree there. I think this one is the best looking out of all the basketball games. The shine on the courts is incredible. The players look really cool. This game is way too fast, though. It's
no
ludicrously
kidding, huh?
fast. The NBA has not played this fast.
But if you're into fast action type of moving basketball games, you want that fast-paced action, this is the game to get out of all of them.
Yeah, but you also have these incredibly slow jump shots. When you pull up for your jump shot, you have to go through the whole motion captured animation of the player doing the jump shot, and by the time you do that, which is about a year, the other guy comes up and slaps it at you. It's incredibly easy to stuff another player, and it's really difficult to get a jump shot.
I thought out of all 4 of the games, this one was probably the hardest. The difficult level was, I think, the hardest, which is good. So if you're in a hard, fast games, this is the one to get.
It's not balanced because it's not because the game's AI is tough. The camera angles suck. There's just too much activity. You're looking at a screen, it's just a jumble of players like this, and you're trying to decipher who's got the ball. It doesn't matter what camera you go to. It's really disappointing.
So what do you give it?
I give it a 6 out of 10.
I think Live 98 is way above the other 3.
You're crazy.
I give this one a 7.5.
So all right, dude. Time to show me if you got any skills.
I'm going to get vertical on you, chump.
All right, let's go.
I mean, I'm not very vertical to begin with, but you're going down. Hey, make sure you come back next week for the Electric Playground.
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo of Canada, makers of 1080 Snowboarding. Heat.net, makers of Netfighter. Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3. Namco, makers of Tekken 3.
This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by PNP Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by PNP Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
How's this for action-packed fun? This week we're going to be visiting with my good friend David Perry. We'll take a look at Ken Griffey Jr. baseball and Army Men. Over hill, over dale, we will hit the dusty trail as the caissons go rolling along.
How's it going, Jose?
Hi, Victor.
Tell me a little bit about this game. It looks incredible.
Yeah, what you're seeing here is Monster Truck Madness 2. We took what made the first version very successful, which was great fun, a lot of attitude, and the real monster trucks, and added a lot of things to make this the most fun racing game ever. We have 11 new trucks. We have 11 brand new tracks. You can also even like fight with the trucks. There's something called here Summit Rumble, in which the trucks go to the top of a hill, and you can get your truck there. You see the other truck, you start banging the other truck, and whoever stays there the longest wins.
It's sort of like a demolition derby with these huge rigs.
It's a big fight.
Multiplayer?
It supports multiplayer over a modem, a LAN, or the internet. You know, when you're playing multiplayer and you're really upset at your opponent, you don't want to type some insult. You want to scream the insult. Like you press your space bar, you yell into the microphone of your computer.
You need training wheels on that thing?
And the other person will hear you through his or her computer at the other side, wherever that person is playing.
But how about shortcuts and different routes in the game?
Well, there are plenty of shortcuts, and to just let you know something, if you don't take the shortcuts, you won't be able to win. Right. So part of the challenge is finding where the shortcuts are and what's the best way to get to the... If you are like a really good driver and you know you already mastered a lot of the tracks, you can switch to driving on the snow and the traction coefficient will change. During night driving, one of the really smart things that people can do is mess up the headlights of the other trucks, because if your headlights get hit, they will get out of whack. So basically you won't be able to see where you're going at night.
Cool. Was the headlight thing a part of the first game as well?
No, the headlights is brand new, and like that also takes advantage of some of the latest 3D graphics technology, like alpha blending and things like that, because you see the headlight, you see the stream of light, but at the same time you can see behind that, so it's a transparent effect. Another really cool technology which I think is perfect for this game, it's force feedback support. So if you're using one of the force feedback joysticks, exactly, you can feel the ground. If you hit a rock, you can feel a rock, because the game is so aggressive. If somebody hits your truck, you'll be able to feel the jolt. Cool. We appeal to people that had already other PC racing games, and if you have other great racing games and you want to get sort of a quick fix and you want to just jump on the internet, race against somebody, exchange a few insults pretty fast, this is the game to do it.
Great. Thank you very much, Jose.
Thank you very much.
Looks like you got a winner here, man.
Thanks.
I'm here with Morale, who's the producer of Vigilante 8.
Right.
Cool. Let me ask you this. Why is it called Vigilante 8?
For a couple reasons. One of the gangs in the game is vigilantes.
Okay.
So that's the good guys.
Okay.
And also there are 8 characters you start out with in the game, like V8. You know, kind of like V8 muscle cars.
V8?
The game's about 1970s and the muscle cars. Stuff
okay.
Like that. It looks beautiful. It's got a lot of light sources and all objects in the world are 3D.
So it's all 3D.
It's all 3D. A couple of the gameplay elements we've added is that we've allowed the individual to destroy every single object in the world. So I can blow up bridges, I can blow up trees, I can blow up cacti, everything. And in addition, you can use the buildings and objects in the world to your advantage. So I can topple a wall stack, for example, on you. And when it hits you, it'll cause damage to the enemy.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and so then also we have power-ups hidden inside of buildings, things like that.
Okay.
But the one thing we're very proud of is the physics in the game. It's very realistic. You can do power slides, you know, the terrain. We have different coefficients of friction for like snow, for example. You spin around a lot more.
All right, well, thanks for sharing with us.
Thank
Looks
you very
like it's
much
going to be an awesome game.
Right, I think we hope it will be, actually.
Well, let's go for a ride.
Okay.
I am here in Activision's Santa Monica headquarters with David Pass from the Pitfall 3D team. Let's talk a little bit about the history of Pitfall. What was after the initial Pitfall? There was like another one that came out after that.
Yeah, there was Pitfall 2, which was the Lost Caverns. And then we came out with the Mine Adventure.
Tell me the whole like kind of backstory for Pitfall.
Well, what we wanted to do was take Harry off of Earth. At the very beginning, you see him on Earth, but he quickly goes through a dimensional rift, and he goes into another world. His objective there is to save this world, which is becoming extinct by the evil Temptress. And so you want to defeat her while saving this other civilization. And then their next target is Earth. So you're not only saving this world, but you're also saving the fate of Earth.
Is the original Pitfall game in this one?
I'll give an exclusive to your viewers right now.
Okay.
In a tribute to David Crane, the man who made the original. It's Crane's baby to get to the Atari 2600. People still don't realize how difficult it is to make a 3D game. You know, people kind of take it for granted now that all games are 3D, but not all of them are truly 3D and wide open like Pitfall is. Everything that we did that was hard had to do with 3D.
Let me ask you about that blue stuff and some of the other stuff in the game.
This magical property called Lucence, which happens to be blue.
Blue stuff.
Blue stuff.
Right.
And that allows you to float. So it's kind of like being on ice, but you're floating. So we start you off slowly on it to get used to it, and then we use it as a pretty tough mechanic where you have to change direction. And we even use it in one of our boss rooms, which is pretty incredible.
What's your favorite game ever of all time?
I would say that would have to be in television baseball.
Oh, you're out. Tell me about it. That was a great game. We got to play some of that stuff. That's
I have it set up in my office.
No way. We're going at it. Third. I'm going to third. Going to third. Coming off with your shortstop there, huh? Comes Ken Griffey Baseball for the N64.
More now on the escalating police chase that began as a joyrider's need for speed. Every available officer has been called in to stop the Lamborghini Diablo, and it looks like the sheer number of officers out here is about to end this chase. Wait, the joyrider is going over the roadblock. Whoa. This is unbelievable.
Stick 'em up.
Yes, it's going to be a long night for law enforcement. Need for Speed 3. Hot pursuit.
Lee from P&P Games here with my latest purchase, a brand new Sega Saturn control pad. Buddy destroyed one in a heated Guardian Hero session last weekend. A small price to pay for a night of video games with friends. I don't know if you've been paying attention to this internet thing or not, but our days of playing multiplayer games in the same room as one another might be numbered, if only out of convenience. At Past and Present Games, it's our mission to keep the experience of video gaming tangible, as long as possible. Visit our retail locations in Winnipeg or browse our entire inventory online at pnpgamesonline.com. You'll find a myriad of software, merch, and accessories from all generations of video gaming. And enjoy free shipping on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA. Now, back to the show!
Hey man, come over.
Hey, how's it going? What's going on, bro?
Hey.
Mind if I join you guys?
Come on in, man.
Cool. No problem. All right. I am here at Angel Studios with a couple of the programmers, and you guys are working on Ken Griffey Baseball for the N64.
The best baseball game for the N64 or any console.
And what makes it the best baseball game for the N64?
Simply one thing, the gameplay. It's right up there. It's been tweaked and polished and perfected to be the best baseball game that's been out. It's from Nintendo, and when it comes to games, they know how to do that.
So Tom, tell me a little bit about this new Ken Griffey game for the N64.
Major League Baseball presents Ken Griffey Jr. It's quite an awesome, realistic baseball game. The pitcher gets tired through the game because the idea is you're moving this cursor around, and when it's disappeared, you try to hide the ball where you're going to throw it to.
Oh, cool.
And the batter has this like donut that you can move it around on the screen and try to match where you think the ball's going to be.
Right.
And the same thing. So as a pitcher gets tired through the game, then all of a sudden he can't seem to hide the ball as much, so you get an idea where he's going to pitch it.
The stadiums are amazing in this thing.
Oh yeah.
What did you guys go through to get that?
Well, we got a lot of the blueprints for a lot of the stadiums. We had a modeler who had done defense simulation, so he's very exact and everything was up to scale.
You guys are both programmers, but you know, you guys do different stuff. What are you in charge of?
I programmed a lot of the gameplay, specifically a lot of the fielding and running motion. Went to motion capture, helped direct the talent as far as what he actually physically does, and then translate that into pressing buttons on the controller and how the players respond on the field.
If you know the 64 controller, it has the little camera buttons and they're shaped just like a diamond.
Right.
If you want to throw to second base, all you do is touch the top one, hit one pitch, boom, there it goes, right there. Same with stealing bases, and of course you can do pickle moves. You can change the places of the position of the player so you can go after the ball, and you can run the players down. What more could you want than something that's so realistic than this? I smell the hot dogs, I smell the popcorn.
So what was it like working with Ken Griffey?
He was a really nice guy. He was really friendly, and he just seemed totally comfortable in the whole getting up there and repeating his swing dozens of times, and he was actually picture perfect every time.
So when they took that data, would they just use that for when Griffey's up to bat, or did they take the data and work with it a little bit so that they could use that for all the batters?
You know, they get everybody's stance from all the teams. You get the Joey Court where he's just crouched down, and you get Jay Buhner with the open stance. Use their realistic ones molded off of his batting stance.
What would you guys say the best thing about programming games is?
This has to be it.
This right here.
Enjoying.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I tell you what, I'm getting a bit wrinkly myself, so I think I'm going to go hit a few.
All right. Come on back.
Yeah, we will. If you like playing with these guys when you were a kid, wait till you play Army Men from 3DO. Sucks for this guy. We are here with General Hawkins of 3DO talking about Army Men.
Yeah, Tommy, I brought you a helmet of your own here because it's kind of dangerous out here with all the shrapnel.
Right. Well, I better put that on.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway,
bar mitzvah now.
so Italian bar mitzvah. Tell me about this game. This is incredible.
This is really a fun game. You don't have to be an expert gamer in any particular category to have a lot of fun with it, and you can go as far as you feel like going. It's got great humor in it because you're playing with plastic men. You remember, you'd melt them and blow them up with M80s and cut them up. And so we basically took all of those sadistic things that we all did as kids, and we've incorporated those things into the game. The weapons are great, and every weapon does something different. So it's fun to be able to go around and you upgrade from a rifle to a bazooka to a flamethrower. You got mortars, you got explosives you can use to blow up bridges and things. And I think the flamethrower is the most fun because you can walk up to a whole group of enemy soldiers and torch them all, and they'll all start burning like it's a little forest fire, and then they'll melt in these little pools of molten plastic. In fact, if you're not careful, if you walk into one of them while he's flaming, you'll hurt yourself. You got to be careful. You can get hit with a bazooka, and the guys will shatter into little chunks of plastic, and they'll be flying all around the screen. And I can be sitting there, picking away at an enemy tank, and it'll have little chunks of plastic flying off it while it's still alive. But I'll be sort of whittling away at it, just like a piece of wood you're chipping away at. One of the nice features is it has a terrific multiplayer option, which we're supporting on both M-Player and Sega Heat. And you can go in there into these great multiplayer maps where up to 4 players can get in there and put some units around and have a big free-for-all.
It sounds like you play this thing a lot.
Yeah, I've played the game a lot because I sort of think of myself as the final QA tester for the company, and it shouldn't go out the door until I really like it.
Sounds like you got a great game on your hands.
Incoming!
What do the letters MDK stand for? Men don't knit? Can you guys tell me who who Earthworm Jim is and where I could find him.
In my shorts.
You know, that is such a good place for him. Can you tell me who Earthworm Jim is?
He's a video game.
Oh, where can I find him?
Probably in a video game.
One of the most famous people in the gaming industry is David Perry. Now, EP got a chance to talk to DP. Over to you, Tommy. I'm here with probably one of my greatest friends on the entire planet, Mr. David Perry. What was the very first game that you worked on?
First game I ever did was written in BASIC, and it was called Drachmaze. And
Drachmaze.
I did the music. I did all the graphics, and I did all the programming.
Right.
And boy, it sounded crap, and it looked terrible. And,
it played like...
It was really not great. My first big title was one called 3 Weeks in Paradise.
3 Weeks in Paradise?
Yeah.
Was that for the Commodore?
It was for the Timex Sinclair.
You came over to America.
Get a phone call from Virgin.
Hey, Daddy,
come to America. I've been watching Baywatch on TV, so I'm like, hey, it can't be bad.
Gotta go to America.
Gotta go check this out. So I came over, and that's when I started that Global Gladiators for McDonald's. We're making this game, and then McDonald's turns up and says to us, "Where's the restaurant?" Are you ready? We're like, restaurant? You don't have restaurants in game. You know, how can you buy a burger? And we're like, well, we don't sell burgers. The biggest one I've sold over here so far is Aladdin.
Right.
Aladdin sold...
1.8?
Something like, no, it's about $120 million worth of cartridges. It's funny because companies go, 120 million bucks?
The people who drew the movie Aladdin were drawing...
They actually drew every single frame of the animation. If you go into a Disney store, they sell those cells on the walls, and they cost like 250 bucks each. Yeah. Effectively, they drew thousands of these for our game. You're thinking, is it worth all this extra effort? You know, are people even going to see this? And it is really interesting that when we finally put Aladdin out there, they really did. I mean, the public really do have an eye for something that looks really smooth, and they bought it in droves. And that let me set up my own company. So I just thought, well, hey, let's set up a company, hire in people that we like from England and from America, and effectively, let's just try and do it ourselves. Let's make a game for game's sake. With Earthworm Jim, we didn't compromise anywhere. We put in every piece of gameplay we felt would be cool, and it got a bit bizarre towards the end because we were so tired that some of the ideas were a little bit warped. But I think that worked really well.
Tell us about Shiny of today.
Well, what's happened is Shiny, compared to any other developer, most developers tend to hide their staff. They try to, like Rare. Name one Rare programmer. I do make the people who work at Shiny famous, the Doug Tenaples of this world.
And Nick Bruce.
And so as a result, what happens is those guys, once they get famous, then they leave Shiny. We always want something fresh, we want something cool, and by bringing in hot new talent from Europe and mixing them together with Americans and Canadians, we end up with, I think, much more interesting games. We have Messiah, which is this big sort of epic artificial intelligence game where you can possess people. Stuntcopter is a helicopter simulator for PlayStation. We have a multiplayer game where you can see for 9 miles and you kill wizards and fly dragons, which is called Sacrifice. And we have Wild 9 where you can torture people and pick them up in the air on the PlayStation, which is effectively a kind of a platform style game. Yesterday I opened up a toy magazine, and a toy magazine, I mean the toy business is huge, and normally it's all action figure this, plush toy that, board game this, and I turn up, and the top of the charts by miles are video games. But it's so cool to see the top of the line. The most important toy in the world today is a video game machine.
Hey everyone, this is NFL Blitz, created by Mark Turmel and Sal DeVita of NBA Jam fame. You're gonna love the hard-hitting tackles and the secret moves planted within. Besides that, it's got some of the best characters in the business. If you'd like to control the God of Thunder, Raiden, highlight yes when you're entering your pin and secret character name. Spell it R-A-I-D-E-N. The pin number to control Raiden is 3691. Have fun with the God of Thunder and don't do any fatalities.
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 move of the week. It's another King Deadly chain throw. We start off with a standing heel hold. Then it's the Indian deathlock. followed by the Deadly King's Bridge. Oh, that's gotta hurt. All right, pay attention. It's forward, down, down, forward, plus right punch, plus left kick. And then we're into the left punch, plus right punch. Then left punch, left kick, left punch, plus right punch. Left punch, left kick, left punch, plus right punch. Left kick plus right kick. Never wraps things up.
Today on the Simpatico Question of the Week, George Stevens from Guelph, Ontario asks, why is it so difficult to find out about game developers?
Just look at the record business. When you go into a music store, there's 2,000 CDs sitting right in front of you. Right. How do I know which one to buy? Mm-hmm. And then I go, there's a new CD from U2. U2. I love U2, you know, and I go and I buy that CD and I'm safe. Then when I was telling people this, I went, so what did Yuji Naka, the programmer of Sonic, do before Sonic? And there was no way to find out. I kind of went, how could you find that out? And then the reality is there is no way, because developers just, their names just don't get given out. It's something that I hope will change over time, and shows like the Electric Playground, I really think are going to help to make that happen.
To send us your questions, stop by our website at www.electplay.com.
In the year 1610, Galileo Galilei was the first to glimpse Saturn, the sixth planet in our solar system, through a telescope and observe its bizarre rings. In 1994, nearly 400 years later, Sega would name their sixth video game console after it, the Sega Saturn. Coincidence? No. Check out news and reviews for the latest from Sega circa 1998 in the Electric Playground Classic every Saturday at 9 a.m. Pacific Time, 11 a.m. Central. I've been Lee from PNP Games, and we'll see you again next week. Sega!
Pinch hitting, number 25, Manny Mota.
What about Star Wars, Masters of Teras for the PlayStation?
Star Wars, Masters of Tiramisu.
Tiramisu, yeah.
That's what I call it. There's been a lot of negative things said about this game, you know, but I mean, the bottom line is I had fun, you know? I mean, you got the Star Wars characters, which are good.
Yep.
The sounds are excellent.
It was kind of like taking your Star Wars action figures off the shelf and playing with those a little bit, you know, and you're actually having them being able to fight. The only two characters that I thought were cool, though, were Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader. Yeah. And the lightsaber fighting is the best, and everything else is kind of lame. Good points, it's got incredible music, great graphics, all the Star Wars characters you like. The lightsaber lighting effects are incredible. Really got something you have to see. The backgrounds look cool. For a fighting game, I think fighting game fans are going to be disappointed.
If you like Star Wars and you like fighting games, I think you'll like it.
I give it a 7 out of 10. What would you give it?
I give it a 7.5.
Point blank for the Sony PlayStation from Namco.
Here's a game that is awesome because it's a 2-player or up to 8 players.
Right, yeah. Right? It's an ultimate shooting gun party game.
We had the most fun with this game. It was awesome. I mean, the
different games in there are incredible, aren't they? They've got lots of
70 different games in there.
It's insane, man.
Different games. And there's so many different ways that you can play. Yeah. It is incredible.
Not just static targets popping up in the same places. Lots of different areas that you can explore. There's even an RPG mode in the thing. It's incredible, man.
Can you guys imagine a shooting game that's an RPG?
Dr. Don and Dr. Dan, and you take them through this little adventure. It's
really amazing.
Yep.
The graphics are cartoony and stuff, so if you're into realism, it's not that.
Yeah, it's not a virtual cop or
if you
time
want
crisis.
a game that's fun to play, that's easy to get into, and a bunch of friends can come over and play.
Everybody can play this thing.
It's awesome.
You're never going to get bored of Point Blank. It's one of those things you'll be able to pull out years from now and still enjoy. Definitely worth picking up. And you get one of the GunCons in the package too, which is great. Definitely something to play with your friends.
9.5.
9 out of 10. Grand Theft Auto for the PC.
Here's one of my favorite games for the PC this year. The controls are real easy. You know, there's not a lot of buttons. You don't have to read a manual for this game. You get right in it. You go on your missions. You're a little thief who's trying to work his way up the mob ladder. And you go around first stealing cars, then you try to work your way up. You're a drug dealer. You kill innocent people. You can kill cops. Now, I'm not promoting any of this, but it's just fun to do on a computer.
Yeah, you live vicariously through this thing. Every car you steal, depending on what kind of a car it is, has different music playing on the radio.
You steal the pickup truck, you get country music. You steal the Lamborghini, you get rock music.
There's a lot of fun making this game, and it is a lot of fun to play. I suspect that they're going to probably tone down the PlayStation version of the game.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's a good game. 8 out of 10. What would you give it?
I give it a 9.7.
9.7 out of 10.
Yeah.
Wow. If parents are concerned, though, you should watch out. There's quite a bit of violence in there, and there's quite a bit of wrongdoing going on. So,
yeah.
Changing gears, what about FIFA Road to World Cup 98?
I'd have to say this is the best soccer game I've ever played.
I was tossing up International Superstar Soccer 64 from Konami or this one, but in the end, I like the pick up and play attitude of this game and the style of this game. The graphics are way better. The control is fantastic.
I love the way in the controls when you're just pointing to a guy, like the arrow lights up.
Yeah.
You know, I can like see which guy I want to pass to before I pass it because the little arrow shifts up and down.
It's extremely intuitive.
I love the texture on the grass.
Oh yeah.
And you can see like the brown where like they run the most. Like the grass is a little burnt out.
Yep.
But the commentary on this was long and extensive.
And it sounded great. It's in surround sound.
They spent a lot of cartridge space on the audio, and that's good to see in an N64 game. Probably one of the best motion capture for any sports game.
Yeah. The attention to detail will astound you. This is, I give it a 9.5 out of 10.
9.5 for me also.
Yeah, fantastic. Cool. All right, man. How do we get down from here?
What are you doing?
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo of Canada, makers of 1080 Snowboarding. Heat.net, makers of Netfighter. Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3. Namco, makers of Tekken 3.
This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
Strap yourself in, because we're going to E3. Dedicated entirely to the biggest video game event of the year. I'm talking about the Electronic Entertainment Exposition, also known as E3. I mean, there's over 40,000 people from 80 countries, over 400 companies, and 1,500 games. And we saw every single one of them, except one.
I'm with Mr. Alan Pillardinelli from Nintendo America. How you doing, Alan?
Great, Victor. How you doing?
Always great to see you, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the first inductee ever into the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences Hall of Fame, Mr. Shigeru Miyamoto.
Well, biggest game of the year, I think a lot of other people think, it's going to be Zelda for the Nintendo 64. What do you think?
We'll go a step farther than that. We think Zelda 64 could well be the biggest game ever.
I first imagined the world of Link and Zelda many years ago. My goal was to make a place for players that would be very different from the real world. the Nintendo 64 lets me realize this goal better than ever before.
Thank you. All of the fantasy that Zelda had when it came out on the original Nintendo Entertainment System, and makes it about 100 times bigger.
Is there going to be a 64DD sequel to the Zelda?
Yes, we are working on the Zelda 64DD.
What do we got back here? What is everybody talking about this Pokemon thing? What's going on with this?
Well, Pokemon is a craze that people are lining up for here in America. It's interactive, RPG, multiplayer, collecting, strategy, simulation, monster battle game. It's a riot.
That's one long sentence. Could you imagine getting beat up by this guy? Do you know any fighting moves? Can we see one? Oh! F-Zero X, man. We've been waiting for this for a long time. What's this all about?
F-Zero X is probably the fastest game we've ever made. It runs 60 frames per second in 1, 2, 3, and 4-player mode.
Psygnosis just signed on as a publisher for you guys. How's this going to compare to their Wipeout 64?
It's going to be a great race.
We get the first copy, right?
Yeah. You guys always get the first copy of everything, right?
What makes this game special? And what are gamers going to be getting into?
They'll be getting a whole new concept. You don't have to just shoot around and just blast people, but figure out what exactly do I have to do. Mission Impossible series, the movie, is about being more clever than the enemy, making them believe that something has happened and making them do actions that they wouldn't do. We have lots of gadgets, we use lots of deception, we have those face-making sequences where we change faces and we take the identity of other people.
Now, I understand Tom Cruise himself has final okay on this game. Is that true?
Yes, it is. We had an email recently telling us he's played the game all weekend and he loves it. And we had a party.
I can't wait to play this game.
Well, I'm very happy. I mean, that's what we wanted.
Star Wars Rogue Squadron. It's the next Nintendo 64 game from LucasArts. You didn't think Shadows of the Empire was going to be the only Star Wars game on the Nintendo 64, did you?
Rogue Squadron is really taking the best level of Shadows of the Empire, which was the Battle of Hoth, and sort of taking it to the next level. What would have happened if you went over that next ridge? And what
all of us tried to do, by the way.
Exactly.
Bam. Okay, go on.
So we now have air-to-air combat. We now give you a choice of crafts to choose, a choice of weapons to choose. The weapons will change. You can get them upgraded. We also have a primary mission objective and a secondary mission objective. And if you complete bonus mission objectives, you get bonus crafts and bonus weapons.
How you doing there, buddy?
Hello there, how are you today?
I'm very good.
What's your name?
My name is Victor. What's yours?
Hello, Victor. I'm a Mario.
Yeah, we know that.
I'm a pretty famous fellow, you know.
Yeah, we know that too.
You're watching the Electric Playground. We'll be back after this. Don't go away.
Bye. Thanks for coming. I knew we'd see the sunrise. Ah! Oh, sorry. Good morning. Did you need a ride home? Oh, no, that's okay. I brought my bike. You know what, Troy? Show me what that thing can do. You mean it? Sure. Yeah.
Can you tell me what E3 stands for?
No clue. No clue at all.
Just take any wild.
Eat eggs every day.
Eat eggs every day?
Why not?
Hey, I like that one. What does E3 stand for?
I don't know. What do
you an idiot? Exposition.
Can you tell me what E3 stands for?
Has something to do, let me see, E3. Just E3.
Entertainment, education, and Engelbert Humperdinck.
Okay. I'm here with Will Body from Black Ops Entertainment, and we are talking about Tomorrow Never Dies for the Sony PlayStation.
If you're expecting GoldenEye 2, you're not going to get it. Our game basically has the best elements of GoldenEye, which were the sniping, the detailed limb collision, and awesome enemy death animations, plus all the things that you'd expect in a great James Bond game, like skiing, driving, and underwater scuba levels.
I'm here with Andy Gavin and Jason Rubin, guys from Naughty Dog, the creators of Crash Bandicoot, and we're talking about Crash 3, yeah?
Crash 3 has more levels. We plan on making more levels than 1. We plan on making more levels than 2. There's more detail in them. And we're adding some new gameplay on top of getting crystals and getting gems as you did in the past. There's now an additional thing to get. So there's going to be endless gameplay for someone who wants to get the true 100%.
I'm with Troy Horton, who is the producer of Tomb Raider 3. He's also been the producer of Tomb 1 and 2 as well. What kind of locations are in this game? We went to Venice, we went into the mountains in Tomb Raider 2. The underwater levels were amazing. Where are we going now to top that one?
Okay, well, we've got various locations. One's going to be London, South Pacific Island, India, Alaska, and a secret location as well. I hope you played Tomb Raider 3.
Because we're making Troy rich. He's got a big fancy car. He's making lots of money.
And I'm single too.
We're at Konami to talk about Metal Gear Solid. I'm with John Sloan. What is Metal Gear Solid all about?
You play a guy called Solid Snake. He's a genetically engineered super soldier. Your former comrades have taken an Alaskan military base by force and are threatening to launch a nuclear missile against the US unless their demands are met. Your job is to get in there, defuse the situation, find out if they've got the capability to do this.
So you're basically a spy, and you got some whooping to do.
That's basically it.
I am here with Kazunori, who is the creator of Gran Turismo Racing. Everyone's calling this the best racing game ever of all time. I mean, how does that make you feel?
僕らはいろんな人たちが
Kazunori and his staff were playing the existing racing games, and he really enjoyed a lot of racing games. Although he enjoyed them, he really wanted to make something that he would really want to have. So that's the reason why he made GT, the Gran Turismo. And he is very happy that many people are highly appreciating GT, that this is the best racing game ever. But he always wants to be a challenger, so he would always want to make something even better.
あくまでもチャレンジャーとして、レースゲームを作っていきたいというふうに思っています。
What would you say is your biggest competition? Gran Turismo?
Gran Turismo and Need for Speed 3. So.
Need for Speed 3, yeah.
Gran Turismo's a different type of game.
Yeah? Oh, look, the Sydney Opera House. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, also, you are the guys who did the Destruction Derby.
Yeah, we did Destruction Derby. Some lads did Destruction Derby 1, 2, NBA Jams.
And what element of NBA Jam did you add to this?
You don't understand, it's after us. It's big. It's got huge teeth, a big beak, bulgy eyes, feathers, fur everywhere.
Yeah, and pigs can fly.
No, bears can fly. Bad guys beware. Here comes Banjo-Kazooie. We're your both bird and bear with amazing powers. There's never been anything like this head-banging, sky-flying, rock-hopping, egg-shooting, tag-teaming duo. Banjo-Kazooie, only for Nintendo.
Guys like me don't get much respect. I mean, I hit big, but there's no Dior commercial. I make huge plays. I'm not even in a cereal box. But man, I could care less.
Triple Play 99. You've never seen baseball like this.
Whoa.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Hey, you guys, she's with us. Come on.
This way. Let's go, Zoe. I'm here with Seamus, the executive producer of Trespasser. Now, tell me about this title. I mean, this looks awesome.
Well, it's the digital sequel to the Lost World movie. And when Steven Spielberg cruises into your office and he says, you know what, dude, I really, really want to see a sequel to my film done in a game, you think to yourself, you know, what in God's name am I going to do to satisfy that guy?
Chris, what do you got here at the show? Right in here we got Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun. We've had a great show. Everybody's been coming by congratulating us, saying it looks really, really good. Back here we got the boys of Lancelot 3, the product manager Keith Levinson, and Chris Longfree, the producer. Lancelot 3's been a big hit. Everybody's saying it's looking really, really good. And upstairs, I'll show you guys Doom 2000 and the cool Starbucks coffee bar. Right up here we have Doom 2000. Everybody's saying it's looking really, really good.
Why is this being shown up here and not down there? Is it still early? Or?
Well, actually, Doom 2000 is almost about to ship out. We're looking at early July for a ship date.
Well, here's the Westwood.
The Electric Playground.
Hi, I'm Angela Edwards, and we're going to run the MicroPros Marathon because we have so many products. We got to show it to you in 2 seconds. Over here, we got Mech Warrior 3. Check out the tonnage on these mechs. Over here, you got Mech Commander for all you Mech Warrior fans. You need a tactical command. How about Klingon Honor Guard using the Unreal Engine? And last but not least, we have Falcon 4.0, the granddaddy of all flight sims. This manual is 500 pages, and it features everything you ever want to know about an F-16.
So we are here with an actual F-15 fighter pilot.
F-16.
Like I said, an F-16 fighter pilot. That would be the Strike Eagle. No, that's the F-15. Tomcat. Falcon. See, that's why it's called Falcon 5.0.
We're here to talk about Draken. Tell me the backstory on this game.
Basically, you have the Order of the Flame, which is a bonding between humans and dragon riders, where they become a stronger whole. And you have the Dark Union, which are these evil, sort of chaotic forces that are fighting the Order of the Flame. Together with your dragon, you go on this epic adventure to through the rift, which is into an alternate dimension, to defeat an evil wizard.
But basically, the coolest part is you get to ride a dragon and you get to blow stuff up with his fire breath.
Exactly.
What's the feedback been from people that have been playing Ultima Ascension?
As always, we're cramming to the very last second to kind of spit and baling wire on some features to get that smoke and mirrors going, and it all worked out. So the good news is it worked. The bad news is they told us we really have a lot of work to do still.
I'm with the team that designed Unreal. What's your name, man?
Cliff Blazinski.
What was that?
Cliff Blazinski.
Okay, that's much better. What's your name?
James Schmaltz.
James Schmaltz. What'd you do in the game?
I created the original concept and then just did a lot of art, programming, design, worked in all areas.
Yeah. And what'd you do on the game, Cliff?
Lead level designer, and I assisted with a lot of the design.
What are you, you're like 15, 16?
Anyone interested in X-Files has got to pick this up, right?
Actually, you don't need to be just exclusively an X-Files fan. The game is constructed in a way that you start the game out as an FBI agent, and you don't really know all about the X-Files world and all the characters. Right. You're slowly introduced into it. The game's purposely designed that way.
Now, you guys have been working on this thing for, what, a decade now? It's been a long time. I think the original platform was like the 2600, wasn't it? I am here with one of the hoopiest guys in the entire galaxy, Mr. Douglas Adams, creator of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and a new game, Starship Titanic. Mr. Adams here, I mean, this guy is so cool, you can keep a side of beef in him. Actually, Starship Titanic was referenced in Life, Universe, and Everything.
Universe and Everything, back in 1982. I do emphasize that because a number of people have been saying, oh, is this just a sort of cash in on that movie? As if, as if you could actually bring conceive and develop and bring out a CD-ROM in sort of 2 weeks.
I'm with Chris Holden, who's the CEO of Kesmai Corporation, and we are here at the GameStorm booth. What are some of Kesmai's games that you're not going to find anywhere else?
One of the big launches that we've made recently is Godzilla, which came out on the same day as the movie. That's been cool. We've also done some other movie-based titles that are exclusive. Aliens Online, Starship Troopers we just launched.
Tell me about getting these licenses, going up to Hollywood and getting, Starship Troopers and Aliens and Godzilla. How do you guys secure all that stuff?
Well, the first one was Aliens from 20th Century Fox, and we're actually, Kesmai's owned by News Corporation, which is the same parent company of 20th Century Fox. So that helped get the first such deal. After that, the movie houses started coming to us. Other than movie-based titles, Air Warrior 3, a real franchise product for us for years, huge global community around that game. Legends of Kezmai, our RPG, multiplayer Battletech, which is based on the Mech Warrior universe.
Let's pick Aliens Online. What's a gamer going to find when they log on and start playing this thing?
Aliens Online, you can take the perspective of an alien, or you can take the perspective of a colonial marine. You can build and choose your character. The interface looks completely different depending on whether you're a marine or an alien. Since, again, this is a massively multiplayer game with hundreds of your compatriots in there with you, we really emphasize the team play, and communication is necessary to do well in the game.
What are we hearing right now?
Right now, I think we're hearing a storm rolling in. Later, we'll hear Godzilla marching through the booth.
You guys have an incredibly noisy and awesome booth. That's very cool. Did you design the sound system yourself?
We did, with the help of some very good companies, yeah.
It's starting to rain, man.
Today on the Simpatico Question of the Week, Wayne Louie from Vancouver, British Columbia asks, where did the term massively multiplayer come from?
Did you guys come up with the phrase massively multiplayer game?
That's a good question. We think we did. We're not 100% sure. We started using it about 2 years ago when CD-ROM games became networkable and you saw groups of 4 or 8 players playing together. People started to call that multiplayer gaming. To us, that's not really multiplayer gaming. We're talking about thousands of people in the same client-server universe. So to distinguish what we do from what the networkable CD-ROM guys do, we came up with the phrase massively multiplayer.
Right.
We started using it around the company and it caught on outside in the industry. We think we invented it.
To send us your questions, stop by our website at www.electplay.com.
Lee from P&P Games here with my latest purchase, a brand new Sega Saturn control pad. Buddy destroyed one in a heated Guardian Hero session last weekend. A small price to pay for a night of video games with friends. I don't know if you've been paying attention to this internet thing or not, but our days of playing multiplayer games in the same room as one another might be numbered. If only out of convenience. At Past and Present Games, it's our mission to keep the experience of video gaming tangible, as long as possible. Visit our retail locations in Winnipeg or browse our entire inventory online at pmpgamesonline.com. You'll find a myriad of software, merch, and accessories from all generations of video gaming. And enjoy free shipping on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA. Now, back to the show!
You don't understand. It's after us. It's big. It's got huge teeth, a big beak, bulgy eyes, feathers, fur everywhere.
Yeah, and pigs can fly.
No bears can fly. Bad guys beware. Here comes Banjo-Kazooie, where you're both bird and bear with amazing powers. There's never been anything like this head-banging, sky-flying, rock-hopping, egg-shooting, tag-teaming duo. Banjo-Kazooie, only for Nintendo.
What do you think of the show this year?
It's tons better than last year. Last year was a little dull. This year it's really exciting again.
What are some of the games that have stood out for you?
Quite a few. You know, of course, the no-brainers, Metal Gear, Soul Reaver. That is hot.
Any other titles out there that stood out for you?
That's such a hard question.
2 games.
2 games?
1,200 new games, and only 2 games stood out for Noah Massey.
Rayman 2 from Ubisoft was pretty interesting. It's you know, I didn't expect that. In fact, their whole booth was really good.
What do you guys think of the show this year?
It's not bad. N64 stuff's a lot of garbage. Really disappointed in that.
Tell us what you really feel, man. Don't hold it back. Let us know what you think.
Madden 99. It's rocks.
One of the titles that I'm actually excited about was Jackie Chan Stuntman, just because I'm a huge Jackie Chan fan. You know, it's Jackie Chan. You know, what can you do? You know, like as long as he has some wacky moves, I'll be happy and I'll buy it.
Perfect Dark was the best game here that's not going to come out this year. I mean, that game was awesome. It might even be better than Zelda.
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 move of the week. This week we've got special moves from Tommy Tellerico. It's a half circle plus left punch plus right punch.
You're looking at the team who created the Tekken games. Could you please introduce yourselves, please?
My name is Masanori Yamada. My name is Yoshinari Mizushima.
My name is Tommy Tellerico.
My name is Masahiro Kimoto. My name is Nakatani.
What would you guys say is the hardest part of programming the Tekken games?
First point was just fitting the huge RAM that's available in the arcade machine into the more limited RAM of the PlayStation. The second was making that motion fit in a lifelike way in a 60 frames per second format. So first was making the art fit into 60 frames per second format, and next was making the motion fit into the 60 frames, so that the memory and then the two elements related to the 60 frames per second. Those were his biggest challenges for Tekken 4.
Dan!
Hey, Tommy, how you doing? Doing all right.
What's going on with this?
Top secret. You can't get in here. Can't get in here. Top secret. Very powerful machine in there.
So tell me about the Dreamcast. Can I?
Well, I can't let you hold it, but you can look at it.
Wow!
VMS, new controller. Slips right in there. Little LCD screen on the controller. Play secret plays against your opponents.
Wow!
Analog, digital, analog flippers. 3 million polygons per second. Awesome graphics, awesome sound. The sound on that thing is probably as powerful as a home theater system.
Really? What about the CD-ROM drive?
It's about a 12-speed drive, high density, a lot of storage, very fast.
Okay, cool. What else?
It's got network play. We're going to be playing massive multiplayer online games, point-to-point games.
So there'll be a modem actually in the
There's going to be a modem you plug into it, so you can always upgrade the modem as the modems get faster and faster.
Can you tell us what speed the modem is?
Not right now. Fast. Everything's fast.
Fast.
That's what we want, fast.
128 bits, correct?
28-bit 3D graphic processing. Very fast.
Fast! What games is it going to be like? Come on.
It's Sonic, going to be Virtua Fighter. It's going to be all those characters everybody knows and likes, but in totally new kinds of games, which is very cool. We're hitting 1 million polygons a second right now in the sports games. We're like 2 months into development.
And what about?
You'll have it by Christmas next year, U.S. and Canada.
Well, come on. Can I see the thing?
Yeah, come on in.
Yeah,
come on
cool.
in.
All right. Hey, no. But Dan told me I could go out.
And then we're going to have to split. I think we have a 12 o'clock.
What did you want to talk about?
We're coming to you in 5, 4, 3.
Up next is a special edition of Sports Center. I'm Victor Lucas.
And I'm Ian Vercher, and we're coming to you from E3 in Atlanta. All the action is being brought to you by ESPN Digital Games. We begin on the ice with National Hockey Night.
And I'm with Justin Sheffield, who's the creative director of hockey for ESPN Digital Games. How you doing?
I'm doing good, Victor. How about you?
I'm doing great. An extension on the engine that you guys created for power play hockey?
We have to keep trying to beat it over again. It just keeps getting better as we go.
It's obvious that you guys are radical, really love your game, man.
Oh, totally. Can't get enough.
You still playing every day?
Playing every day. Trash talk never stops.
So the question is, do you guys stink of sweat all day long while you're working together?
If we hang around where the hockey equipment is downstairs, yeah, it's not even human. You don't want to be there.
All right, I'm with Peter Lowe, who's a game designer for NBA Tonight from ESPN Digital Games. You guys have actual ESPN broadcasters on this game too?
We actually worked with producers at ESPN. We had guys sitting in trucks at games to see how they do all the different types of camera edits, the different cuts from replays.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
There's plenty of action in the NBA.
I'm here with Jeff Hassan, who is the assistant producer on EA's new boxing game, Knockout Kings. How's it going, Jeff?
Doing good, doing great.
What are some cool things about the game?
The coolest thing about the game is that it's a boxing simulation. It's not a fighting game per se. You also got all the motion capture that we did with Sugar Ray Leonard, Oscar De La Hoya. They came in, they did their own motion. It's in the game right now, and it's awesome.
Oh, Jeff, thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you, Tommy.
I'm sure the game's going to be a real knockout. No? What's it like playing yourself in a game?
Well, it's weird. I grew up playing games as probably most kids did. Nowadays, I don't have very much time to do it, but it's weird to go over to someone's house, a friend, and their son sitting there playing me on a football game. So I think it's pretty exciting.
What do you think of the games of today as opposed to back then?
there's no comparison. You know, nowadays games are 3D. But we thought back when we were growing up that Atari and Space Invaders and games like that were real stuff. We look back at that now, and there's just no comparison.
E398 is all over and done with. Hope you guys had as much fun watching this stuff as we had making it. E3 is quite a trip. We're going to see you next year in Los Angeles. Bye-bye. What have you seen at the show so far?
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo of Canada, makers of 1080 Snowboarding.
I see. Yeah, that's great.
Keep.net, makers of Netfighter. Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3.
You have a great day now. Enjoy the show.
Namco, makers of Tekken 3.
This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support The Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of The Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
Hello, my name is Aaron Stenfeldt. Today on The Electric Playground, we're going to talk about sin and tomorrow never dies.
Thank everybody for coming out today to see Nintendo's quick debut of Banjo-Kazooie. Actually, before I get running with the demo, are there any questions that I could answer?
Victor Lucas from Electric Playground?
Yeah, Victor?
I'd like to know who came up with these crazy names for Banjo-Kazooie. They're wacky.
Guys at Rare, they always like coming up with twisted names for their games. I think this goes way back to even before the Donkey Kong Country series. My favorite is probably Mambo, the Witch Doctor. When you go in there, you hear some Mambo-like music.
Why has the game been delayed so often?
I think that in general, you want to ship your game when the team is happy. The only thing that matters is, not is it finished, but is it finished to perfection?
Is Banjo and Kazooie a larger game than Mario 64?
The way we like to judge the games here at Nintendo is exactly how long does it take the best player that knows exactly what they're doing. Mario 64 can be beaten in about 5.5 hours. Banjo-Kazooie, no one's been able to beat it in under 8.5 hours. And again, these are people that have beaten the game over and over and over. We didn't have anybody at Nintendo that was able to beat this game the first time in under 40 hours.
What do you say about critics that compare Banjo-Kazooie to Super Mario 64 and say it's pretty much the same thing?
This game is definitely riding the shoulders of Mario. It's taken the lessons that Mr. Miyamoto taught the world about the creation of a 3D adventure game, and it's building on that. This team is comprised of people that did Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2. Some of these guys go farther back. Is there anybody else who has a question besides Victor? Vic, again.
There have been a few other true 3D platform games appearing since Mario 64 hit the shelves. Games like Croc and Gex 2 and Tomb Raider to some extent. What do you think, and what does Nintendo think about the competition that's out there?
I respect Tomb Raider. Obviously, they were developing that game simultaneously with Mario. I don't feel that any of these games compete directly with Banjo-Kazooie either.
What are some of the biggest challenges in making a game like this?
What it really comes down to is how do you design a level that makes the player feel like they're in an adventure? The player initially feels lost. They have to have some feeling of where am I going and what am I doing? I'm confused, right? As you get deeper into the game, the levels become more and more complex. You get to the point where you have to really explore the level.
Is the humor in the game distinctive to England? I know that a lot of the earlier Nintendo games and some of the more recent Nintendo games have humor that's distinctively Japanese in tone and flavor.
I think that all the rare games have always had a little bit of English style humor. This game is just packed with humor. Victor, yes.
What are some of the secrets in the game that you can tell us about? What are some of the things that we can look forward to when we play this game?
It doesn't give you the blatant obvious clues. Ride the furry cloud, and you will gain the jiggy, which is what they call the puzzle pieces. You get none of that. So the biggest secret is, how did you get that 10th puzzle piece in level 6? I mean, it's nowhere. I've been every stitch, everywhere in the level. You're gonna have to earn your right to see the ending of this game. And believe me, after you see the opening, you're gonna want to see the ending. Yes, Vic, again.
Can we see the ending, Ken?
No. You're not getting to the ending. I'm about done. But Victor, do you have any questions? Or any more? You sure?
Haha, now you're in the big leagues.
30 times in a row? I didn't expect this when I bought Mortal Kombat 2 from P&P Games.
You thirsty?
Uh-huh.
Get over here!
Guys like me don't get much respect. I mean, I hit big, but there's no deodorant commercial. I make huge plays. I'm not even in a cereal box. But man, I could care less.
Triple Play 99. You've never seen baseball like this. Whoa. EA Sports. It's in the game.
You ever get burned by a woman you thought was really nice? I'm here with Masa Nakajima from Squaresoft, and you worked over in the Japanese office, yeah?
Yes, I'm originally from Tokyo, Japan.
How many people do they have working over in Square Japan?
We have about 600 people.
Wow.
Over here, about 200, about 200, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
All working on video games.
Some are working on the movie.
On the movie?
Yeah.
Aha. Can you tell me anything about the movie?
No.
If you need anyone to star in the movie, what would you say is your most popular series? Final Fantasy?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
We are starting a Final Fantasy VIII project, and also we almost starting a Final Fantasy IX project.
Really? What other games does Square put out in Japan that will never see the light of day in the States?
The Chocobo games. Japanese people like the chicken.
You get paid to play games?
We play the game over and over and over again, just making sure that there aren't any corruptions.
Who is this here? This is what I want to know.
Well, she's a lovely girl. She's actually going to save the world.
She's going to save the world?
Yes, she is. She's actually going to be battling a young lady called Eve. Parasite Eve is actually a cinematic RPG, roughly around 25 hours. It has multiple endings. It's one of the best cinematic games I've ever seen in my life.
What else you got?
We have Xenogears. It's a 70-hour game.
70 hours?
Huge amounts of text. It's a huge story, very epic. Essentially about a person that awakes from a nasty case of amnesia. It deals with sort of like who we are and what we are.
Who are we? Can you tell us anything about the recent news of Electronic Arts and Squaresoft combining forces?
Square and Electronic Arts will be joining forces to create 2 new joint venture companies.
Square, Electronic Arts, kind of squarts?
Talk to Randy.
Talk to Randy?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk to Randy then. Randy!
Hey, Tom.
Let's talk a little bit about the products that are being developed here at Square.
This office here, we're doing PC development of FF7. That's one of the main things going on back here. We're also doing localization over on this side.
What exactly goes into localizing?
Mainly things like translating. It's just a big translation task.
Right.
But it's that and a lot more. Sometimes there might be like religious issues, swear words or things like that that might be commonplace over there, but we might want to tone it down.
How many people does it take for a Square RPG? How many people does it take to make that?
Well, guess how many people were on FF7's development team? Just
50 people.
Maybe if you double that and add about 20 or 30 more.
130 people?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was the budget for Final Fantasy VII?
More than most games combined that are released this year have spent. It's in the tens of millions. So,
really?
Yeah.
Tens of millions of dollars being spent for video games?
When we first released it, the first weekend, we sold more of FF7 over here than the top grossing movie. So more people were buying the game than going to movies.
Amazing.
What's the biggest sin you've ever committed?
What? That's that. Probably stealing. Stealing?
Yeah.
What did you steal?
I stole a little paper flower from a shoe store. That's so bad.
I never murdered anybody.
Well, I've skinny dipped a lot. Is that a sin?
Oh, gosh. Talking back to my parental units.
Oh, you're just saying that because your mom's right here.
Never stolen a great quantity of money or anything like that.
What's the worst sin you've ever committed?
I can't say that on TV.
Apparently the developers over at Ritual Entertainment in Dallas, Texas know all about sin.
Electric Playground, come on in guys, welcome back. We need a new digs, a little different from last time, huh? It looks a little bit better, and we have a lot more space. Let me show you around a little bit. Let's start back at the very end, which is the kitchen and the game room. This is our game room, and it's not quite fully developed yet. We'll also have a pool table in here shortly, and then it goes in hand-in-hand with our kitchen. Do y'all want a drink?
As you can see in our boardroom, we only have 2 bean bags and a phone, but we're working on the rest.
But we're in business.
This is our programmer's room in here. In the game development cycle, days are long, nights are longer.
Yeah, and I don't even think Jim went home last night.
Where's Michael's girlfriend? Oh, there she is. She's looking good.
Harry's mom. It's always good to see Harry's mom. How'd you get this job, Charlie? Goofing off at school, making levels. Goofing off at school, all right.
That's a good lesson to learn.
That's how most kids get into this business.
As a level designer, one of the coolest things about Sin is having the scripting code that Jim Dozane created for us. What it allows us to do is anything we can imagine with the objects in the world. We can rotate them, we can move them, we can control them. There's almost nothing in the game that we cannot control through scripting. You can't do that anywhere else. And this is all handled through scripting, all by the level designer, no extra programming. I definitely get on my knees and worship Jim Dozane for the scripting stuff. Thank you, Jim, my master Jim. Thank you.
Car needs to be washed there, Charlie.
I already have all your laundry going in. Now!
Now, Matthias just came over from Germany. So how do you like living in Dallas right now?
It's okay. I mean, it's America. It's a little bit different, but it's cool. Especially with all the people in there.
Want to say hi, Mom?
Hello, Muti. Isn't tomorrow your birthday? Something like that.
His birthday.
How old are you going to be? 22.
Woo! We're getting old.
The average age in Virtual Entertainment, 22. Joel does all of our concept art, and he brings sort of like the ideas of characters to life. So, do you have anything to say about your characters?
They're all going to be incredible. These monsters and these creatures are going to reach out here to grab you. They're going to eat your heart out.
Well, now that we show you the space and all the people involved, let's show you a little bit.
Oh, that's right.
Let's show you a little bit of the game. What level is this that you're currently showing us right now?
This is the bank. It's at the very beginning of the game. You are informed that a mob boss has broken into a bank that is in your jurisdiction to protect. And your job is not only to stop the bad guys, but since the bank is paying you, you have to try to recover their money, as well as rescue any hostages that the thugs may have captured.
One of the other things we want to do that's new, want to see what we can do to push the envelope a little bit further with 3D action games is what can we do to bring the single player aspect back in the game. We're all really big multiplayer guys here, but we realize that there's value if someone plays a game more than once. What can we do to do that? So we came up with ABOs or action-based outcomes, and it's the ability to play a level, and you might take a door this way or go a hallway down to the left, and you might have totally chosen a different path than the next guy might, and it might totally change your game. So 3 or 4 levels down the game, you might be playing something totally different than what the other guy will, and it'll give you a totally different experience. And we're also considering maybe doing some different endings, and that way the game just plays totally different, and you feel like you chose your own adventure. The stigma that these games get in is that it's the same thing, keep seeing the same thing. We want to surprise people. We want them to walk into different levels and just go, oh man, I've never seen that before.
You don't understand. It's after us. It's big. It's got huge teeth, a big beak, bulgy eyes, feathers, fur everywhere.
Yeah, and pigs can fly.
No bears can fly. Bad guys beware. Here comes Banjo-Kazooie, where you're both bird and bear with amazing powers. There's never been anything like this head-banging, sky-flying, rock-hopping, egg-shooting, tag-teaming duo. Banjo-Kazooie, only for Nintendo.
Big band ballroom dancing video games are making a big comeback in a big way. Now the latest game, Super Swing Dancing 70-Year-Old 64, is... This is Tommy.
Tommy, Vic Lucas here. We've got a mission of utmost importance. We've located Will Body from Black Ops Entertainment in Atlanta. We need you to get to him right away.
While you're out, don't forget to pick me up a stick of butter and a loaf of bread, okay?
Never mind all that, Tommy. The plane's waiting.
Okay, I'll drop in on him right away.
Tommy, Blofeld's tracking you. You've got to get the information as quickly as possible, and for God's sakes, man, don't screw up like you did with David Ferry.
You guys are doing an awesome job. If you're expecting GoldenEye 2, you're not going to get it. Our game basically has the best elements of GoldenEye, which were the sniping, the detailed limb collision, and awesome enemy death animations, plus all the things that you'd expect in a great James Bond game, like skiing, driving, and underwater scuba levels. We really wanted to have an integrated game where you would be James Bond, and basically Bond goes from one mode to another in the movies. He might be on foot one second, and then he might hop on a pair of skis and escape down a mountain the next. And that's the type of thing we were trying to convey. In other levels, you'll be in your car racing down a treacherous mountain path, and then have to jump out of your cars and dispatch some enemies. We did motion capture stunts with guys in rigs on trampolines doing all these flips and stuff, and it just looks just like a Bond film.
Now, what are some of the things that weren't possible technically on the N64?
We're going to take full advantage of the fact that we're on the CD, we can have awesome audio and video capability, so it actually is going to look and feel just like the Tomorrow Never Dies movie.
Bond. I'm James.
In all the great Bond films, Bond picks up women, and a lot of them. And there's no reason with today's rating system in the video game industry that in our game, Bond can't pick up women. So we're planning on including a level where you basically hit the X button if you want to, pick up the girl, and maybe a circle if you don't.
Goodbye, Mr. Bond.
It's one of the things that'll make the title even that much more amusing and fun for the Bond fan.
Hey, you need any motion capture help with any of those scenes?
I think we're going to need to motion capture some dances, Tommy.
Cool.
Oh my.
Skater is another of Sega's Model 2 super hits. Here's a quick tip. Push start. Select your level. At the character selection screen, push left choose 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Right choose 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Then left choose indefinitely until you highlighted the surfer. Push start and you've got Alex. You're good to go. Ride the wave, baby.
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 move of the week. This time it's a new one from Brian Fury. Back plus right punch plus left punch. Left punch plus both kicks. Back plus right punch. Left punch. Right kick.
Today on the Simpatico Question of the Week, Eric Kim from Ottawa, Ontario asks, what kinds of new technologies went into Rare's Banjo-Kazooie?
Rare always comes forward with some new technology, and they've definitely been doing that lately with their games like GoldenEye and Diddy Kong Racing last year. What new technologies can we look forward to in Banjo-Kazooie?
Part of this is refining the mip mapping technology. Obviously, a lot of companies are using mip mapping on the Nintendo 64, and there's a couple different ways to use it. You can either pre-generate your mip maps or generate these mip maps on the fly. This has been the most effective way to do mip mapping on the Nintendo 64. And I think Rare has excelled beyond what everyone else has thought possible. A smooth mip map transition is very effective.
To send us your questions, stop by our website at www.electplay.com.
You don't understand, it's after us. It's big. It's got huge teeth, a big beak, bulgy eyes. Bet there's fur everywhere.
Yeah, and pigs can fly.
No bears can fly. Bad guys beware. Here comes Banjo-Kazooie, where you're both bird and bear with amazing powers. There's never been anything like this head-banging, sky-flying, rock-hopping, egg-shooting, tag-teaming duo. Banjo-Kazooie, only for Nintendo.
Lee from PMP Games here. What do you think buying video games is going to be like in the year 2020? Someday, you might not even have to leave your home to purchase video games. Someday, you might not be able to hold the games you purchase in your hands either. Hey! Whether you can visit us at one of our retail locations in Winnipeg or online at pmpgamesonline.com, we appreciate your support as we support Victor and the Electric Playground Classic. Another classic episode of EP is coming up next week, so play it loud and play forever.
What'd you think about World Cup 98? Electronic Arts.
Oh, World Cup 98 has got to be one of the coolest looking sports games. Now, I'm glad we're talking about soccer because, you know, I got my Tommy soccer shirt on.
All right, so let's talk about these 3 games independently. PC version first.
Okay, PC has got the best graphics of any sports game, the best motion capture of any game, network play. I mean, this is the best version of the game out of the PC, PlayStation, and N64. Best version.
I'd go as far to say that this is the best sports video game I've ever played.
I give it a 9.76312. The N64 version, I would give a solid 9.2. It doesn't look as good as the
PC version.
PC version.
Resolution's not there. All the frames of animation.
All the characters aren't there.
Yeah.
You know, they have like 5 or 6 heads, but they don't have every single person has its own unique head.
And the classic cup options too aren't as cool as they are in the PC version.
Right.
Gameplay-wise, the N64 version is almost the best out of the 3.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Because it's got the incredible Nintendo controller. I mean, it's just perfect for that. So what do you think of the PlayStation version of World Cup?
The PlayStation version, I'd give it an 8.5. I thought the N64 version and PC version were a lot better. The
PlayStation's missing a few frames.
It's
of animation.
missing frames of animation, so it's a little bit choppier. It's not awful. Don't get me wrong. It's not terrible by any means. It's just when you've played the PC and N64 versions, you're kind of used to. So it's a little choppier. The
That's
graphics.
the analog control, though.
Yes.
It's one way that it does beat both the N64 and the PC version. Is you can have 8 people at a time.
Yes. Yes.
Which is really cool.
Yeah,
Which is
exactly.
great. I'd give the PlayStation version of World Cup 98 a 9. I'd give the N64 version of World Cup 98 a 9.5. And on the PC, World Cup 98 is a 10 out of 10. So Vigilante 98 for the PlayStation. What'd you think, man?
Ooh, now this was a great game too.
Activision got it right on the PlayStation.
Vigilante 8, I mean, okay, let's face it, okay, it's a Twisted Metal ripoff.
Yeah.
You're in a car, you're shooting other cars in a city. But the effects that are in this game, the tracks are amazing.
Much improved.
Some of the tracks, the Ghost Town, did you go in the Ghost Town and go into that thing and you get cut by the Twister? And yeah, Uncle Henry, it's a Twister, it's a Twister. Once you pick a car and you're in, what is it, Quest mode or something? Whatever it is. Once you pick a car, you have about 5 or 6 tracks that you have to compete, and then there's like a boss car at the end of it.
Right.
Once you've done that, and it's relatively quick. I mean, you can get it in an hour or 2 hours.
5 tracks, and then you're into the boss.
Right.
Yeah.
And then once you beat it on that, you can go and do another vehicle, and now you have to do all different tracks now. And everything. That's cool. So
it's a different quest for each different vehicle.
And the multiplayer mode's awesome.
It really is.
I like the way you can switch between either horizontal or vertical in the 1 and 2 player.
I would give this a 9 out of 10. I had a lot of fun playing this game. I definitely recommend it.
I had tons of fun. I give it a 9.5.
What did you think about Road Rash 3D from Electronic Arts for the PlayStation?
Let me just say this. Road Rash on the Genesis was one of my favorite games. And what I loved about it is it was real simple. You could go in and you see a guy in the distance, you go up on him, you nail him in the head, you take his stuff, and you keep flying by. It was fun stuff. This game, I found it way too hard to hit somebody and drive at the same time.
I really like this.
It was fun to play, but it wasn't Road Rash. If you're buying this game because you want to beat people off the bike, I'll tell you the best game. The best part of the game is the great motion capture of falling off the bike. All I did was crash into stuff. It doesn't matter.
You just run over somebody. It's like, and all you see is people freaking out into the camera.
One thing that was cooler than the original Genesis version, now you can actually branch off. You can go left or you go right.
It actually is 3D, so you can take off anywhere you want to go. But I love the new bikes. I like the characters. I like the gangs. The music was really cool.
All the different bands were doing the music.
Yeah, I really like that Tea Party song. I would give Road Rash 3D an 8 out of 10. It's a solid game.
Why didn't you give this game a 10? Why is it an 8 out of 10?
It needs better graphics. It needs better graphics.
Better control and fun factor.
It needs 2-player. That would make it better.
Control and fun factor. I like the control. You gotta be able to beat guys
and
better.
I had fun. It won on both those counts. Control and fun are great. That's why it gets an 8 out of 10.
No, very sluggish. Very
8
sluggish.
out of 10.
I give it a 6.
No.
Wrong. Electric Playground, Tommy.
Go back to Electric Playground for a second.
No, I want to watch the World Cup.
All right.
Watch this anytime.
Okay.
Italy.
Oh, yeah!
30 minutes just ain't enough time. We'll see you next week. Keep this eye wide open and that one totally shut.
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo of Canada, makers of 1080 Snowboarding. Keep.net, makers of Netfighter. Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3. Namco, makers of Tekken 3.
That's been making a maniacal laugh. Okay, no more cat. That's it.
This classic episode of Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by PNP Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
Hey, on this week's show, we're going to be looking at Jane's F-15 Eagle, Ultima Ascension, All-Star Baseball, and we're going to be visiting E3 on Akuji the Heartless, or Akuji the Wonderful, like my wonderful Marilyn.
The guys who brought us Quarterback Club and Turok for the Nintendo 64. This year, they're bringing us All-Star Baseball 99, and the graphics are even better than those other games.
All-Star Baseball 99 is one of the most stellar products, we've ever put out here. Without a doubt, I would say it probably is the best Nintendo 64 sports game there is now.
How did you guys get this thing to this kind of polish?
We spent a good 8 months to a year doing all the graphics for the game. The stadiums, we have every stadium in the league, and they're perfect representations of the real stadiums.
How is this game going to impact acclaimed sports franchise or upcoming future sports titles?
After Quarterback Club was finished, we decided to start with a brand new engine from scratch that was going to be our main sports engine. It was going to do everything faster and better than anything else. So what we've developed over the last year and a half is a 640 by 480 high-res 3D engine. You can see in All-Star Baseball what we've been able to achieve, and with that, we're carrying that over. We're doing a basketball game, a wrestling game, a soccer game, and as well we're doing hockey. So we've taken this engine that we've optimized for sports and applied it to 6 different sports games, and I think that that's going to help us, rule the sports world on this machine.
What are some of the gameplay features in this title that make it unique?
Most of the games, it's just timing. You wait, you hope you swing at the right time. Baseball's not about that. Baseball's about knowing the pitcher where he throws the ball and then being able to get your bat to that location, as well as timing. So we created a unique interface which allows you, as the batter, to try and see the ball coming out of his hand, determine where it's going to go, and then move your bat out to that location to hit the ball, as well as hit the timing.
You guys are using the Rumble Pack in this game as well. How are you guys doing that?
What we're trying to do is use it in ways that have never been used before.
Yeah.
When you're pitching, you have the ability to move a pitch icon throughout the strike zone. And when it gets to the edge of that strike zone, it starts to rumble a little bit. And as you get a little closer to the corner of the strike zone, it rumbles even more.
Very cool.
So without actually seeing the icon, the user's allowed to feel if he's on the edge of the strike zone or not as the pitcher. The N64 baseball products that are coming out against All-Star Baseball are more arcadey style games. We wanted to allow a person to go in and make a player, make their own player, create him, bring him up in spring training, bring him up into a league, pull him into the season. Once you pull him onto a team out of the free agency list, and you play with this team, if you hit well with him, if you play well with him, he has a chance of making it onto the All-Star team just like anybody else. So for your ability to create this guy and actually play with him for a full season and try and get him onto the All-Star game at the All-Star break is just really cool.
How about special teams and hidden features and stuff in the game?
There's definitely hidden teams, hidden stadiums, hidden features.
Come on, just one. Come on.
No, I can't do that.
One
can't
team.
do it.
Come on.
Maybe later.
Yeah, when's later?
There's probably an iguana team if you look really closely.
Okay.
I would imagine.
What position do you play on the iguana team?
You'll just have to find it and find out. Yeah, I'm the coach. There you go.
Bad boy.
Not bad boy. I'm the water boy.
What are we going to expect from All-Star Baseball 2000?
We probably left 40% of the design ideas on the floor on this one, so you can expect all those to be put back in.
More now on the escalating police chase that began as a joyrider's need for speed. Every available officer has been called in to stop the Lamborghini Diablo, and it looks like the sheer number of officers out here is about to end this chase. Wait, the joyrider is going over the roadblock. Whoa. This is unbelievable.
Stick 'em up!
Yes, it's going to be a long night for law enforcement. Need for Speed 3. Hot Pursuit.
Hey!
What sense is most strongly tied to nostalgia for you? For me, it's sound. 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 Now, video game music and sound design is unique. It has a specific context and a specific purpose. Hearing the works of the brilliant video game composers and sound designers, the response is visceral. I know what the soundtrack to a duck bouncing a pogo stick on the moon is, and I'll bet some of you do too. We hear a timeless video game tune, and while the minutia may differ, we're visualizing the same game, level, boss. That's shared nostalgia. Baby, that's beautiful.
Do you guys believe in voodoo magic?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Voodoo is something that will only work if you believe in it.
Do you guys believe in voodoo magic? Definitely.
I don't think we'd be here if it wasn't for voodoo magic.
Do you have a voodoo doll? No. Do you wish you did? Yes. Of who? I don't think I'll say that. Okay.
Recently, I was invited to Crystal Dynamics, and I got to meet two beautiful women. And we talked about their new game,
I'm here at Crystal Dynamics with Stephanie and Jessica, and we're here talking about a new game.
Yo, buddy.
Oh,
Sam, remember?
and Sam.
Yeah,
Sam,
good to see ya.
the producer of the game.
Thank you.
Right.
What we're trying to get you to pay attention to here, Tommy, is Akuji the Heartless. Akuji is a practitioner of voodoo, and he's all set to get married to this beautiful woman, Kisho. And Akuji's brother, who can't stand the fact that two rivaling clans of voodoo are uniting on a day, comes and rips Akuji's heart out right in the middle of the ceremony.
I hate when that happens.
I hate it when that happens, thus banishing Akuji to the underworld. And it is here in this underworld that Akuji must fight his way through, using his voodoo power and his hand-to-hand combat ability to fight these evil zombies and cultists and demons. Akuji will progress through 12 huge worlds, all set with these gorgeous lighting schemes, with vertex morphing, vertex lighting. We'll send him into bonus, sometimes combat rooms, sometimes shooting gallery type rooms.
Now, one of the cool things that I noticed in this is that it's very fast. You're not struggling to go places.
No.
Is this using the Gex engine?
Use the Gex engine as sort of a springboard for us. Faster frame rates. We can't have the user getting bogged down with frame rate, or he'll just put the controller down and go play something else. So lots of fighting, lots of shooting.
Lots of decapitation.
Well, you know, this is a bit of a macabre game. This isn't your kiddie adventure, let me tell you.
Now, I see a lot of bones on the floor and stuff. Can you actually pick up the bones and beat the guy senseless with it?
Well, we're not planning to make this caveman game.
So what does the name Kuji actually mean?
It means man with twins.
The Ultima series has always been a huge success. Well, now they're moving into 3D. Get ready for Ultima Ascension.
Electric Playgrounds here in Austin, Texas. We're in Origin, and this is the Hamster Trail. I'm with Ed Del Castillo. He's the producer of Ultima Ascension. How you doing?
How are you?
This is the latest version of the Ultima series.
Definitely,
Yeah.
but it's more than that. It's actually the first 3D Ultima we've ever done. It's a completely new experience from the top down. We have a world that you actually really feel like you're part of, the avatar kind of right in front of you.
All the previous Ultimas have been in 2D top-down bitmap graphics. With the advent of 3D hardware, I can get the polygon count that I need to do the high-end presentation, as well as the detailed interactivity that I need in an Ultima.
We're trying to strip away a lot of the things that made RPGs clumsy in the past. And we're getting right down to the core emotional feeling, you know, of coming around that corner and seeing that monster and just, you know, fighting your first impulse to run. Instead, you know, whipping out your sword and fighting him.
How is the control going to be different for this game? Obviously, it's in 3D space.
You're really controlling a camera behind the avatar, so you're going to be able to like look around on the fly and see the world. Takes what has classically been some of the learning curve and some of the difficulty out of RPGs and gets back to the fun.
Role-playing games in general, and especially Ultimas, usually have a pretty high barrier to entry, including my most recent release, Ultima Online. Day one, you have to learn about 40 skills and what they mean. Terribly intimidating, even if you already know role-playing games.
Right.
Once you know a spell, you might be able to learn 2 or 3 more, or go back and learn how to use that sword.
Right.
And so you can evolve the skills of your character as you wish, as you play the game.
It's going to lead you to the final battle of the series with the Guardian.
How did you guys manage to get this 3D world together? What is the technology that you guys are using?
Spit and baling wire? No, they just learned it from the ground up. You know, a lot of this industry is self-taught.
Yeah.
And I think as a result, you have a lot of people who really know the guts of the game and really know how to do 3D. And now we're really happy with our coding staff, and you know, I think it's going to be really good. We got a really fast game. They're the ultimate dragons out there, and we totally didn't want to lose them. We're really sensitive to the fact that they you know, are really sensitive to issues like gameplay and depth and the scope of the game. You know, they don't want something that they can burn through in a weekend, and we're going to do our best, you know, to give them that does away with all the stuff that you hated about fantasy and just gets back to the fun.
That's great. That sounds like fun. Nice to meet you, Ed.
Thanks.
Bye, Mom.
There we go.
You don't understand. It's after us. It's big. It's got huge teeth, a big beak, bulgy eyes, feathers, fur everywhere.
Yeah, and pigs can fly.
No bears can fly. Bad guys beware. Here comes Banjo-Kazooie, where you're both bird and bear with amazing powers. There's never been anything like this head-banging, sky-flying, rock-hopping, egg-shooting, tag-teaming duo. Banjo-Kazooie, only for Nintendo.
We had a chance to talk to Ron Gilbert about his success with Total Annihilation. We are here with Ron Gilbert, the founder of Cave Dog Entertainment. Total Annihilation, the best game ever of all time? Wow.
We were thrilled by that one.
How many people are working at Cave Dog now? I mean, I'm seeing all these titles.
There's probably just under 100 people there now.
So in 1996 you formed Cave Dog. What was the inspiration?
I really wanted to create a place where some of the best designers, programmers, and artists could come and really take their visions and make them real. That they could, you know, if they had an idea and they wanted to do something great, this was the place to do it.
Battle Tactics, what exactly is it?
Battle Tactics is an expansion pack for Total Annihilation. It's 100 quick and easy missions. Now, Total Annihilation is a big game, and sometimes it can suck you down for 4 or 5 hours. Or days, but maybe you just want to go in and play quickly. So we created 100 missions that are just real quick in and out missions to play.
There's been a real movement towards multiplayer contests and online play, and Total Annihilation has that built into it.
There's nothing more challenging than a real human being sitting at the other end. I mean, you could spend years writing computer AI and is not going to play like a person. There's a certain social interaction that goes on when people are playing each other, and I could look at things like Monopoly. Those are really just catalysts for people to get together. What they really care about is getting a bunch of people together to have fun. And I think the computer games, as you get the multiplayer stuff, you'll start to see some of that. It's an excuse for a bunch of friends to get together and have a lot of fun.
Hi, I'm here with Clayton.
Hi, the Tiger.
From Cave Dog. Tell us a little bit about this new title, Kingdoms.
Kingdoms is the next title in the Total Annihilation franchise. And what we're looking at is a fantasy-themed RTS game. You know, castles, knights, catapults, demons, you know, zombies, all that kind of stuff.
So how does this game warrant getting the Total Annihilation name if it's a fantasy-based game?
Well, we're using a lot of the existing technology base from Total Annihilation. We want meat on its bones, so that's where we thought a nice big theme with an epic story, 4 sides,
3D effects cards and graphics accelerators. What do you think of all of this technology that's coming out now?
Well, any hardware that can help, makes our job easier, because people want a very rich graphic experience. I mean, they're used to movies, they're used to television, they're used to action and speed and all this. And the more hardware we have to help us out to give the people what they want, the better.
Hey, we're at Origin Systems here in Austin, Texas. I'm standing with Andy Hollis, who is one of the co-founders of the Jane's Combat Simulations brand. Great to meet you, Andy.
Likewise.
Tell me a little bit about how you guys got Jane's off the ground, so to speak.
Everybody wants to be sort of the kind of Tom Cruise, Top Gun thing, and being able to put them in that situation, doing the same kinds of decision-making that a real pilot would have in the face of a disaster or whatever. Just a really compelling situation, and a natural for a computer game.
I'm in the Jane's booth here with Colonel Bud Anderson, who is the consultant on Fighter Legends Europe 1944. How are you, Colonel?
Hey, I'm doing good today.
So what do you think of these computer simulations? Are you amazed by what these guys are able to do with computers?
It's absolutely fantastic. And of course, the big change is the graphics. They're remarkable.
Is it difficult to balance the simulation aspects of a game and the action gameplay elements of a game?
Sure is.
Yeah.
Sure is. There's a lot of things about flying that are no fun. People liken jet combat to hours of boredom with
moments of terror.
Are the missions that are in the game, were you in any of those missions in real life?
There'll be escort missions in there and ground support missions and things like that. And is it going to be a specific mission? I can't tell you that right now.
Why did you guys choose the F-15 as the plane to cover instead of the F-22?
Right. Well, the F-22 is not yet in production. We're always looking for the ultimate in realism, and in order to do that, you have to have access to the operator manuals. You have to have access to the real aircraft. We like to have a combat history to see how the aircraft really performs, not just how it might perform.
I understand you're a friend of Chuck Yeager.
Chuck and I go back to the spring of 1943 when I was selected as a flight leader to be a member of a new fighter group that was training to train as a unit and go overseas and fly combat. Chuck came in as one of our first pilots to join us so that we would train. So I was about 6 months ahead of him out of flying school.
Wow.
And we were the experts.
How many missions are in this game, and where do you go while you're cruising around out there?
This game has hundreds of missions, and they're set in a couple of main areas, mostly in the Middle East. We simulate over 3 million square miles of the Middle East terrain. We have a campaign that's set in Iran. It is set in the year 2002. It's a hypothetical campaign. We also let you relive the whole Desert Storm experience from the early days of Desert Shield, the build-up, through into the first night, and all the way through to the ground war. The terrain data set we use is all built off of real data. All the cities in the right places, the roads are in the right places. We even put the buildings in the right places based off of tourist maps and things we got of like Baghdad. So the presidential palace is right there, and you can go in there and blow it up if you want.
Who's the best pilot you ever saw?
Well, Chuck Yeager would certainly be right up there.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
I'm sure he'd say the same thing about you.
Yeah.
Is this all strict realism, or is there any sort of goofy stuff in the game as well?
Mostly it's realistic, but there's a few things we like to throw in there kind of lighthearted. So, for example, the camels, there's a lot of camels out there in the desert areas, and if you just happen to strafe one, they sort of seem to be filled with gasoline, and then they blow up in huge explosions and stuff like that.
They might be carrying gasoline.
Yeah, that's it. They're carrying gasoline.
That's right.
That's it. Right.
Thanks, Andy.
You bet.
Great to meet you.
Likewise. Thanks.
Andy.
You may remember Capcom for such great hits as Street Fighter and Mega Man. Well, now they're back with Marvel vs. Capcom. This week we've got a great tip for you. You know Mega Man, but you may not know his sister, Roll. To control Roll, highlight Zangief at the character selection screen. Push left, left, down, down, right, right, down, down, left, left, up, right, right. The little blonde will be controllable, and you'll be good to go. Have fun.
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 move of the week. This week we've got a multi-hit combo from Dr. Vaskanovich. You ready? It's forward plus left punch. Right kick, left kick, left kick, left kick. Right punch, left punch. You gotta do it all much faster than that, of course.
Today on the Simpatico Question of the Week, Steve Kahn from Victoria, British Columbia asks, what's going to keep all these 3D action-adventure games from looking the same?
The experience of interacting with the other characters in the game is what's going to make the next wave of 3D games exciting. It's not enough anymore to have pretty scenery and cool-looking characters. They're going to have personality, and they're going to have to be smart. And you're not going to get away with running through levels and taking one shot and taking out everything, or just avoiding enemies. They're going to have to engage you. One of the things we've focused on is we've set programmers down and said, you guys are solely in charge of making these enemies fun, making them difficult, making them smart, making them behave like you would see an enemy behave in the real world, giving life to these characters so they're not just cannon fodder for the player.
To send us your questions, stop by the EP website at www.electplay.com.
You don't understand. It's after us. It's big. It's got huge teeth, a big beak, bulgy eyes, feathers, fur everywhere.
Yeah, and pigs can fly.
No bears can fly. Bad guys beware. Here comes Banjo-Kazooie, where you're both bird and bear with amazing powers. There's never been anything like this head-banging, sky-flying, rock-hopping, egg-shooting, tag-teaming duo. Banjo-Kazooie, only for Nintendo.
Lee here with a few reasons why you should be shopping at P&P Games. The selection, everything from retro favorites to contemporary hits. The shipping, free on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA, and we also ship overseas. The stickers, when you spend $65 or more, you get a limited edition sticker based on our silly nonsense. Locals can check out our retail stores in Winnipeg, but for everyone else, we're at pnpgamesonline.com. Support us as we support the Electric Playground Classic. No, that's a good sticker.
Where is this place, man?
This is it, right here. What do you think about Forsaken for the PC, PlayStation, Nintendo 64?
Now, Forsaken on the PC, first of all, has amazing graphics.
Once again,
backgrounds.
Best version of the game's on the PC. It's more difficult, I found, on the PlayStation, mostly because the speed
controls.
and the control is insane. It's even with the dual analog. Well, even with the analog, I found it really difficult.
So the N64, they changed the storyline and everything.
Like
they toned
Forsaken
it down
Light.
a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier.
Of the machines.
But it was still fun. Great multiplayer on the N64.
That's the thing
Very
on the multiplayer in the N64.
Yeah.
It's just kind of, you get this almost GoldenEye feel to it.
But
you know?
no drop in frame rate. It's really, really smooth.
Here's one of the problems that I had with the game is that there's really no map. You just get totally lost, and it's just, I'll tell you what, this is a very, extremely hard game to play.
It's almost impossible to do a 3D map like that, though.
It must be. They have to figure out something, some kind of transparent 3D thing. The best version, I thought, was the PC.
Yep. What would you give the PC version?
The PC version is an 8.7.
I'd give it an 8 out of 10, a solid 8. The N64 version, probably 7.5 out of 10. I thought it's a solid game, definitely worth picking up if you like first-person shooters.
I give it a 7, straight 7.
7 out of 10?
Yeah.
All right, what about the PlayStation version?
The PlayStation version, I also give a 7 to it.
I'd give it a 6.5 out of 10. People that like those kinds of games should rent it on the PlayStation.
Gran Turismo on the PlayStation.
Best racing game ever made. 10 out of 10. Awesome.
10 out of 10?
10 out of 10.
Huh.
Now, I don't think there's anything on any system that can touch this game right now.
The intro is amazing.
Just the complete package. It's just one of those games that you will sit down and lose yourself in.
Rotate around. When you're just picking the cars, and you can see the way the light reflect. The best part of this game is the reflection.
You can tell that the guys that made this just love racing.
It's almost like a Quest RPG
It's
mode.
a role-playing game for racing.
It's awesome.
There's just so much stuff in this thing, man. Yeah. You go through these different sort of series of races, and you win money and you win cars. They give you like bonus cars. You just keep getting better and better. You've got to get your
and
license.
stuff.
You can paint them. You can totally customize
We had problems
them.
getting our license the first couple.
Oh yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
It's a tough game.
The one thing I think they could improve a little bit on Gran Turismo is the controls are almost too realistic, and you got to get used to them, and, and that's cool.
But it really depends. I mean, there's 150 different cars to play with, so you'll find one that feels comfortable.
I love that arcadey Ridge Racer type control, but Gran Turismo is a great game.
Yeah.
The graphics is the most amazing graphics I've ever seen on any driving game, including the arcade.
The first game that these guys did for the PlayStation was Motor 2 Grand Prix.
Really?
And that game was just loaded with secrets, and it had endless playability. This game is like 10 times that.
Okay.
10 out of 10. Gran
10 out of
Turismo,
10?
10 out of 10. It's tough to beat this sucker.
9.7 for me.
What did you think of Hot Shots Golf for the Sony PlayStation?
Now here's a game that's fun to play.
Yeah.
It's total, a Japanese style game. You got the big-headed people.
I don't get golf.
Really?
But I had a lot of fun playing this game. I really like.
It's not as great as like a PGA Tour 98. It's not as good of a golf game as that, but it's fun to play. It's
a great change of pace from all these action titles and Kill 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 and all these other games that we've been talking about. This is a golf game for everybody. This is a golf game that golf freaks
simple to pick
can
up.
play with people that don't play any golf at all.
Simple to pick up. Again, it's a Japanese game. It falls a little short on presentation, and the sound effects are, and the music is.
But again, there's tons of secret characters. There's new courses that you can win.
They made it fun. It's almost like
you get experience points, so it's almost like a golf RPG a little bit. I give the game about an 8.5. What would you give the time?
I'm also in there at 8.5.
Yeah, I think it's a great game.
Cool.
Oh, here comes our ride.
Whoa. Go! Well, the show's over, but our website is open 24 hours a day. So make sure you check out www.elecplay.com.
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo, makers of 1080 Snowboarding. Eat.net, makers of NetFighter. Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3. Namco, makers of Tekken 3. To subscribe to Tips and Tricks, call 1-800-621-8977.
This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support The Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of The Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
Today on the Electric Playground, we're going to be taking a look at Skies, talking to Konami about their Metal Gear Solid. We'll have a sneak peek at Crash Bandicoot 3, and then we're going on a Mission Impossible. Dun, 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 dun.
Looks like the sky's the limit with this game.
I'm here with Vince Zampella, who's the producer of Skies, a new online world created exclusively for Heat. Tell me what the background story on this is.
Well, the world is made up of fragments of an exploding
inhabited planet that have actually begun to float above this energy storm that is now the world, the core of the world.
Okay.
Players through time have gained the ability to fly. Characters in the world, everyone has wings, takes flight into the world, which gives you a new degree of freedom in a 3D game.
We're at Paradigm Entertainment here in Dallas, Texas. I'm here to talk to 3 of the guys that help build Skies. How are you keeping it from just people zipping around and not seeing anything or anybody for hours at a time?
Well, the idea is to give people lots of things to do, but to try to organize that in a reasonable way. I mean, there will be cities, so there will be places where lots of people congregate.
Is it like working with any other 3D action game, or are there limitations imposed on you from the start?
I'm not sure. It's my first game.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank
you must
you.
be scared to death.
A little bit.
Yeah.
So it's almost like we are in the world of Hawkman or something from DC Comics or something like that.
Similar, I guess, with regards to the characters, yes. Now the world is built on, you can't just walk from one spot to another. There is no walking, everything is flight. The underlying game is an RPG with character development. Your character will grow. Your character will grow in height. Your character will gain more armor. Your character it'll grow facial hair. You know, when your male elder gets ancient, he'll grow like a nice gray beard.
Very cool.
And when you fly into town, someone doesn't say, "No, there's an angel." You say, "There's an elder angel. He's tough. Watch out for him."
Is this something that, what do they call it, massively multiplayer?
Massively multiplayer game is what we like to call it.
Okay.
We're planning right now for each world to hold about 2,000 to 3,000 players.
How can you do this? How do you get this thing up and going? It seems like an impossible task.
Yeah, it could seem like that. But I assure you it's possible. We're doing our best.
I also understand that you've brought on Paradigm simulations to help you with this whole flying dynamic?
Paradigm is wonderful. They've done a lot of military simulation work in the past. They did Pilot Wing 64 for the Nintendo 64.
Right.
We do most of the design here. Paradigm does the actual execution of the game.
The collaboration we've got of ideas, the exchange back and forth, I think is going to generate a great game. And I think we're seeing the fruits of that labor right now.
We have Michael Turner from Witchblade, from Top Cow Comics. He is doing the actual art direction for the characters and for the world.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, some wonderful stuff.
Is this going to be an ever-expanding universe?
With transactor technology, the Lidos, we're actually going to introduce new areas, new objects, new characters into the game constantly, actually.
Explain what Lidos is for people that don't know.
It's a digitally encrypted, limited edition digital object, which is basically a collectible, unique object in the game world. The characters are actually collectible, unique objects. So once you get tired of, say you play a dragon, you get tired of playing a dragon, you want to try something a little different, you can try the sprite, and you can maybe trade with somebody.
Excellent. Looking forward to this, Vince. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming by.
You don't understand. It's after us. It's big. It's got huge teeth, a big beak, bulgy eyes, feathers, fur everywhere.
Yeah, and pigs can fly.
No bears can fly. Bad guys beware. Here comes Banjo-Kazooie, where you're both bird and bear with amazing powers. There's never been anything like this head-banging, sky-flying, rock-hopping, egg-shooting, tag-teaming duo. Banjo-Kazooie, only for Nintendo.
Pokemania is here. Well, Nintendo needed a win in the role-playing game column after Final Fantasy and Friends left town, and instead, they got a phenomenon. Pokemon, or Pocket Monsters, are taking over. With over 150 or more to see, becoming a Pokemon Master is quickly becoming my destiny. That's right. I caught them all. And a completed Pokedex is a terrible thing to waste, so starting next week, let's explore it together. Tune in every Saturday morning for EP Classic, and play forever. Yes, the future's looking bright for old, Pikachu here. Sorry, Pikachu. Pikachu.
To talk about Metal Gear Solid, I'm with John Sloan. How are you, John?
Great, Victor, thank you.
Well, what is Metal Gear Solid all about?
It's a pretty complicated game, but I'll try and give you a short explanation.
Okay.
You play a guy called Solid Snake. He's a genetically engineered super soldier. Your former comrades have taken an Alaskan military base by force and are threatening to launch a nuclear missile against the US unless their demands are met. Your job is to get in there, defuse the situation, find out if they've got the capability to do do this.
So you're basically a spy, and you got some whooping to do.
That's basically it.
Tell me about some of the technological advances that the guys at Konami have been able to do in this game.
The textures you see in the game are so detailed, much more advanced than anything else in the market at the moment. Plus, you have two perspectives. You have a top-down perspective and a first-person perspective, and the transition between them is incredibly smooth.
And that's what happens when you spend 3 years perfecting a game.
That's right.
Is that why we've been waiting so long? They've basically had a finished game, but they just wanted to tweak it and make it beautiful?
Yep, our guys are perfectionists. They don't want to put a game in the market unless it's absolutely wonderful. So they spend 3 years doing that.
What kinds of weapons and what kinds of special attacks and stuff can we find in this game?
If Snake doesn't have any weapons, he can punch and kick your opponent. Yep. If he sneaks up behind him, he can grab him by the neck, choke him, and break his neck. But when you get the guns, there are over 30 weapons in the game. From a single pistol, you can put a silencer on that, you can get a sniper rifle, or you can get some cool C4 explosive. Walk up behind the guard, and you have to be very good to do this. Place it on his back. Watch the guard walk back to his friends, blow them all up.
Are there RPG elements in this game as well?
You have over 15 characters. Some of them help you, some of them attack you. Those that help you, you communicate using a radio that's embedded in your head. These guys will tell you your objectives for a stage. They will tell you how to beat certain bosses in the game. And there's even one guy who will tell you all about the flora and fauna in Alaska.
When's the game out?
The game's out in October.
Now, who are these guys?
These are our metal girls and boys. They're playing characters from the game. You have Psycho Mantis here on the left. You have Vulcan Raven. He's a big guy with a huge gun, as you can see. We have Solid Snake there, and on the end we got Meryl. Meryl's a friend. She's going to help Snake during the game. The other two are the bad guys.
I wouldn't want to make any of them angry. I can't wait for this game, man. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Victor.
We're here on the rooftops of Westwood Studios in Las Vegas, Nevada, to talk about the next Command & Conquer game, Tiberian Sun. I'm going to drop in on the producer right now. Hey, Roddy! Roddy! How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Pretty cool, pretty cool. Hey, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Where did the name Tiberian Sun come from?
It's a three-part trilogy. We started with the first one being Tiberian Dawn. So Tiberian Sun, it's a little bit further, and then we've got one more, which will be Tiberian Twilight.
This new whole real weird terrain thing that happens in this version.
Right, we've got fully deformable 3D terrain now, which means you can do anything you want to it. For example, you have a cliff. You've got some guys that want to go up the cliff. You just start shooting at it. The rocks will start crumbling, and you'll get a little ramp, and you can drive up it. We'll have water that'll freeze over in the ice missions, and you'll be able to cross it, but if you stay on it too long, the ice will break.
So tell me about the whole fire thing. Like, the use of fire in this game is, like, really cool.
It's pretty extensive. If you have a forest fire, for example, and you have an infantry unit that's nearby, he'll catch on fire and start taking damage, and he'll run around, start flailing about, and set other units and trees on fire also.
Cool. Show me how that works. This ought to be good. Let's talk about some of the weapons.
GDI is going to have more of your average military type of units, but with a futuristic flair to it. We have hover rocket launching tanks. We have mechanized infantry battle suits, which are kind of like a powered armor that the guy can run around in. APCs are still going to be in there. A lot of new ammunition types, rockets, lasers, rail guns, all sorts of neat stuff like that.
I saw the intro for this thing, which just looks awesome.
Yeah, you'll get a reward movie after each mission.
This is the Westwood Rendering Farm. It consists of over 90 dual P2 300 systems. We are able to render out more artwork in one night than we were previously in 3 weeks.
How many missions are there?
Right now we're a little over 30. Be able to do nighttime missions, which will be really interesting. If you blow up the enemy's light towers, it's going to go dark on the battlefield right away, and he might not be able to see your guys coming.
What's it like working in Las Vegas? I mean, you seem to be a pretty low-key guy, you know?
Dude, it's great! There's like nightclubs you could go to. They're always open. The bars, the clubs, the restaurants. It rules. You gotta go now! Right now!
Now?
Yes, go!
Now?
Right now!
Whoa,
go!
whoa.
Go! Later, man.
Can you tell me what a bandicoot is?
A little cat or something like that.
Some kind of a beast? A beast. Is it a big beast or a little beast? Middle size.
It's a hedgehog or something. Something like a hedgehog, I think.
Can you tell me where it's from? Africa. Definitely Africa.
I'm here with Andy Gavin and Jason Rubin, guys from Naughty Dog, the creators of Crash Bandicoot, and we're talking about Crash 3, yeah?
Yeah, Crash 3.
I saw some screens on this. Amazing.
Thank you.
I mean, how much better can you guys make this game?
We tried. At this point, not that much, I'm sure. It's we got a lot of surprises, a lot of surprises that we haven't even shown here, but for now, we're really, really happy with what we've done, and yeah, we think this is the big one. This is the best of them.
We've been really focusing on like different gameplay elements and stuff, just giving the player tons of different stuff to do, like tons of different controls and like vehicles and like things to ride and like just have a lot of fun.
Now I saw an underwater level, which I thought was the best level so far of any level I've ever seen in Crash.
That's right, but we're holding our consistency. You know, Crash has got scuba gear because we all know he can't really swim.
Right.
But with the scuba gear, I guess it's okay, just like you and me.
I saw Crash being chased by this big ass dinosaur thing, and there's some cool reflection going on there. What's that all about?
Well, beyond improving the gameplay, because we're definitely getting better with gameplay as we go into the series, we've also gotten much better at the PlayStation. How much of the PlayStation's power are we using? More than last year, you know? And one of the things that we've gotten down now is not only standing on ice reflections like we did in Crash 2, but standing knee deep in water and having your body sort of cut off at the knees and having a reflection as it would in a pool of water. So it's our new trick. Impossible with the Z buffer, so it's not even a fake Z buffer now, it's beyond that.
You can see a lot more of the game. I mean, there's a lot more depth and action going on, and you know, you're going down canyons and stuff. I mean, you guys trying to like expand the world of Crash here?
We really tried to open it up and give you like broad, far view so you can get a real like panoramic sense of the world.
Crash 1 was a pretty big game. Crash 2, even bigger still. Is Crash 3 going to be an even bigger and longer game?
Absolutely. I think that Crash 3 has more levels, there's more detail in them, and we're adding some new gameplay on top of getting crystals and getting gems as you did in the past. There's now an additional thing to get. So there's going to be endless gameplay for someone who wants to get the true 100%.
What is the best part about making the Crash games? You know, pushing the limit, what's the best part about making the new Crash?
Well, those of us that have been with Crash since the beginning, we've actually spent more time now on Crash Bandicoots than we spent in college. We spent more than 4 years total by the end of this project. So we know this character well. It's like a best friend, and it's great working with a best friend. It's great doing another title where you know, I understand this world. I know what things look like in this world.
What are the total number of units sold for Crash worldwide?
Sony made a press release about a month or two ago that we had hit 5 million on 1 and 2 together. Crash 1 is the best-selling PlayStation title in America. We've really been able to hit numbers that are, you know, it's 10 games in the industry have ever done it, and it's going right back to the beginning.
Great talking to you guys. Cool.
Thank you.
Guys like me don't get much respect. I mean, I hit big, but there's no Dior commercial. I make huge plays. I'm not even in a cereal box. But man, I could care less.
Triple Play 99. You've never seen baseball like this. Whoa. EA Sports. It's in the game.
We've been hanging around waiting for the release of Mission Impossible for a long time. Whoa.
We're here at the Mission Impossible stand. I'm with Erwin Kurgal, who's the producer on the game. How you doing?
We're having a great time here showing Mission Impossible. It's having good success and people like it, so we're very happy.
There's been a lot of curiosity about the game because it's been in development for a long time.
Yes, originally Mission Impossible was developed by Ocean of America. The original design involved lip synchronization, terrible artificial intelligence, and also backgrounds with something like 40,000 polygons, which were much too heavy, and they thought the machine could do it. When they realized it wouldn't work, they had some kind of a breakdown. At that time, Infogram was taking over Ocean. We took a new team in-house, in front. We took the project back.
So now this team, they reassemble the game, they put it together, they make it something that you can actually Nintendo 64 cartridge. What makes this game special?
It's a third-person 3D adventure action game. GoldenEye, which is, of course, the game we're always compare with, is a first person, and that makes a lot of a difference. You don't get that feeling of having a real character that you're controlling. I feel you always have the feeling of bumping into walls and not knowing where your feet are and not knowing what exactly is your position in space and in relation to the background. Now, here we have something that's very different. You have a character, he's moving, have perfect control over him. Mary had more influence on Mission Impossible than GoldenEye had for the character control.
What about some of the unique gameplay features in this title?
What is very special about Mission Impossible is the complexity. That's what we wanted to give the players. A game where you don't have to just shoot around and punch holes and just blast people, but figure out what exactly do I have to do. Mission Impossible is about being more clever than the enemy, making them believe that something has happened and making them do actions that they wouldn't do. In our game, we have lots of gadgets, we use lots of deception, we have those face-making sequences where we change faces and we take the identity of other people. Imagine you have a guard and he's following you, pursuing you because you just shot someone, and then you go into a room and you take another face and you get out and he puts your gun at you and then stops. Hey, that's not the guy I was following. And he puts his gun back. Wow. And that's great pleasure to play with this and have such realistic reactions.
Now I understand Tom Cruise himself has to kind of give the final okay on this game.
We had an email recently coming from his agent and telling us he's played the game all weekend and he loves it. And we had a party.
You didn't get your haircut to be like Tom Cruise, did you?
Does it look like him?
Now, I understand Tom Cruise is working on another Mission Impossible movie. Do you guys have the rights to create another Mission Impossible game after this one?
That hasn't been discussed yet. Of course, there's some word going around between Viacom and Infogram, and we're in very good terms because they know we've done a great job, and that's possible.
We're back with Marvel vs. Capcom. A while ago, Tyrone showed you how to choose Roll, Mega Man's little sister, but I'm going to show you how to choose Shadow Lady, Chun-Li's evil twin. Get ready to pause your VCR. At the character selection screen, press start. Highlight Morgan. Then move the joystick up, right, down, left, up, right, left, down, right, down, left, up, right, up, left, down. And Shadow Lady will be at your disposal.
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 move of the week. You guys ready to juggle with Jin Kazama? Watch this. Ready? It's back, then forward plus right punch, left punch, right punch. Back, forward plus right punch, left punch, right punch. Forward plus right punch.
Today on the Simpatico Question of the Week, Sarah Penn from Brandon, Manitoba asks, why are there so few cheat codes for rare Nintendo games?
Nintendo is concerned about the internet. Secrets can be released too quickly. You know, it used to be in the old days that if there was a secret in the game, you basically beat the game, and maybe you read about it in a game magazine 2 months later. Now, you buy the game, you go to the internet that night, and there's the no-die code. You know, there's the level select, there's the all weapons. It's like, you know, forget that. That was one of the reasons that GoldenEye was designed the way it was, to take this stuff and give it into the hands of the player. It's like, you can go on the internet and they'll tell you how to beat 2 minutes and 5 seconds in a facility, but they won't give you a code that gives you invincibility. You have to earn it.
To send us your questions, stop by the EP website at www.electplay.com.
You don't understand, it's after us. It's big! It's got huge teeth, a big beak, bulgy eyes, feathers, fur everywhere.
Yeah, and pigs can fly.
No bears can fly! Bad guys beware! Here comes Banjo-Kazooie, where you're both bird and bear with amazing powers. There's never been anything like this head-banging, sky-flying, rock-hopping, egg-shooting, tag-teaming duo. Banjo-Kazooie, only for Nintendo.
Hey Trevor, I just picked up Puzzle Fighter from P&P Games. You can be Dan. What?
Be right down. Just making some gamer broccoli.
What do you think about Biofreaks for the Nintendo 64?
It's a pretty disgusting game.
It is a very disgusting game. I like the blood splattering on the camera.
That's pretty cool, but my favorite part is the puking. Lots of puking in this game. You know, you come up, you everybody's puking, there's vomit all over the place, there's blood on the camera.
It's the most ridiculous, over-the-top fighting game I've ever played.
And that's what makes it fun.
Exactly. I like the Marilyn Manson backgrounds and all that stuff. It's like a big rock video. It's so in your face.
Whoever dreamt up those characters.
I like Zipperhead.
Was awesome.
He's my favorite. The guy not only has one spike, he's got 4 spikes in his heart, and then he's got a big machine gun hand and a big hand with big, huge, spiky things on it.
It's a bit like Virtual On.
Yeah,
in that you fly up, and that's really cool. But you never really get a sense of like, you know, whacking a guy. I mean, it's kind of like a distant fighting game.
It's not tactile enough. It doesn't have the depth of a Tekken game or anything like that, but it's still fun.
And it has puke.
And it has puke. I'd give it a 7 out of 10.
That's exactly what I give it, is 7 out of 10.
What do you think about Bloody Roar for the Sony PlayStation?
More vomiting. This is excellent.
It's a running theme.
I didn't even care. I just wanted to try to make people vomit.
You know what I liked about this game? It had a couple of really interesting modes. So they had like the Virtua Kids mode. So you had the kids version of the Bloody Roar characters.
Yeah.
And there was also the Big Head mode, which I think made the characters look better, actually.
So you turn into big animals, and everybody's a different animal.
Yeah.
And you just
the moves are cool. They're flashy.
And some of the what you want to do is you want to do the grab moves while you're an animal, because then you bite into somebody's neck, you tear them around. There's just blood and vomit all over the place. It's excellent.
It's a pretty solid fighter. I was surprised. I wasn't expecting to have as much fun with the game as I did. I'd give it a solid 8 out of 10. It's a fun game.
Now, come on. Would you see my score sheet before?
You give it an 8 out of 10 as well?
Yeah.
House of the Dead for the Saturn.
More excellent, gratuitous,
violent gore. Zombies all over the place.
One thing that bugged me, and I know bugged a lot of people I was playing with, was, this big beast will come in, picks up the girl, is attacking her, and it says, like, hold your fire. I don't know what's up with that.
That's the narrative, man. You're freaked out. You're like too scared to shoot.
That freaky bat thing was really scaring me. That bat guy flies around and there's bats coming at you and you're shooting the bats, and I don't like those.
You gotta dig the way the zombies just explode the more you shoot.
It's good stuff.
I like that.
And what about those slugs that come up and suck your face? That's good
fun
stuff.
Shooting those guys too.
In the Saturn though, I mean, it really, you get close up to stuff and it's just like blocky.
Yeah, but it's still fun, it's still solid, it has all the gameplay, plus they put the Saturn mode in there. You have a chance to play the game by choosing a bunch of different characters, and
you can go
different
ways.
Different guns. There's different paths you can take. I'd give it a 7 out of 10.
I also give it a 7 out of 10.
What do you think about Unreal for the PC? Probably one of the most hyped games of the year.
It's one of the best looking PC games to date, I think.
I think so. The levels in this game are insane. They're beautifully structured, very solid. The textures and stuff are insane. The glassy reflections and the water surfaces, everything looks beautiful.
My favorite part was some of the sounds, the backing ambient orchestral thing.
The creatures didn't have enough variety, I found. I thought that there was like 1 or 2 predator type alien creatures that come after you. And there wasn't enough of them.
Exactly. The thing is that whenever you see anything move, you're just, kind of so bored because you've been exploring around. You kill it. You don't care if it's on your side or not. You don't care if it's a little animal on the ground. It's dead.
But that is cool, though, is that you're meeting non-player characters that are really on your side. And if you make friends with them, they'll treat you to new surprises and stuff.
Now, treat me to new surprises. That one guy with the 4 arms, he's like,
scary.
He's like, come here. No, I'm capping your butt. I go, boom, boom, boom. Boom!
You live in Los Angeles, don't you?
Well, Orange County.
So what'd you give Unreal, man?
Unreal is 8.5.
8.5. I'd give it a 9 out of 10. So how much longer do you think we're gonna have to be in here, man? It's getting pretty cold.
Don't worry, not too much longer. Hey,
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo, makers of 1080 Snowboarding. Heat.net, makers of Netfighter. Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3. Namco, makers of Tekken 3. To subscribe to Tips and Tricks, call 1-800-621-8977.
This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support The Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of The Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
Today on the Electric Playground, we swipe a few cars in Grand Theft Auto, we retro blast back to asteroids, Paradigm takes us out on the course for F1 World Grand Prix, and we learn how to survive Unreal.
Like Unreal, this game's got a lot to live up to.
Okay, we're in the GT Interactive booth here at E3. I'm with the team that designed Unreal. When you were putting the game ideas together, what were some of your influences? How'd you come up with the ideas for this title?
Well, we all love the first-person action games like Quake and Doom, and we just wanted to create a game like that, so we just put all our efforts into it.
When did you guys figure out that you guys had something that could be quite revolutionary and make an impact in the industry?
Well, I'd say the first time we really got it up and running with the point where you could run through a level.
Yeah.
You know, the incredible lighting of Unreal, it really takes your breath away, and that's probably when we knew.
Now, James, what do you think the 3D acceleration that's going on in the PC world has had? What kind of an effect has that had on PC gameplay?
Oh, it's really helped a lot. Really allows us to create really beautiful and realistic worlds. We love the Voodoo chips and Power VR. Those are the ones we support, and we play on them, and they're great. Incredible lighting and just a great, more realistic experience than anybody's seen before.
What are people going to find as they get deeper and deeper in Unreal?
Well, a lot of the weapons have a lot of special moves in them.
Yeah.
They're combo attacks, which are kind of like fighting games. So when you figure out how to use the weapons the right way, you're going to be able to dominate and really kick a lot of ass. We have 2 firing modes in all of our weapons. We have a regular fire and an alternate fire. And for instance, we have a gun that's a combination of a rocket launcher and a grenade launcher. So you always have rockets you can unload at people, or you can just dump grenades out. You can load up multiple rockets and unload up to 6 and blow the hell out of everybody. There's a lot of different firing modes in the weapons, and it really makes it dynamic.
Any secret tips you can give to people that are playing this game right now, having a hard time with it?
Yeah, use the ASMD. I believe it's weapon 3, and it has a special move where if you fire out your alternate fire, and then you shoot it with the regular fire, it'll do a super explosion, which will kill anybody in the radius.
If you guys think about some of the other games that are out there, like Sin, or some of these other first-person action titles that are happening right now.
They're all looking really good. We're looking forward to playing it. We love games ourselves, of course, and if somebody makes a great game, it's all, better for everybody.
Where do you guys go from here? You're done with this game? You're on to, what, Unreal 2?
Well, we're finishing up the share version, so we're making a demo that everybody can play for free, and then we're working on add-on pack, and then looking forward to Unreal 2.
Right on. Thank you very much, James. Thanks a lot, Cliff. Good luck with the game.
Have you ever stolen a car?
No, not intentionally.
Have you ever stolen a car?
No.
Would you like to steal a car?
No.
You don't?
No.
If you could steal any particular car, what kind of car would it be?
No.
Have you ever stolen a car before?
No, but sometimes I'm very tempted to.
What kind of car would you steal if you could?
A new punch baby.
Oh! Have you guys ever stolen a car before?
Yes.
Stolen a car before?
Only once, but I didn't get across more than 4 states. I'm joking, of course.
Right.
One of my personal favorite games also happens to be one of the most controversial games of the year. It's a game called Grand Theft Auto. That's for me. I gotta go. I'm here with David Jones, the creative director of DMA. Now, DMA is, of course, the company who did Grand Theft Auto. One of the best games of last year. Would you say that Grand Theft Auto is the biggest title you guys have done?
It's up there.
Lemmings?
We did Lemmings, yeah, that's right. So that was big. But I would say second to that, Grand Theft Auto is the one, yeah.
Right. Whose concept was it for Grand Theft Auto?
It's basically myself and a few of the guys in the company. You know, we just sat down, brainstormed as usual, decided what would be fun in a game.
Over in Europe, there's a big controversy over in the States. I mean, you play somebody who's working their way up the mob ladder. You're stealing cars, you're killing cops.
People have this misconception that games are for kids.
Right.
And that's not the case.
Right.
You know, we've grown up with games, we love games.
Exactly.
We love watching 18 movies, you know. We're thinking, well, we've been watching 18 movies, it's got violence, got some of this stuff in it. Why can't we play that sort of stuff? You know? Why can't we go out there and say to people, you know, we want to write a game that is not for kids, it's for us.
What's the rating on the game? 18. 18?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's great. It's good to see that.
Yep.
So the way the car controls and the way the power slide around the turns was just awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, how many programmers did you have working on it?
We had about 6 programmers working on it.
Wow.
We wrote that bit about 3 or 4 times just to get it absolutely perfect.
Really?
All the time you're going to be driving this car. So it has to feel great. You have to be able to ram things out your way, pick people out.
And what's the best car in the game? Is it the Countach?
The Countach is fast. I prefer what's in Europe called an Escort Cosworth. It's like the souped-up high-performance family car.
Is it?
Yeah, and they always get stolen in the UK because they're so good.
All right. The one I hate the most is that damn peace van thing. Boy, that thing steers like a cow. All the cars have different,
different characteristics. Even the flatbed pickup truck. If you get that, it only plays the country and western music.
Scary, cause they were so big and hairy.
The AI on the cops. I mean, that's just amazing. I mean, how long did you guys work on that?
We worked on that probably about 6 months, just making sure you actually felt as though these guys wanted to get you.
Right.
And they do. I mean, they just come after you and they go balls out and you feel like they really want you back.
Now, another favorite part of the game for me is the fact that you always have the yellow arrow on the screen, so you always know where to go. I mean, a lot of games, they come with big manuals, and you have to page through them and stuff.
We're debating, should we keep this, should we scrap it, should we make you look at the maps? We thought, no, it was a good balance because it's like, it's only as the crow flies direction. You've still got to sort of get around bridges and get over rivers.
Sure do. Right.
So it's a great help, but it doesn't make it too easy.
Now, the multiplayer options in Grand Theft Auto are kick-ass also. I mean, the whole cannonball run thing.
Yeah, it's like a race, but because in Grand Theft Auto, you smash the cars, they take damage, they start to give up. Right. So as you're racing around, you suddenly see a nice car. You say, whoa, you stop, you get out, and then you're off again. And you just race around these streets, which we've marked out as racetracks.
Can we expect a Grand Theft Auto 2?
Yes, you can.
Absolutely?
Absolutely. We're working on it right now.
Excellent. And that's going to be for PC and PlayStation again?
Correct, yeah.
What can you tell me about it?
Well, it's set 20 minutes into the future.
Really?
Yeah. It's got a lot of gangs and everything in it.
20 minutes into the future.
So if you want to be part of it, you better go get a car now.
Hey, I'm out of here. Great. Thanks for talking to us.
See you later.
Cool.
You don't understand, it's after us. It's big! It's got huge teeth, a big beak, bulgy eyes, feathers, fur everywhere.
Yeah, and pigs can fly.
No bears can fly. Bad guys beware. Here comes comes Banjo-Kazooie, where you're both bird and bear with amazing powers. There's never been anything like this head-banging, sky-flying, rock-hopping, egg-shooting, tag-teaming duo. Banjo-Kazooie, only for Nintendo.
Adorable, rotund, deadly. Pikachu is the de facto mascot of the Pocket Monsters. All 151 Pokemon have one or two types. Fire, water, grass, poison? Old Pikachu here, his specialty is electricity. According to the Pokédex entry from the Japanese-only release Pokemon Green version, Pikachu's evolved form Raichu is able to produce electric charges exceeding 100,000 volts! And it specifically mentions that even careless contact with Raichu can cause even an Indian elephant to faint, but couldn't kill an elephant if commanded to. Research says yes, dozens at a time even. My Ask Jeeves search history is in complete shambles. Stay tuned to EP Classic every Saturday morning for more Pocket Monster facts, and play forever! I mean, it's only a third as powerful as a lightning strike, but once he starts, he doesn't need to stop.
These games are so addictive, they should be illegal. We're talking about Age of Empires 1 and 2.
Electric Playground's here in Dallas, Texas. I'm here with Tony Goodman, who's the president of Ensemble Studios. We want to talk about Age of Empires. Now, this is the first game from your company.
Yeah, we started this about 3 years ago, and seen plenty of game companies spring up and fall out of existence in the period of time. Game industry isn't what it used to be. You can't just have two people out of the garage, start programming things these days. You really need to manage a large team of people.
They got some pretty unusual walking sticks here at Ensemble. So why don't we just take this little handy device and walk into the programming shack and talk to some of the coders behind the game.
We have about 35 people now, and we're going to try to keep it not too much larger than 40 to really try to keep the family feel.
Hey, there's Mark. How you doing? Mark Toronto, who's not Canadian, not a hockey player.
No, and not a programmer anymore either, but they let me hang out with them.
Age 2 has got to be one of the most anticipated games for 1998. How are you guys going to top the first game?
Well, we identified some things from the fans. We had a lot of demand for just really improving the combat, so we added some interesting tactical and strategic decisions with formations, unit facings, and things like that.
Hey, what do we have here? It's a nice hat.
Yeah, thanks.
What are some of the technologies in Age of Empires that make it stand out against all the sea of real-time strategy games?
Number one, our graphics programmer, Matt Pritchard, did an excellent job with our graphics engine, and I'd put our graphics engine up against any other one in the industry.
It's a competitive situation. Everybody wants to make something better, so you got to basically keep up with all the other games.
So take a look at some of this artwork, man. This is fantastic. And how heavy is that hat?
It's actually not very heavy, but you certainly can't drink with this thing on.
This game takes place from what time, in what time period?
It's 450 to 1450, the Middle Ages, like one of the most interesting military periods in the history of the world.
I don't know if you guys can see this. Microsoft sent these guys 1 million units sold, which is a considerable achievement for a PC game, isn't it? That's not easy to do.
A few games ever aspire to sell 1 million copies, and we've done that in the first few months of our sales, and Microsoft came down and presented this to all our people and threw us a big party at GameWorks, and we had a great time.
What kinds of civilizations are we talking about in here?
We've got everything from Asian, from Japanese and Chinese, in Europe.
Samurai warriors?
So certainly samurai warriors.
Yep.
We've got some raider civilizations which really play a little bit differently than the civs in Age of Empires 1, like the Vikings, the Mongols, the Celts.
Isn't this sort of the rest of the gear?
Yeah, sure, we can try that.
We'll put that sucker on there.
Hello, all you North American babes.
How much artistic license did you take with the designs of some of the architecture in these ancient civilizations?
Well, we tried to follow historically anything we could from the books that we'd seen, but again, there's not exactly a picture that represents a given building at a given age all the time. So you definitely have to kind of make up. You just try to match it as closely as you can to what you see.
I'm single. My phone number is area code 972-960-270.
This world is made up of all of these complex 3D models that you guys can manipulate any way you want.
and then in the end game, you have to shrink them all down to itsy-bitsy little size.
Exactly. That's exactly how it works.
Is it frustrating at all to see all that work go down into such a small little model?
Yes, but at the same time, it's very gratifying to see the whole, you know, once it's all put together and you see it, you know.
Age 2 is really a generational step up from Age 1. A lot of the things are similar and familiar, but the level of play is much more evolving than in Age of Empires 1.
Let's move on. Come on, follow me. Let's go. Where else? Where else we go?
Here comes the latest incarnation of this arcade classic, and you can bet your asteroids it's going to be a blast. Droids.
Hi, I'm with Rupert Easterbrook, who's the studio manager for, what's your company again? Quick Draw.
Yeah, that's me,
Yeah, how you doing, Rupert?
Nice to meet you.
You guys are working on...
We're working on asteroids.
On asteroids. You've taken this classic game and you made it your own. What have you guys done to this game?
The original asteroids was basically all gameplay.
Yeah.
So we've taken the essence of that gameplay, kept that formula, and jazzed it up for the 90s. We've added 120 levels, we introduced bosses, multiplayer, and over 30 weapons. So really gone to town. We've kept it high res, to make it as beautiful as possible.
Multiplayer, what are you talking about? 2-player?
4-player.
4-player.
4-player, and looking high on the PC as well. So PlayStation 4-player, we can do it with
Split screen?
No, all in one, high res, zoomed out. So it's small, but
I see.
There's also there will be the asteroids heartbeat, you know, so things getting a bit hairy still.
Excellent, you gotta have that. Can you do the asteroids heartbeat for me?
No, I can't, mate.
Come on. You can do it.
Do it, mate.
Bum, bum.
No, it's like...
Bum, bum. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. Thank you very much, Rupert.
That's right.
Have a great show.
You
got a nice rock here, buddy.
More now on the escalating police chase that began as a joyrider's need for speed. Every available officer has been called in to stop the Lamborghini Diablo, and it looks like the sheer number of officers out here is about to end this chase. Wait, the joyrider is going over the roadblock. Oh. This is unbelievable.
Stick 'em up.
Yes, it's going to be a long night for law enforcement. Need for Speed 3. Hot Pursuit.
Ooh. This is Tommy. Hey, Vic. You where? World Grand Prix? World Grand Prix. Over to you, Vic. Whoa!
This is Wes Hoffman. He's one of the founders of Paradigm Simulations. Can you tell us a little bit about this new race?
It's World Grand Prix, a real reenactment of the 97 season. It's got all 17 tracks, all 22 drivers, a very real physics model built into it with a lot of bells and whistles to make it fun.
So Video Systems kind of charged you guys with getting this thing going and said, here you go. Run with it. Did they leave you alone at that point?
No, they've been very helpful. They had a lot more input and ideas, and helped us out as far as what was important to have in the game and what features people would be looking for that were really fans of the sport. And we all kind of had to sit down and learn about it. A large part of building the game is just learning about the sport.
Wes and I went to Buenos Aires and saw the Argentina race, and it was really good because we actually had a feel of what F1 was like, the crowds, the chaos, and it's like the way football is here. So many people get excited about it, and that was totally foreign to us.
The things that we're the most proud of in the game would be the motion model.
What is a motion model?
When we say a motion model, we're talking about a physics-based model of how a car should behave. We could take the approach of saying, well, I'm going to push the stick this way. If push stick this way, then do this. If push stick this way, if it's this much, then do this. That's what I would call an effects level model of a car driving.
Right.
And when we talk about a motion model, we're talking about building the infrastructure of a physics model so that the car will behave naturally or appear to behave naturally as it drives.
This rain effect looks amazing. How did you guys cover that? How'd you get that done?
Well, that was Angus Henderson, one of our coders, special effects gurus.
Yeah.
The way it came across, it just really immerses you. It makes it feel cold. We darken the database, and the rain just kind of speeds up and slows down as depending on your speed. So it almost feels like bullets hitting you. Like
So
you can
it's real
almost
3D rain kind of.
Yeah, it really is.
Somebody was talking to me about the challenge mode in this game.
The idea is to take a player and immerse him in the 97 season, but not by playing each and every race, by sticking them in scenarios. So if you were Michael Schumacher in Argentina and there's like 5 laps left in a race and someone passed you by in the real race, well, we're going to stick you in Michael Schumacher's place and give you a chance to finish that race and win it.
I think we've got a lot of technology in this game that as a company we'll be able to take out and do a lot with later on in other games.
An attention to detail that just stands out. The brakes, they glow when you brake on them, and then the Goodyear and the Bridgestone on the tires, as you speed up, they blur out and it looks really realistic. You even get that wagon wheel effect in the beginning.
You know, we've had a really great team of people working. It's been a lot of hard work, and everybody's working really hard, and certainly the game wouldn't be the quality it is without the quality people we had working on it.
In Sega's Manx TT Superbike, there's a code that lets you play as a sheep. You choose your transmissions, press shift up, shift down, lean the bike to the left, lean the bike to the right, brake, then accelerate, and you'll be riding a sheep.
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 move of the week. This time we got one from Paul Phoenix, and he's a meanie. Oh, yeah. Ready? Okay, first you go down, back, plus left punch, plus right punch. Right punch, down plus left punch, down plus left punch. Right kick, left punch, and then left punch plus right punch. Finished him.
Today on the Simpatico Question of the Week, Michelle Lee from Winnipeg, Manitoba asks, how does artificial intelligence work in real-time strategy games like Age of Empires 2?
The basic thing that the AI has to do is it has to do a lot of planning. And much like the human player, he has to manage his units quite carefully. And getting the AI to figure out where to get a unit to gather berries from, particularly, is one small task that the humans don't really have a lot of problem with, but the AI does. The AI has the advantage to be able to calculate things a lot faster and use mathematical formulas quite a bit, but on the other hand, it can't really innovate very well. That's one of the things we're changing for Age 2, is to make it a lot more dynamic and let the end users actually play around with the logic that the AI uses as it plays the game.
To send us your questions, stop by the EP website at www.electplay.com.
Up online playing that clock tower you got from B&B Games. You know it. Gamer broccoli. You don't understand, it's after us. It's big! It's got huge teeth, a big beak, bulgy eyes, feathers, fur everywhere.
Yeah, and pigs can fly.
No bears can fly! Bad guys beware! Here comes Banjo-Kazooie, where you're both bird and bear with amazing powers. There's never been anything like this head-banging, sky-flying, rock-hopping, egg-shooting, tag-teaming duo. Banjo-Kazooie, only for Nintendo.
Tekken 3 for the Sony PlayStation. What'd you think,
Well,
man?
you know that Tekken is my favorite fighting game ever of all time. They were able to pull off the 60 frames a second, which I thought was amazing.
Beautiful.
They added more modes than in the arcade.
Yep.
You got ball mode, you have Tekken Force mode, which is like this double dragon kind of thing, but which is awesome. And it's
And they got more characters. They got that Gon, that little dinosaur from Japan. His little ending sequence is amazing, where he's bounced off of killer whales and he goes flying through the forest. This game is worth the price of admission just to play Eddie Gordo, man. He's the coolest character in fighting games ever. The thing that's so great about Tekken 3 though is it's balanced. Every character is completely balanced. You never get get a sense that there's one or two characters that you can play in this game that will
Anyone
dominate.
can pick up this game and start playing too.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you're a button master, you can have fun too.
It's for expert game players. It's for novice game players. It is the best fighting game ever developed.
Ever of all time. There is no way anyone cannot give this game
a 10 out of 10.
A 10.
Yep. Namco.
Everyone must own it.
Namco rips it up with Tekken 3. 10 out of 10. It is perfection. If you have a PlayStation, you have to have a copy of this game in your library.
You're giving it a 10 too?
I'm giving it a 10.
Woo!
All right. What about Yoshi's Story for the Nintendo 64? Switching gears a little bit here.
Yeah, I'll say. Yoshi's...
La 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 la.
Hey, let's be serious here for a minute. Let's get serious on Yoshi here.
How can you possibly get serious on Yoshi's Story? It's a game for kids. Beautiful game though.
Yeah.
Very colorful game.
Very fun to play.
Game.
It's very fun to play.
I tell you what, you gotta eat lots of fruit.
You gotta eat lots of fruit.
So if you're into eating fruit, you're gonna love this game.
But here's the problem. I'm a huge fan of Yoshi's Island on the Super Nintendo. Played that game to death. I just totally loved that game. It was super long, lots to do, tons of fun, and it was way better than Yoshi's Story on the Nintendo
like
64.
Yoshi's Island even better?
Much, much better. It was like twice as good. There was way longer. There was a lot more to do. The little mini games that were inside the game were a lot more interesting.
So what do you give it overall?
I'd give it a 6 out of 10.
I'd give it a 7.5. Okay.
All right. What do you think about Blasto for the Sony PlayStation?
Blasto for the PlayStation?
Yeah.
The problem here is the graphics. I mean, let's face it.
Blasto's a drag, man. It's could have been so cool. You got this guy that's always got his arm out, no matter what he's doing. It's like, wouldn't your arm get tired after running around for 4 hours like this?
The best part of Blasto is the music and the whole interactive MIDI music.
Yeah, I like that too.
Is awesome, and that's worth at least renting the game for, is just to hear the cool music in it.
I actually like the characters and the feel of this game. I think that they had a really cool story behind all this stuff. The instruction book is really cool. It's like this, this big
cartoon thing.
Yeah, it's a big comic book. I'd give it a 5 out of 10.
6.5 for me.
All right, what do you think about Rebellion from LucasArts for the PC?
Rebellion. It's got the Star Wars license. Let's be honest, this game is absolutely horrible in every aspect.
Well, horrible is pretty strong.
Terrible? Is that good?
No, I was not...
Awful.
I was not entertained the whole way through, but I kept playing. And
unimaginable?
You know what's good about this game, though, is that it's so thorough and it's so detailed. You actually get a sense that you're like flipping through pages of the Star Wars encyclopedia.
Yeah.
I guarantee if you are a Star Wars nut and you want to find out even more about the Star Wars universe, this game will introduce you to all kinds of new stuff.
What'd you give it?
I'd give it about a 6 out of 10. It does hold your attention if you get into it. You got to give it time, though. It's not something that you can just plug into and forget about. You've got to give it some time.
I've always loved LucasArts. I've always loved Star Wars, but I have to give this game a 3. There's so many better games by LucasArts. Hey, I bet I can swing higher than you.
I think you've been proving that all day, man.
Woo! No, I can't. No, I can't. What? No, I can't hear a thing. No.
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo, makers of 1080 Snowboarding. Heat.net, makers of Netfighter.
Circle, square, triangle, triangle, triangle.
Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3.
Circle, square, square.
Namco, makers of Tekken 3.
Square plus triangle, circle, triangle, triangle.
To subscribe to Tips and Tricks, call 1-800-621-8977.
Circle, 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 circle. Plus square plus triangle, circle, plus square plus circle plus triangle.
This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support The Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
This week on the Electric Playground, we talk to Mike Wilson about God. We take a look at the amazing Zelda 64. We travel to Dallas, Texas and visit Ion Storm. And we talk to the creators of Mortal Kombat 4.
Now, id, the company that brought you Quake, had one too many Johns. Now, John Carmack stayed to make Quake 2, and John Romero, he left to form Ion Storm.
Hey, Electric Playground's here in Dallas, Texas. We're here to talk to the people at Ion Storm, and guess what? We're going up there. The space is all fixed up. Last time we were here, it was just being put together. There was metal girders and drywall all over the place.
Yep.
How has this been?
It's turned out exactly the way we wanted it. We've gotten everything in here that we've wanted.
I'm Doug.
I'm Mindy.
And we're going to give a quick tour of Ion Storm.
And it looks cool and it's a fun place to work.
This is our lovely receptionist, Jennifer Emmert.
Nolan Stevens, our web designer, the guy that puts everything to the public.
Hi.
William Haskins, our writer. What's up? Bob Pop, that's trademarked. What you got, Bob?
I got nothing. What do you got, Doug?
What are some of those things that you guys have in here?
We have the room that we needed for Will Lecanto to do music, sound effects, voiceovers. The art staff takes up like half the thing.
And those are all those little metal cubicles that you see all over the place?
They're everywhere. Well, we wanted the deathmatch stations over here with the motion capture right on top of it.
Any thoughts that Todd Porter did Dominion? That's all a cover. That guy, Dominion.
How you doing, Todd?
Good, how you doing?
Real good, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
So you got to tell me a little bit about your history. I understand you've been in this business for quite a bit of time.
Yeah, I started at a tiny little company up in Chicago, Penguin Software, and was at Origin for some time, worked on my own title, Knights of Legend, and the Ultima series, and I actually worked on a lot of the titles at that point because you pretty much, everybody had to help out.
How would you explain Dominion to people that are scouring the shelves for a new real-time strategy game?
Well, I think that, the most important thing is that people who had that experience when they played Warcraft and Command & Conquer when they first came out, of just being addicted to the title. Dominion certainly is a title like that, and I think that, that's probably its biggest selling point. I think what will get people hooked is the fact that we've innovated so many different directions on that. You've got over 90 minutes of cinematics and 1,000 frames of animation per unit, and the AI is so advanced that it'll be like playing another human being.
Jake Strider-Hughes, I'm associate producer for Daytona and Anachronox.
Anachronox, that's Tom Hall's game. Correct?
Tom Hall's.
Where can we find Tom Hall?
If you'll follow me, I think that he's busy.
Let's talk about Anachronox.
Anachronox, what does that mean? Well, it's anachronism, it's a thing from the past, and nox means poison from the past, and then ideas started forming around that of a city that had this weird poison from the past, and the people didn't want to live there, and then they purged it, but all the scum of the universe came in there. Anyways, it's a 3D sci-fi RPG, it's third person. There's 7 characters, 3 of which you play at a time, and they travel through the universe trying to figure out this big mystery, what's going on, and how can they stop what's going on.
That's it?
That's about it, dude. Cool. I'm not talking anymore.
Okay, you're done.
Hey, no. Stop it.
Okay.
I'm talking.
Let's talk about Daikatana. How is it all coming together? How are things going?
It's going really good. Like pretty much all the models have been finished. Animations are almost finished for everything. The skins are going to take a little bit more time because we only have one guy doing skins. Everything's moving along and getting stuff finished.
Is the story changing at all? It's sticking
same
straight.
Story.
Yeah.
It's just being filled out better.
We popped in and we took a look at this amazing theater room that you guys have.
State-of-the-art THX theater.
How much should a rig like that cost?
I don't know. I don't think about it too much. Yeah. All I think about is I got to make some really cool games to pay this money back. I'm just worried about paying the money back.
It's the only way to watch the Electric Playground.
Everybody's got to have a TV this big.
Gary, it's time. Shh, I'm trying to play. Gary.
While I golf on Nintendo 64 for people who put golf above all else.
Gary! Yes! Oh, yes!
Sorry. F1 World Grand Prix on Nintendo 64. You'll get carried away.
And when you obtain all 7 Chaos Emeralds as Tails, he becomes Super Tails. He is invincible and gets 4 Super Flickies.
4 Super Flickies following him that absolutely dominate bosses. Yeah,
Yes, Dr. Robotnik will not know what hit him.
This is gonna be a minute, but hey, really quick, thank you for supporting the Electric Playground Classic. Please tell a friend. Past and Present Games is proud to support Victor and EP Classic as we celebrate video game every Saturday morning. Where were we? See you next week. Play forever.
Favorite Sonic level? It's probably impossible to choose, so many classics. I like the sound of tails flying. Shua, 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 shua.
According to Nintendo, Zelda 64 is going to be one of the biggest selling games ever for their system. Now, we got a chance to talk to Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator and designer of the Zelda series, to find out why.
In my mind, this Zelda game is like a great adventure book that requires the combined imaginations of both the author and the reader. My goal was to make a place for players that would be very different from the real world. The Nintendo 64 lets me realize this goal better than ever before.
It will be the single biggest selling piece of video game software in history.
Why is this going to be the game of the year?
We think Zelda 64 could well be the biggest game ever.
Is it just that the game is now a 3D action-adventure title, or is there a lot more gameplay going on in this?
I think the mechanics that are possible with Nintendo 64 allow us to do a lot more stuff that's really intuitive and allows a player to really feel like he's more in touch with his character.
Mr. Miyamoto, I was wondering if you'd use the 3D power of the N64 to help create a more realistic simulation for this Zelda.
Sometimes it's not very good to become closer to the reality because it's very difficult to play. For example, if you are playing with an actual goal, it's very difficult to make a very good score. But in the simulation game of the golf, you can easily get a good score. That's what you are enjoying with the simulation.
How was Miyamoto and his team able to get beyond some of the fogging issues and give us these rich textured backgrounds?
They're magicians. They know the hidden arts of video gaming is that we have that 256 megabit ROM card instantly addressable, and it's pulling things down as we need them in real time.
What about a Game Boy version, another Game Boy Zelda game?
Mr. Miyamoto's team is now working on a color version. Basically, the storyline is the same, but for the Game Boy Color, it's reprogrammed.
Tell me about the innovative control in Zelda 64. I understand that you're no longer performing the jumps with the buttons. It automatically does it for you.
The player has other things to think about. You just need to be able to gauge how far you can jump. The other thing is that you have a little fairy, a little companion who constantly goes around you and finds important things in the background. Your fairy will show you who the enemies are, who the nice people are, where your hidden items are, what to look for. And that's absolutely crucial in a game that's this huge.
Well, everybody in the world's waiting for this one, man. Can't wait.
We're extremely excited about being able to bring it out. Everybody's wanted it. Everybody's been asking for it. It's finally perfect, and everybody's going to get it.
Thanks, Alan.
My pleasure.
EP wanted to find out more about God, so we went straight to the source.
Why did you guys have to create Gathering of Developers?
It was a result of my experience being at top independent development companies at id and Ion Storm, and seeing that even those guys with the best games in the business and reputations and supposedly the best deals had a pretty rotten deal. You know, it was very hard. I was the intermediary between protecting these developers from the big bad publishers, and in too many cases, they really were the big bad publishers. It became apparent that, you know, with 1 or 2 games, you can be as good as the rest of these guys. But we have the relationships to bring out, you know, half the top 10 games in any given year on the PC. And so it was a pretty easy decision to say, you know, let's all get together. We look forward to other traditional publishers going, okay, you really can pay those royalties to the good guys, and you really can let them have a say in the marketing, and it really is better to tell people who made the game than who shipped it to the shelf.
What are the games that you guys have coming out in the next little while?
Well, the ones we're showing here, our very first game is Jazz Jackrabbit 2 by Epic Mega Games. It's fantastic. It's a side scroller, the best one ever made. It was what most reviews are saying right now. We've got Fly from Terminal Reality that's got the Microsoft Flight Sim guys shaking in their boots. We've got Railroad Tycoon 2 from Pop Top, sequel to Sid Meier's classic. The response from that game's been bigger than any game I've ever been involved with, including Doom and Quake.
What about this heavy metal license that I've heard about?
We just announced that. That's in very early stages of development. But it's so exciting just as a deal that we had to announce it. It's fantastic. That's very likely our big game for '99.
Right on. Great to meet you.
Good to meet you.
All the success for this thing, man. We're all pushing for you.
Thanks a lot.
Why is there a toilet paper roll in the back of this plane here? What's this all about?
You never know. You know, these Cessnas are small, but if you're agile enough, there's actually a lot you can do on one of these, just right from the wing. That's great.
More now on the escalating police chase that began as a joyrider's need for speed. Every available officer has been called in to stop the Lamborghini Diablo, and it looks like the sheer number of officers out here is about to end this chase. Wait, the joyrider is going over the roadblock. Whoa. This is unbelievable.
Stick 'em up.
Yes, it's going to be a long night for law enforcement. Need for Speed 3. Hot Pursuit.
Can you do a karate move of your choice that you like?
Ooh. Give the old chop. There you go.
Fighting moves. I'm not gonna go dance around doing fighting moves.
This stuff I really can't handle.
You gotta show me your favorite move.
Okay, well, I don't know. Is this any more questions?
I'm here at Midway in front of the big gong, and we're talking about Mortal Kombat, the whole kind of series. I got some good friends of mine here. This is Ed Boone, programmer. We got John Tobias, and this new guy, Dave.
Dave Mikicic.
How's it going? Now, what I want to talk about first is, let's talk about MK4.
This is basically the biggest jump in since Mortal Kombat 1 that we've made in terms of gameplay and presentation. You know, that everything is in 3D now. Movement can be in 3D. We added weapons, interchangeable weapons, which no other game has had. We're very excited. We've had a very positive response over the game, too.
Mortal Kombat, each game has always centered around the villains of the game, and all the other characters were just sort of built around them. In this game in particular, the new villain is Shinnok, and his henchman is Quan Chi, kind of like in the other Mortal Kombats, it was Shao Kahn and Shang Tsung. So we got a new set of villains, and the heroes that are sort of presented here are sort of in reaction to the new set of villains. So.
We had a lot of the people that are actually on the team, and we brought in some other talent, and they went into the motion capture facility, did all the motion. Ed picked a lot of the moves he wanted and directed him, kind of like we did in the past, but this time it's all in the computer.
Was there ever any Mortal Kombat underwear?
You know, I don't think there was. There might have been Mortal Kombat Halloween costumes and what have you.
Halloween costumes, but no underwear. I want to get me some, you know...
Socks. There have been socks.
Socks.
Yeah.
Socks.
Yeah.
Very cool. What does the future hold now for Mortal Kombat? What are you guys working on next? Is there an MK5, Dave?
Definitely. MK5.
Yeah. How about yourself, John?
Then we're also working on a game called Mortal Kombat Special Forces, which stars Sonya.
Hi.
Hi.
So real quick, who's your favorite character out of all the Mortal Kombats?
Scorpion, absolutely.
Scorpion?
Visually, I'd say Goro.
Goro?
Reptile.
Well, I gotta tell you guys, this is my favorite right here.
Yeah, it's nice. Get the microphone out of my face.
Sorry. Well, bye. Recently, I went to heat.net, and you can heat.bet. I got me a heat.shirt. So I'm here at heat.net playing one of the only multiplayer games that isn't available on heat.net, the original Pong, with my opponent here, Rich Pearson. How's it going there, Rich? I'm waiting for a little competition, actually.
Oh.
Whenever you're ready to start playing, let me know.
Well, I'm distracted by your shirt.
Tell me about some of the promotions that you guys do here at Heat. I mean, I hear there's some pretty intense stuff.
We give away $20,000 a week in cash and prizes.
So you must have to be like super awesome, though, in order to win 20 grand.
Not at all, Tommy. We reward people just for playing. Even you could win some degrees.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Ouch. And with your degrees, you can actually go into our store and buy free games. In fact, we've got hundreds of members who have earned 5 or 6 free games already.
So what do you actually have to do to get on Heat.net?
www.heat.net. Register and play. Everything's free.
Everything's free?
Register for free, log in for free, and play games for free.
Keep talking about this Crazy Gary person.
Crazy Gary is our CEO who actually spends 6 hours a day playing games on the network. He's out there giving away $100 bills. It's all part of this $20,000 a month program that we've got going on.
Yeah, but is he any good?
He's really good actually at Quake and Quake 2.
Yeah, but is he any good at ping pong?
He could take you. You're pretty weak.
Can you guys actually call him Crazy Gary to his face?
Never call him Crazy Gary to his face. He'll freak out.
So I understand you're pretty good at Pong.
Better than you, punk.
You actually take money out of your own wallet every day.
Maybe $10, it could be a $100 bill. One of the most popular ones is one I call a Lucky 7. If you come in 7th, you win. You don't have to be a gaming superstar to win.
Anyone can win who's online.
Anyone can win who's online. That's the idea.
How do you actually spend your Heat degrees online?
In the Heat store, which we call the black market, you use those degrees to buy games, or the hot thing in the black market right now are the 3DFX Voodoo 2 cards.
Is there any truth to the rumor that you were a naval submarine officer?
Yeah, I was an officer on a nuke fast attack submarine.
Oh, so that must have helped you out in playing video games.
Absolutely not.
No? Did it have any similarities at all?
Yeah, we had 130 guys on a sub, got about 130 in Sega Soft, so I'd say that makes Heat and subs exactly the same.
Yeah, that's really crazy, Gary.
Dive!
You don't have to pay money.
Right.
To be a member of Heat.net.
Right.
Okay. You're giving away $20,000 a week.
Right.
How the hell do you guys make money?
We're supposed to make money too?
So Gary, what would you say the most popular games on Heat.net are right now?
Hot games on Heat right now, Quake 2, Warcraft 2, and our own Netfighter, which is the internet's first hand-to-hand fighting game. Really hot.
When people go on Heat.net and they see Gary online, that's actually you, Gary, the president of Sega Soft.
That's actually me.
And would that be the Crazy Gary that they're playing against?
Nobody calls me Crazy Gary to my face. We're gonna play for something now, punk.
Oh, a real game, huh? Well, I understand you have some San Francisco Giants season tickets. You want to put them on the line, buddy?
My Giants tickets? Yeah, sure, I like sure bets. But how about you?
Me and you.
How about that silver shirt?
All right, crazy boy, let's go!
Great seats! Woo, Vic! Woo!
This is the spectacular Arm Champs 2 arm wrestling game. Here's a quick tip. If you're having trouble with one hand, try two, and if not, get a bunch of friends.
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 move of the week. This time we've got a vicious one from Heihachi. Don't get this guy mad. Ready? It's forward, 4 plus right punch. Down 4 plus left punch. Forward plus left punch, backward plus right punch. Finish him off with a left punch.
Gary, it's time. Shh, I'm trying to punch. Gary.
While I golf on Nintendo 64 for people who put golf above all else.
Sorry.
F1 World Grand Prix on Nintendo 64. You'll get carried away.
I just really hope he listens to us. Hey. Oh, hey, Trevor. We're glad you're here. Why don't you have us? You know, at first it was just on special occasions and weekends, but now it's every weeknight. We can't keep this up.
Picked up Tekken 3 from P&P Games last week. Beat us every time. Broccoli. Making you too good.
You know, seeing as it's summer, there's about 50 or 60 different baseball games out there, and we thought that we should probably take a look at a few of them.
Well, we got a lot to cover, so hurry up.
All right, okay. What about Triple Play Baseball 99 for the Sony PlayStation?
The intro is cool.
Yes.
They did that whole old school intro, and it's kind of like the history of baseball.
Takes you through baseball through the ages.
It's awesome. I like the menu screens. EA with their presentation and their camera angles as the guy stepping up to the plate. Always awesome. The motion capture is always excellent.
They got the camera angles really well done this year. Remember last year we had some problems with the camera, but this year it's good. The only problem I had with this game really was that it was so choppy. It almost became unplayable. There's lots of slowdown, and it just feels like it's in soup or something.
Better graphics, lower frame rates, an improvement over last year's. Graphically, it looks great.
I'd give it a 6 out of 10.
I give it a 7.
7 out of 10? Yeah. All right. Major League Baseball 99 for the Sony PlayStation.
One of the big problems I had was like some of the home runs, like you hit a home run and you can see the ball through the wall. There's a lot of like these priority
well, what's
problems
with the cheesy home run stuff too? You get this little taped on, tacked on home run. It's like from the 16-bit era. Cheesy game. I thought the animation was good. It was a fast-playing game, but there's just there's not enough gloss on it. Gameplay, it's fine though. I liked MLB 99 better than Triple Play 99 this year on the PlayStation. I'd give that a 7 out of 10.
I give it a 7.5.
7.5? Yeah. Okay, what'd you think about Ken Griffey Jr. Presents Major League Baseball from Nintendo 64?
This is probably my favorite baseball game of this year. Believe it or not, it's the funnest to play.
It's very fun. It's sticking true to the tradition of the Ken Griffey games on the Super Nintendo.
They're a little arcadey.
Very arcadey, very pick up and play. You're in the game immediately. All the teams are there, all the players are there. It's a lot of fun, it's very fast.
The best part about Ken Griffey is the whole pitcher and batter interface, though, with the analog stick.
Love it.
When you're pitching, you pick your place where you want to pitch, but then you can drift it.
Yeah.
And the batter's trying to try to find where the guy is drifting and find the batting in the batting zone.
Analog is great for the pitching and the batting.
And it really looks the best.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks the best for the console games. It is the best looking baseball game I think I've ever seen on any console.
Looks good, plays better. 8.5 out of 10 for me.
8.5 is what I gave it.
All right. Okay. What'd you think about Triple Play 99 for the PC?
Now, Triple Play 99 for the PC is the best looking baseball game for all the systems.
Ever.
Best
all
looking.
Time.
The motion capture is amazing. The presentation. We mentioned the intro earlier with the PlayStation. Same
play-by-play stuff. Same camera angles.
Tons of stats. I mean, you can play manager mode and just sit there and do nothing.
I think out of all the baseball games, I enjoyed this one the most. I think it satisfied me on a bunch of different levels. I thought the play was there. I thought the pitching options and the batting options were solid. The manager mode thing was great. The graphics obviously were amazing. The sound was amazing. And it's a showcase title for your accelerated PC. I'd give it a 9 out of 10.
8.5 for me.
8.5?
Tied with Ken Griffey.
Okay. What about a new entry? It's High Heat Baseball from 3DO for the PC. What do you think about this one?
Well, this is their first time around.
Yep.
It's probably the least graphically pleasing out of all the games.
You found that, eh? I kind of like the look of this. I know that they use 2D sprite-based characters, but
that was the
I still enjoy the look of it.
The batters were they seemed like compressed.
I love the backgrounds in that game. They look beautiful.
The stadiums are nice. The greatest part was when you're doing a home run derby and you can see the replay. There's this one camera, and they have all different camera angles. There's this one where the ball comes right at the camera, boom, and knocks the camera.
The minute you sit down with it, you're in the game. You feel like you're part of it. The games are shorter. but you still feel like the strategy is all solid. This is a good second placer. I'd give it an 8.5 out of 10, and it's a great first effort from 3DO.
I get a 7.5.
7.5? A bunch of great baseball games out there, so don't hesitate. All right, man, you've been bragging all summer long how fast you can run around these bases. Why don't you go prove it?
You know what the fastest land animal is, don't you?
No, what?
Tommy T.
That was a cheetah.
Okay, that's it for this week. Bye, bye, bye. See you later. Come back next week. Bye.
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo, makers of 1080 Snowboarding. Eat.net, makers of NetFighter. Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3. Namco, makers of Tekken 3. To subscribe to Tips and Tricks, call 1-800-621-8977.
This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support The Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of The Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
This week on the Electric Playground, we're going to take a look at Dune 2000, Battle Tank, and also we're going to Planet Moon to visit my good friends there who gave me this t-shirt.
Sequels are as popular as ever. If you thought Final Fantasy VII was cool and you went crazy for Robbitron 64, wait until you play Dune 2000.
What is this thing? Explain this guy. What does this do?
That's a giant sandworm. He consumes things.
How wormy. Take us into the world of Dune. What's the whole story for Dune?
Set in the future, but not all the new technology that you'd see in a Star Trek or a Star Wars world. Mm-hmm. There's one planet called Arrakis, which is known as Dune, and that's the sort of the focus of the entire universe. On that planet is a substance called spice that is mined and used. It's extremely valuable. It's the only way people can do space travel effectively. And then there are great houses that are sort of competing, a lot of political intrigue, a lot of sort of religious undertones. There's a Bene Gesserit order of female sort of priestesses that are sort of behind the scenes manipulating bloodlines, and a lot of intrigue, a lot of interest in that sense. So it's a very political, very sort of deep series. Mm-hmm. And obviously there are a number of books in the whole series and a lot of epic characters as well.
Yeah, what are those things?
Got Paul Atreides with battle magic action. Stilgar the Fremen, complete with wormhook weirding module, the works.
What's the weirding module?
That's the weapon that the Atreides developed that uses their voice to project energy and power. It's basically their secret weapon.
Show us how they did it in the movie.
Oh, chunk! Something like that.
That's very good. Chunk! The third in the series of Dune games, isn't it, from Westwood?
They're just taking the elements that work really well. What we couldn't do in 1992, there's a lot more we can do now. Westwood's learned a lot, we've grown a lot.
Are you guys implementing the Command & Conquer game engine in this one?
We're using the game interface, so the same style of game, the easy point and click, being able to drag select multiple units.
Whoa.
We have created a new engine for this. It's a 16-bit engine.
Full motion video sequences for this game?
Yeah.
How were those done?
CG sets, so computer-generated sets against a green screen, and using some new effects that we'd never done before, moving the camera and having to track that to a moving CG set behind the camera.
What about the worms?
The worms are there. We have seen worm signs. Here a worm sign, you can see the blue spark on the sand, and it'll just come up and consume vehicles. One thing, actually, new thing that we added that wasn't in Dune 2, the original, is the Thumper. It's a unit that can come and call sandworms toward your enemies. It oozes Dune, and we really tried to capture some of the good moments in the spirit of the movie.
Lewis, thanks for having me down here, man. This game looks great. I can't wait to play.
Vic, that's my shirt, man.
You're interrupting.
You're wearing my shirt.
Yeah, it's your shirt. Yeah.
This is my chair. Can I please? Can I have this, please? Jeez. Got that. Are there any Spice Girls in this game? The MDK team recently formed their own company, and after taking a look at their new game, the future looks shiny for Planet Moon. So I'm here with a good friend, Nick Broody, who is the designer, producer, artist of...
Let's call it Giants or Citizen Budo. It's got a bunch of working titles right now, and I think we'll just put it up to vote.
You're no longer with Shiny, Planet Moon. Yeah. Tell us about it.
After MDK, all the guys got together, and we just thought, well, we're doing everything else. Why don't we just have our own company as well?
So who's programming?
You know Andy Astor, remember Andy?
Of course, from Earthworm Jim. Yeah, exactly. How about the art?
We got art. We got myself and Bob Stevenson.
Bob Stevenson. Well, RoboCop versus Terminator.
Animation. We got Sean Nelson. Graduate of the MDK team.
MDK team. Cool. So tell us about the game.
We've got brute force versus technology versus magic, all in the same arena for once. We have 3 different characters, and one of them's a 100-foot tall giant, Kabuto. Really tiny space marine guys, and they represent technology. And then we have the Sea Reapers, and they have more sort of elemental spells.
What are those things?
Now these little guys here, they're the food source of the island. It's a bit like hunting.
Right?
There we go.
Wow, that's...
Sorry, guys. But you know what? If you really want to take care of business, you get one of these girls and you pull down one for spells. Now take them up to about 2,000 feet, and then of course what you're going to do, you're going to switch off the tornado.
Oh no!
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no!
There they come.
Here it comes!
Life is cruel. 5, 4, 3, 2.
That's so awesome. Twister, each other. Look, that guy's still twitching. What's your favorite part about making a game like this?
A game like this is that no one tells us we can't do anything. You know?
Right.
Just complete freedom.
Cool. Thanks for taking the time, Nick.
No problem, Tony.
Cool.
Thanks for seeing you again.
Gary, it's time.
Shh, I'm trying to play. Wildlife Golf on Nintendo 64 for people who put golf above all else.
Gary! Yes!
Oh,
yes!
Sorry. F1 World Grand Prix on Nintendo 64. You'll get carried away.
Welcome back. We're studying the Pokemon Red and Blue Pokedex to learn everything we can about these 151 miracles known as Pokemon. Today, our focus is on the ground-type Pokemon known as Cubone. Because it never removes its skull helmet, no one has ever seen this Pokemon's real face. That's metal. The skull it wears belongs to its deceased mother. What? When it becomes... No, hold on. Go back one. All Cubones wear the skulls of their deceased mothers? That's correct. Also, when it becomes lonesome, probably for its deceased mother, it cries loudly. Tune in to the Electric Playground Classic every Saturday for a heaping helping of video game history and sometimes disturbing Pokemon facts. Why would Game Freak design such a precious little guy and do that to him?
How will cops
fight crime in Los Angeles 100 years from now?
Let's go with the Demolition Man theory. I don't think there'll be swearing or even toilet paper. I think it'll all be electronic.
How will cops fight crime in Los Angeles 100 years from now?
Cops aren't going to have to fight crime. They'll just kind of give up. You know, they'll just kind of throw it like, just have fun. You know, just be careful.
How will cops fight crime 100 years from now?
With bullets.
In tight little silver suits with tool belts on them with lots of little gadgets and
stun guns. I don't know, just...
Apparently, 100 years from now, excessive police force won't be a problem in the city of Los Angeles. This is cool. How do I get out of this thing?
Okay, we're at the EA booth. I got Albert Pinello here, and we're going to be talking about LAPD 2100. This is what cops and be riding around in.
This is an experimental walker, the X1A. It can transform from a hovercraft, which is actually the cop car that in the future, into a walker. The normal cops can't deal with it, so they send in the experimental walker. It's just one, and it's your job to take care of the
So things aren't getting any better in LA in the future?
No, not any better at all.
It looks like it could be almost an extension of the Strike series.
The production team developing it had a bunch of cool ideas, didn't seem to quite fit into the Strike universe. Strike's about realism, ripped from the headlines types of stories. And the kind of effects and the technology that they were using seemed a little bit more fantasy-oriented. So we really wanted to blow it out, make the best game we could, not have to put it into Strike, and conform it to be things that people already knew about the game.
The 32-bit systems have been phenomenal for the little movie bits in between the game. Do you have the same kind of thing here?
Yeah, we're going with CG for this one as opposed to live action. We're using a big name CG house out of LA, whose name escapes me off the top of my head.
But they're big name.
Yeah.
Industrial Light and Magic.
No, it's not.
That's a big name.
It's not that.
Lightstorm.
No.
George Stephanopoulos, that's a big name. What makes it different than the Strike games?
Here, the unique thing is that you're going to have to protect and serve.
These are actual physical reality locations. People could drive to some of these places right now, but this is how they're going to look 150, well, 100, how far ahead in the future? I can't count anymore.
120 years.
120 years in the future.
They'll be at Los Angeles International Spaceport instead of LAX Airport. Griffith Park, for example, is what you see right here, famous for its big observatory. That's in there. The Walk of Stars, you'll be having a field day along the Walk of Stars.
So is Hollywood still a thing in LA in the 2100?
Yeah, it's glitzier, it's kind of more out there, and a lot more crime than there is now.
I want you to imitate how this walker gets around. Show the world how he gets around.
Personally?
Yes. Go, boy. Come on, you can do it.
I don't do walker imitations.
Come on.
I can't believe you got me to do that twice.
But we'll only use it once.
All right.
Yeah. What else? What else is amazing?
Well, what's really cool is a two-player. From just a gameplay standpoint, there's not a lot of good two-player games that aren't fighting games. So you're not on the PC, you don't have 8 people over the internet, you got 2 guys sitting there. There's something to be said for yelling at your buddy, telling him where to go.
Well, good luck, Albert. Looks like a killer, man.
Thanks.
Believe it or not, one of the biggest selling games this year is a game called Deer Hunter. Now, we hunted down the developers because we aim to please. I am here with Anthony, who is the president of Sunstorm Interactive, the creators of Deer Hunter, for being the #1 selling game. It's a very simple game, you know? I mean, you think that's part of its success?
It appeals to a new type of customer, a customer who might have just gotten their PC within the last year, a customer that doesn't normally play computer games. A couple clicks of the mouse and you're playing the game. So it's not a technological wonder, but it's fun. It's fun for what it is. It's a deer hunting game. You need to position yourself in the right spot in the woods based on the wind. You need to use your cover scent. You need to use the attractants. You know, it's just like hunting. It's not something that happens immediately.
We were sitting there for like 45 minutes, couldn't find a deer.
That's what makes it rewarding. You put the time in, you're finally rewarded.
So you really need a lot of patience. It's something where you just gotta sit.
Yep.
Did you guys expect all of the great success that the title had?
It was very surprising for it to sell as well as it has, but we knew it would do well in Walmart.
How long did it take you to actually do the product from beginning to end?
It took us 3 months to develop Deer Hunter.
Are you serious? 3 months? That's great. That's cool. Well, thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
Cool. .3DO is set to go to war on the Nintendo 64 for the first time in a game called Battle Tanks.
We're here at the 3DO Suites. I'm with Michael Mentheim. He is the designer for Battle Tanks. How's it going, Michael?
Real good, thank you.
Great to meet you. So you and Trip Hawkins came up with this story
Absolutely.
together.
I came with a tank game, and Trip goes, I want a story. You know, we can't just do capture the flag.
Right.
If you had nothing left to live for, what would you die for?
Women.
Yep.
Yeah.
Battle Tanks is basically Road Warriors with tanks.
Cool.
And it takes place in real city environments like Chicago, New York, San Francisco. The story is basically that there's been this terrible plague. It wipes out the females of the species.
Oh, man. That's no good.
So then when that happens, governments start to collapse, and anarchy and chaos rule, of course. It eventually leads to World War III and nuclear war. And militias with tanks came, and they're trying to take wives, daughters, and quarantine them because mankind is facing the threat of extinction.
Wow. What are the multiplayer features like?
4-player,
awesome.
2-player, 3-player. Like, you know, 4 guys can sit around, bet a couple bucks, and play this game.
So are there any female warriors in this game at all?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
She's one of them.
This woman right here?
They're like deities now, and they basically build these tribal gangs with the men. Queen Lords make one of the men their best warrior, Battle Lords. And the Battle Lords, they have 2 responsibilities. One is to protect her, and the other is to go out and rescue Queen Lords from other tribes.
Cool.
Basically, you have a fortress. In that fortress is your queen.
Right.
And I'm trying to get your queen, and you're trying to get my queen, and whoever captures the queen first, brings her back, wins.
Okay.
In front of your fortress is like this huge tank. It's called the Goliath. It's on a rail. The last thing standing between these guys and her. You can switch, you know, automatically real time to your goalie tank, and the thing slides across this track at like 200 miles per hour.
Awesome. Well, this looks great, Mike. Let's have a game.
Awesome.
More now on the escalating police chase that began as a joyrider's need for speed. Every available officer has been called in to stop the Lamborghini Diablo, and it looks like the sheer number of officers out here is about to end this chase. Wait, the joyrider is going over the roadblock. Whoa. This is unbelievable.
Stick 'em up.
Yes, it's going to be a long night for law enforcement. Need for Speed 3. Hot pursuit.
10 to the power of 6 is 1 million, and that's how many people can play on Heat.net's new game, 10-6. How many friends do you have?
Hey, we're here at Segasoft. I'm with Larry Pacey, who is the executive producer of the Nexus Group. Okay, 10-6 is a 1 million player game, but what I'm curious about is the background behind this thing. What's the story behind 10-6?
Sure. Rogue Planetoid has entered our solar system in the not-too-distant future. It's parceled into 1 million plots of land because it's rich in this new mineral resource.
Right.
And there's a kind of a land rush where everybody on Earth kind of rushes off to become rich getting their minerals.
The old gold rush days in California.
Oh, yeah, but with a lot more high-tech equipment. Okay. I mean, you've got lasers and tanks and bazookas and landmines and a lot more to play with. You're up against other players.
Okay.
The only other time that you're going to face off with anything is that everybody's camp is defended by the troops and units that you've built.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a lot of things, we call them rovers, and they're little mechanized vehicles that can be equipped with different equipment. And what's really great about 10-6 is that there's literally hundreds of different pieces that you can use to modify in the game. So you can put like special weapons onto a vehicle, and only that vehicle has those weapons.
Very cool. And there's like an economy in this game, isn't there? You can buy and sell different objects within the game?
Yeah, we've actually created a scarcity economy within the game. We have uniquely serialized objects in the game so that we know for a fact who owns which pieces.
Oh, wow.
And so there's only a limited number of any type of thing in the game. So if you want a Super Bazooka, you're gonna have to go out and find one. And what's really neat is that you can do that several ways. You can actually meet with people online and trade. You can also go out onto Heat and actually buy booster packs of these digital objects. We call them LEDOs, limited edition digital objects.
They're sort of like the little G.I. Joe action packs that you can get for your G.I. Joes.
Oh, yeah.
You say there's only a certain amount of these objects. Now, what if there was a way to create factories to build more of these?
Well, that's actually what the game is.
Yeah.
We actually have literally dozens of different buildings, and they each specialize, and they manufacture different things. We have rover manufacturing plants, weapons manufacturing plants, gear plants.
How do you guys get 1 million people playing at the same time?
A lot of technology that had to go into this, a lot of forethought. From the ground up, we knew what we were going to do.
Yeah.
We wanted one persistent universe, one universe where everybody is being tracked simultaneously.
Now, Ultima Online, we talked to Richard Garrett and the guys down at Origin there about their game and their universe, and it's a 2D world. And things are starting to work out for them really well now. Everything is starting to come together. But they're still sort of 2D, 2.5D kind of thing. You guys are going straight into a 3D polygonal environment?
Yes, absolutely. We're immersing the people not only in a first-person kind of view where you're actually standing in your camp, but we also have a top-down view, similar to the point-and-click real-time strategy game.
Sounds like you got a killer franchise.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Larry.
Atari San Francisco Rush the Rock has many cool features in it, one of them being the option to choose secret cars. For example, you hold the music button in, then press View 1 on the changer. You'll get to choose some cool cars like a taxi cab and a Volkswagen bus. Have fun!
Hey, it's time for the Tekken 3 move of the week. This time we got a new one from Julia Chang. You ready for this? She's nasty. Ready? It's up forward plus right kick. Left punch, down forward plus left punch, right punch. Forward plus left punch, right kick.
Today on the Simpatico Question of the Week, Guillaume Couture from Eli, Manitoba asks, can you give me more information about Trespasser?
It's the digital sequel to the Lost World movie. You play the role of this woman, Anne, who's on vacation from New York City, and she washes up on the shore of an island. What that means is that she had better figure out a way to fight dinosaurs using nothing. Now, what our engine does that's different from everything else is that it's totally based on physics. So if you want to beat a raptor to death with a golf club, go for it. If you want to find a gun left by the guys in the movie and blast it with a shotgun, go for it. If you want to take a stick and beat it slowly to death with a stick, that's entirely up to you. If you wanted to, you could like rip the plank off of a building, put it in the water, take another plank and paddle yourself across a creek, run off to the other side, pick the plank up and beat a velociraptor to death.
To send us your questions, stop by the EP website at www.electplay.com.
Gary, it's time.
Shh, I'm trying to play. Twilight Golf on Nintendo 64 for people who put golf above all else.
Gary! Yes!
Oh,
yes!
Sorry.
F1 World Grand Prix on Nintendo 64. You'll get carried away.
Lee from P&P Games here with my latest purchase, a brand new Sega Saturn control pad. Buddy destroyed one in a heated Guardian Hero session last weekend. A small price to pay for a night of video games with friends. I don't know if you've been paying attention to this internet thing or not, but our days of playing multiplayer games in the same room as one another might be numbered. If only out of convenience. At Past and Present Games, it's our mission to keep the experience of video gaming tangible, as long as possible. Visit our retail locations in Winnipeg or browse our entire inventory online at pmpgamesonline.com. You'll find a myriad of software, merch, and accessories from all generations of video gaming. And enjoy free shipping on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA. Now, back to the show!
I don't know, I thought the controls weren't as good, though, as they could have been. What? What? Oh, man. Okay,
what
wet tracks.
What about wet tracks?
Trex. Now,
Nintendo 64.
Come on, Vic. You didn't like this game.
I did like this game, man. I'm a puzzle freak. I love puzzle games. I love getting into them, and this one was fun. It captivated me right away.
It was like Tetrisphere with water.
No,
to
man.
me.
It's really difficult. You're getting all these puzzle cubes. They're all landing and dropping down. You've got to organize them, and then you've got to deal with water coming down, and then you've got other environmental effects. There's nothing out there like this thing. You basically have to build walls around water that's dropping down, and you got to keep that water inside the walls. It's impossible.
It is impossible because you were on training mode, the first level of the lesson 1 for about an hour. I don't like these games, Vic. Why do you make me play these games? I don't like.
No, nobody to kill, and there's no Eddie Gordo in this game, so it's pretty much forget it. It's a fast action puzzle game. It's 3D. You can flip the screen around a little bit. I really enjoyed it. I give it an 8 out of 10.
I thought the music was really cool.
Music is great. Yeah, another good feature. What would you give Wet Tricks?
About a 4.
4 out of 10?
Yeah. I didn't like it. I'm sorry.
What did you think of Einhander for the Sony PlayStation?
I didn't like it. You're talking about a 2D fighter has very
2D shooter.
2D shooter?
Yeah, you said fighter. 2D shooter.
2D shooter?
2D shooter.
A 2D shooter.
She used to be on the Facts of Life.
I like the way you can pick up weapons when you're kind of going and the weapons fall down, and you can switch your weapons. And you can switch your weapons if you want it to be on the bottom or if you want it to switch up to the top. That's the boss, the very first level boss. That guy was, wow.
Yep.
Once you crank his head off and everything, then his stomach kind of flips up and he turns into like this mech thing and he's shooting you and you gotta kill that.
There's nothing really innovative about this kind of a game, but it's fun. Square's got the polish down. It's just like every other game Square does. It's really slick. Graphics are beautiful. The lighting effects are beautiful. But, you know...
There's nothing to make you stop and go, wow!
Yeah, but it's still solid. If you want this kind of game, this is probably one of the best kind of shooters that you can buy, and there aren't many for the PlayStation.
I give it a 6.5.
I give it about a 7.
Okay, what else?
Chopper Attack for the Nintendo 64 from Midway.
Well, it's a helicopter game, and you're going around killing people, and...
Killing people is the best part, when they fly up in the air.
Well, the thing is, the people fall down, they disappear, you know...
Cool explosion.
Again, it's one of these things where it seems like Nintendo can't do, like, super realism games. It's always got to be, it seems a little lighthearted killing.
It's like one of the strike games for kids. You have a 3D helicopter, but you have no control over how high or how low that copter can
It's kind of like, you're kind of like almost on a track, not really.
Yeah,
but
it's almost like you got a hover bike. This game does have some pretty cool explosions and some neat weapons, cool power-ups that you can pick up. What would you give it?
A 6.
Yeah, that's almost generous. I'd give it about a 5.5. Okay, last game is Army Men from 3DO for the PC. What'd you think?
Well, here's the thing. Army Men's a funny game.
Yeah.
It's a great concept. The intro is hilarious. The whole, you know, you're playing Army Men and you're blowing things up and plastic's flying all over the place and things are melting and the mission objectives are very unique. Everything in the game I liked except one thing.
What's that?
And this one thing, to me, is real important in games, was the control. It's one of those games where to press up, you go forward,
Standard tank controls. I've been using that sort of tank control since combat on the 2600.
I want to be able to press up and have my guy go up.
Yeah. I like in this game how you can hop into tanks and suddenly you're like all powerful. You can crush the fences and go on down, and then you can blow up guys that are sitting up on ridges just taking pot shots.
I like when you're running around as an army guy, then you hit like the crouch, and then all of a sudden you turn into that army guy who's like on the ground.
And I like doing the recon missions. You press all the F buttons up top, and you get the planes flying over, and they can do air assaults. And it's a great little game. They did a really good job in this one.
It's a great little game. I give it an 8 overall, just being picky because I didn't like the control.
8.5 out of 10 for me.
Vic, come on, let's go. Let's just get this one. Come on, let's go. Let's go. We'll see you next week.
Production assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Nintendo, makers of 1080 Snowboarding. Eat.net, makers of NetFighter.
Man, that was quick.
Electronic Arts, makers of Need for Speed 3. Namco, makers of Tekken 3. To subscribe to Tips and Tricks, call 1-800-621-8977.
This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1998.
Yeah, hey, this week we're going to be on the Electronic Playground looking at Tekken 3. Hi-ya! Also, Netfighter, and we're going to be visiting